Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Pride of the Yankees with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow afternoon in New York's Yankee Stadium, the exciting cry of play ball will begin another World Series. In the clubhouse under the grandstand, as game time comes near, the players will be pulling their uniforms out of the lockers, and there'll be jokes and horseplay because ball players are like that. But one of those lockers will not be open tomorrow. That locker has never been used by anyone since the day in June 1939 when Lou Gehrig hung up his glove for the last time. Lou Gehrig is one of baseball's immortals. His records are on the books for all to read. But Gary Cooper is here on this stage not to bring us a baseball story, but a drama of human courage, the story of a man who knew his destiny and faced it without flinching. That story is the one told in Samuel Goldwyn's fine motion picture, The Pride of the Yankees. And starring with Gary tonight, we present Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Lou Gehrig is in the great American tradition, and there certainly is no better choice than Gary Cooper to play the part. I've called on Gary twice in pictures to play heroes from that same tradition, and he's busy with a third one for me now in the story of Dr. Wassel. You know, this evening is a real occasion on this stage, for it was just 9 years ago that Lux Toilet Soap presented the first play in the Lux Radio Theater. And do you remember what was happening then? The Italians were marching into Ethiopia, and Mussolini's army was considered one of the strongest in the world. The first Thin Man picture came out that year, and skirts, believe it or not, were being worn just above the ankle. 9 years ago, millions of you were already using our product. Since then, scientists have made Lux Toilet Soap even better, and millions more have joined our family circle. Now here's the anniversary curtain going up on the first act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie, Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake, and Elsa Jansen as Mom.
To my own son, I will say to your face, you are good for nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseball players are good for nothing. Loafers in short pants.
That was what Lou Gehrig's mother told him the day she found out he was a ball player. She was all against it at first, but she came around later. Oh, by the way, my name's Sam Blake, and I'm a sports writer. I was kind of a special friend of Lou's, so I know a lot about him. That's what I'm here for now. I want you to know him, too, the way I did. Yeah, Lou's mother had great plans for him. Even when he was just a kid, she had plans. Like the afternoon he came home after a game of sandlot baseball and told his mother he'd like to quit school.
How can you say that? Look at your papa. Look at me. We didn't go to school, and what are we? A janitor, a cook. I want you to be somebody.
Sure, Mom, sure.
Like your Uncle Otto, Louis. Don't you see, Louis? That's why I'm cooking up at Columbia College, so you can go there someday and be an engineer like your Uncle Otto.
But, Mom, maybe I ain't cut out to be an engineer.
What do you want to know?
I want to be Gee, I don't know, Mom. An engineer, I guess.
Lou went to school. He even went to Columbia. Worked his way through waiting on tables in a fraternity house. He'd been playing ball all the time, made the varsity. Then one evening he showed up at home for dinner wearing a pledge pin.
Hi, Mom.
What?
I just said hi.
All right. Hi.
Notice anything, Mom?
I notice Papa is late and the soup's getting cold. Sit down, Louis.
Mom, look. I'm wearing a pin. Sigma Alpha Psi.
Oh, Lou. They took you in.
Yeah, this afternoon.
Oh, Lou, everything's going so fine now.
Well, this is just the pledge pin. I get the real pin before long, and when I get it, I'm supposed to give it to my best girl. You still my best girl, Mom?
Always.
Well, it'll mean you'll have to go steady with me. You can't even look at anybody else.
Not even Papa?
All right, Papa.
I didn't know Lou then, but I heard all about those days from his mother. First time I ever ran across him was up at South Field. I was sitting in an office one spring afternoon talking to the Columbia football coach. Over on South Field, they were practicing baseball.
Well, Sam, I'm going to build my football team around a new man next fall. A great halfback.
That's so?
Yes, sir. One of the most promising kids I've ever... What the...
Well, you can send for a man to fix that window. Somebody gunning for you, Jim?
Well, there it is. A baseball.
Baseball?
Yeah. Come over here to the window. See that fella trotting around the bases? That's the halfback I was telling you about. Lou Gehrig, a line-plunging fool.
Football? For a kid that can hit a baseball this far?
Well, Sam, there's a pretty stiff wind blowing in this direction.
Yeah? Well, that wind could blow him right into the major leagues. I got hold of Lou one afternoon a few days later. I told him Miller Huggins of the Yankees would like to give him a chance to play ball. He looked at me like he was going to faint.
Yankees? You mean the New York Yankees?
I don't mean the Chillicothe Yankees.
Oh, thanks. Gee, that's wonderful, but I'm going to be an engineer.
Engineer. That's what he told me. And I guess he would have been an engineer, except something happened. Getting philosophical, it was one of those corners you turn in life. Just a little twist in the road.
Hiya, Pop. You dinner ready yet?
Shh. Lou, listen. Mama is sick.
What do you mean, sick? Mama?
Yes. She never said anything, but now she's sick.
Well, you get a doctor. I'll go right away.
No, he's here. He's in there with her now. She didn't want him because it would cost $2.
Well, what's wrong? What did he say?
Here he is. Well, Doctor, is it serious, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
We've got to get your wife to the hospital immediately. The general hospital is rather crowded just now, but I'll see if I can make arrangements.
There must be room in one of the wards.
Wait a minute. Mom's not going to a ward. She's going to have the best of everything. A good room in a private hospital.
Lou, beggars can be choosers. A private hospital costs money, and where are we going to get it?
Well, I know where I can get it. I'll get an advance on my salary.
On what?
My salary. I've got a chance to join the Yankees. Oh, nurse.
Yes?
Nurse, can we see Mrs. Gehrig now?
I think so. We're going to take her downstairs for another treatment. But you can only stay a moment.
That's all right. I've got to catch a train and...
I see. We'll bring her right out. Wait here.
Thank you. Well, Pop, did you read that contract?
It's wonderful, Louis. Wonderful. So now you're a real baseballer, huh?
Sure. That's signed by Miller Huggins. He's the Yankees manager.
Louis, there's one thing I don't understand. If you're going to be with the Yankees, why are they sending you from New York to Hartford to bring you back to New York?
Well, they're sending me to play with the Hartford team for a while to give me the experience I need. That's the way they work it.
Uh-huh. How are you going to work it?
Work what?
Mama, you going to tell her?
Well, sure. She'll understand.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll go for a walk.
Oh, you stay here, Pop.
Louis.
There she is. Hello, Mom.
Look, I'm like a baby in a carriage, Louis.
Well, you let 'em wheel you around here till you're all well again. Here? How's my best girl, Mom?
Fine.
Well, how they treating you?
Wonderful. I can't get over how much they give you here for nothing.
Well, that's great, Mom. Now, look, I want to tell you something.
Excuse me a minute. I'm going for a smoke.
Come here, Pop.
What's the matter?
Well, it's nothing, Mom. Really, I'm going away, that's all. I'm going to Hartford.
Harvard College. Oh, that's wonderful. You are going to be a great engineer, and Harvard Engineering School is good, huh?
Well, you see,
I'm afraid we'll have to take her now.
Oh, well, I'll tell you about it later, Mom. Goodbye.
Leaving on track 5, Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford.
But look, Louis, suppose Mama finds out. What about me?
Well, protect yourself in the clenches, Pop. So long.
Wait, what about mail? Suppose Mama writes you.
Well, she'll write the letters, but you'll mail them, see?
But what about the money you'll be sending me? How will I explain that?
Well, tell her you got a job.
A job? Who, me?
You. Goodbye, Pop.
Louis, wait. What kind of a job?
Well, that's up to you. Goodbye.
I got a job. But what? Ha! I know. Politics.
Good morning, Mrs. Gehrig.
Good morning, Mrs. Roberts. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Gehrig.
Good morning.
Well, you saw the papers this morning.
Papers. The one says white, the other black. I never read them.
But you must be very proud of your son.
My Lou, of course. But I just can't get over how wonderful everything is with my husband, Mr. Gehrig, you know. You want to know when he leaves for work? When he feels like it. Political at $25 a week.
Wow.
What is it, Papa? Wow, what?
Nothing. Just wow.
Oh, now, who's that? Oh, Mrs. Fabini, good morning.
Oh, I couldn't wait for you to come to the door. Isn't it exciting?
It's in the paper all about Lou. Gee, isn't it great?
Shut up.
Wait. What is it all about?
Did you read in the paper about a Lou?
Paper, Lou?
Here it is. Read it.
Gehrig recalled from Hartford by Yankees?
Mama, we'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it now.
Hey, Mom. Hello, Mom.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, look, if you don't mind, I think there are a few things I ought to talk over with the folks. Well, how's my best girl, Mom? What's the matter, Mom?
Well, I'd better go, too.
Where? To work?
I'll be right back, Louis.
Mom, about Hartford. I didn't go there just because I wanted to play baseball. I went because we needed the money. You were sick, and the doctor said you might die.
I wish I had died, rather than see you give up everything we planned. For what? To play ball. Oh, a disgrace like that.
Well, it's not such a disgrace to play with the Yankees.
That's what we came to America for? So that you would play baseball? After all my plans for you to follow after your Uncle Otto.
Mom, people have got to live their own lives. Nobody can live it for you. Well, nobody could have made a ball player out of Uncle Otto, and nobody can make anything but a ball player out of me.
To my own son, I'll say it to your face. You are a good-for-nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseballers are good for nothing. Loafers in short pants.
Mom, you've never been to a ball game. Maybe there's something to it. Say, why don't you come out some afternoon and watch?
Never. I don't see Lou. Where's Lou?
He's not out on the field yet, Mama. The game hasn't started.
You sure we came to the right baseball park?
Yes, Mama.
Oh, and those men down there, they are not the players?
No, Mama. They are getting the field ready, Mama.
Oh, what do they do with the pillows?
They are not pillows. They are bases. You slide into them, Mama.
I slide into them?
Just watch, Mama. Huh? Just watch.
Get your scorecard. You can't tell the players without a scorecard, lady.
My own son, I can tell. The others are none of my business.
Your son playing?
Sure. Lou Gehrig.
Gehrig? Never heard of him. Substitute?
No, Yankee.
Well, Mom didn't get a chance to see Lou that afternoon. Not in action, anyway. It was a long time and a lot of baseball games later before he came up to bat. It happened at Comiskey Park in Chicago.
Gehrig, get up there.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're batting for Wally Pip. Now get a hold of one, kid.
Oh, sure, Mr. Huggins.
Lou started off the bench like a blue streak. Here was his chance. So what does he do? He goes right up to the pile of bats, slips on him, and falls flat on his back. There was a girl at the game that day in the field box just back of first base.
Hey, Tanglefoot!
It was Eleanor Twitchell started that. Tanglefoot, she said, and the crowd took it up like a battle cry.
Oh, Tanglefoot!
Well, Eleanor, you really started something.
Didn't I? Dreadful, isn't it, Dad?
Tanglefoot! Whoa!
I seen who tied a label on that rookie.
What's his name?
Gehrig.
He looks like a hitter, though, from where I sit.
Oh, a nice single. Beautiful.
I knew he could hit, Eleanor.
Yeah. Well, look, Dad, he's looking over this way, right at me. Now guess he knows I started it. He's an awful mad ball player, isn't he?
In Chicago, the Yankees used to have dinner in the same restaurant every night. After Lou's first game, I was there eating with him when Eleanor Twitchell and her father came in.
Hiya, Yankees. Enjoying your stay in Chicago?
Hello there.
Hello there, losers.
Hello, Mr. Twitchell. Tell your boys to bring their horseshoes with them when they come to New York next trip.
Oh, you can't win with alibis. Oh, hello, Mr. Blake.
Hello, Miss Twitchell.
Say, how's the rookie? Has he...
Look out!
Oh!
Hey, come on, pick her up. Pick her up.
Over the chair.
Hey, ha-ha, Tanglefoot.
Come on, pick her up. You okay, Miss Twitchell?
Sure, I'm okay. Boy, what a Brody.
Well, that's all right, Miss Twitchell. A thing like that can happen to anybody.
Miss Twitchell, this is Mr. Gehrig.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Miss Twitchell.
What's so funny? Oh, all right, we're even.
Well, if we're even, maybe you'll sit down with me.
Sure. Well, Mr. Gehrig, I hear this is your first game today.
My first appearance, and am I glad to get out of the lumber business? Oh, but you wouldn't know what that means. That means...
I know what it means.
Well, what does it mean?
Picking splinters off of your pants from sitting on the bench so long.
Gee, you do know, don't you?
How long do you expect to stay off the bench, Mr. Gehrig?
Well, I'll tell you, I got a hunch I'm going to play for a long while.
Uh-oh, Wally Pitt must be awfully sick.
Say, what are you doing with this Yankee? Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Twitchell.
This is my father, Mr. Gehrig.
Well, hello, Mr. How do you do?
Oh, you're the Yankees' first baseman, eh?
Yes, sir, at last.
Well, I like the way you stand up to the ball, Gehrig. A lot of power there.
Well, there, Miss Twitchell. Your father knows a ball player when he sees one.
Yes, he stands up to the plate fine.
Yes, he does. And he falls down on the bat pretty good, too, Dad. Tanglefoot.
Nice playing in those last two games, Lou. Pip is sick long enough, you'll have a good chance to show what you can do.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Say, Blake.
What?
Blake, you know a lot about women.
Me? Oh, certainly.
Well, what does it mean when a girl says you remind her of a Newfoundland puppy?
Oh, well, if it was an Airedale, that'd be bad. For a police dog, that'd be fatal. But a Newfoundland puppy, I'd see her again if I was you.
Well, she didn't say Airedale. Thanks, Blake. I'll take your advice.
Mr. DeMille now stars Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan will return in Act Two of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, a young man and a girl who's made a hit.
Gee, Mary, what a break to meet a girl like you. Look, how about a date tomorrow? I've only got a few days leave, and I sure want to see you some more.
Yes, Mary's made a hit. And she gives the credit to her smart new dress.
Of course. I know that shade of blue is just right for me. And the hat helped, too.
But if you asked Bill what Mary wore that evening, he'd tell you...
Oh, I don't know. Something keen, all right. The hat? It seems to me it was little. All I remember is how pretty she looked. Boy, what a complexion.
Which proves again that a new dress is all very fine, but it's lovely skin that really does the trick. Yes, a soft, smooth complexion is the charm that wins. And clever girls know a quick, easy care that protects this charm, helps skin to be fresher, more appealing. They depend on the daily beauty facials 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Active lather facials with Lux Toilet Soap. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy lather well in, lots and lots of it, then rinse with warm water and splash on cold. Pat dry with a soft towel. Simple, but it works.
Now, why don't you try Hollywood's beauty facials every single day? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap's rich lather gives your complexion gentle, thorough care. Really brings it new loveliness. Active lather whisks away stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin feeling satin smooth. Why not ask your dealer for Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? And if he's temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he'll have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie and Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake.
Yeah, Lou took my advice all right. Every time the team got back to Chicago, he went scooting out to see if he could find Eleanor Twitchell. He found her, too. They got along fine. Yes, sir, especially the time Lou took her dancing out to a nightclub. That night was another turning point in Lou's life.
Well, Mr. Gehrig, to your first World Series.
Oh, don't say that, not yet. We've got 6 more cities waiting for us, and anything can happen. Say, do you realize this is my last night in Chicago this season, and this is goodbye?
I would have loved them. 6 more to go. 6 more goodbyes.
6 more what?
Well, you play in 7 cities. When you're on the road, you must have a girl in every city. A ball player's like a sailor, isn't he? A girl in every port. What's Miss Boston's name?
I never had a girl in Boston.
Haven't you?
No.
What about Philadelphia?
No.
St. Louis?
No.
Cleveland? Washington? New York?
Hey, you forgot Chicago.
Chicago? Who?
Well, aren't you my girl?
Oh, why, Lou, I don't know what you mean by your girl. Your best girl? Is that what you mean?
Well, I've seen you 4 days in a row, and you're out with me here tonight. Isn't that what best girls do?
Is it? I wonder if I'm going to miss you.
Can't you find out before I go?
No, isn't that too bad? Why is it always like that?
I have no idea.
Seems silly, doesn't it? Oh, I like that tune, don't you? Will you dance with me?
Sure.
Lou.
What?
Lou, if I do miss you, I wish I knew how much I was going to.
I wish you knew before I left.
Shall I try?
How?
Well, shall I? Lou, where do you go from here?
Detroit?
All right. You see, I close my eyes and make believe it's tomorrow night and that I'm dancing with someone else.
Oh, yeah, I get the idea.
All right, you ready? My eyes are closed. Are you in Detroit?
Yep, I'm sitting in the lobby of the Statler Hotel.
Now, who am I dancing with? Let me see. Who do I know? Harold Chandler. Oh, Bill Talbot, Jim Johnson, Jack Austin, Bill Church, Sam Price.
Hey.
What?
I'm tired of this game. I don't like it. I'm back in Chicago.
And I'm laughing again.
The Yankees won the pennant that year, played against the Cardinals in the World Series. One morning in St. Louis, just before the game, the boys went over to a hospital for crippled kids. The rest of the team left. Lou was sitting talking to a little boy, a little fellow who couldn't walk.
Mr. Gehrig, will you autograph my ball, too?
Sure, let's see it.
There's Babe Ruth's name there. He promised to hit a homer for me today.
Well, what do you know? Say, you're quite a fan, aren't you?
I like baseball. I used to play a lot.
And you'll play again. Billy, you know there isn't anything you can't do if you try hard enough.
You think so?
Sure.
Could you knock a home run for me this afternoon?
Well, you've already been promised one by Babe Ruth.
Could you?
Well, that's a pretty tall order. Okay.
Could you knock 2 homers?
2 homers in a World Series?
Well, Mr. Gehrig, you said that you could do anything if you tried hard enough. That's what you said.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'll hit 2 homers for you if you'll hit 1 for me.
Me? How?
You've got to promise me that one of these days you're going to get up out of this bed and go home on your own power.
But how can I?
If you want to do something hard enough, you can do it. Hey, we can both do it, can't we?
Sure we can.
Well, that's the idea. Well, so long, Billy.
So long, Mr. Gehrig.
Just make it Lou.
Oh, so long, Lou.
Read all about it. Paper, Yanks beat Cards, Road that's Homer.
Road that's Homer. Gehrig gets Tom. Pepper.
Road that's what?
Gehrig gets Tom. Pepper.
Nice going, Lou.
Thanks.
Wait till we get him in New York.
Where's Gehrig? Hey, Lou.
Hello, Sam.
The conductor's got a telegram for you, Lou.
Here you are, Mr. Gehrig.
Oh, thank you.
That was a great thing this afternoon, Mr. Gehrig. 2 home runs in the World Series.
Love.
What?
Love, it says love.
Who says?
Hey, conductor, get me to Chicago.
Wait a minute.
Tonight. Say, how can I do it? Stop the train. Let me
Well,
off.
you can change trains at Fenway.
I'll change.
Lou, listen. Who says love?
Who?
Look, I'm the one who's asking. Who?
You know, Sam, you're a fine fella. I like you. Goodbye, Sam.
He's nutty enough to be on the Dodgers.
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, hello, officer.
What are you doing around here? You don't live in this house.
No.
Well, what are you doing here then?
Well, I was calling on a young lady.
At 4 o'clock in the morning. What for?
Well, if you must know, I'm calling on the young lady to ask her to marry me.
I see. And who are you?
My name's Lou Gehrig.
Lou who?
Gehrig.
Gehrig. Hey, let me see you. Yeah. I didn't recognize you in the dark. My name is O'Doul. Oh, I'm glad to know you, Gehrig.
What is it?
Is Miss Twitchell home?
Yeah, we want to see Miss Twitchell.
A policeman. What's she done?
Nothing yet. Wake her up and tell her Lou Gehrig wants to see her, will you?
Yes, sir. Will you come in and wait in the parlor?
Yeah. Go on in, Lou. Go ahead.
I'll call her. Miss Twitchell?
Sit down, Lou. Sit down. Don't be so fidgety.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Miss Twitchell? What is it? A policeman wants to see you. A policeman? And a fellow named Lou Gehrig. Lou? Where is he? Lou? Oh, Lou.
I got your wire. I came right away.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Look, it said love.
Yes, love. Oh, lots of love.
Eleanor.
Oh, Lou. I've missed you so.
Well, I guess you don't need me anymore.
This is Mrs. Gehrig. You must be proud. Louis should be home any minute now. I don't know what's keeping him. I love a surprise party.
Look, it's Louis.
Papa, stop watching with the food.
I give you the instructions. You said you would tell Apple. You got it wrong. You have ruined everything.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Gehrig. I just delivered the cake, that's all.
What happened?
Look, the baseball player on top of the cake. They made Louis a right-handed batter.
I didn't even know what it was. Mr. Apple just told me to deliver it.
The only one in America that don't know that Louis is a southpaw, and he has to be our bait.
Maybe nobody will notice it, Papa.
A right-handed batter. Oh.
Here he comes. Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Hide, everybody, hide.
Mom. Oh, Mom.
Louis, welcome home.
Hey, what is all this? Hello, everybody. Hello.
Lou.
Hello, Mom. How's my best girl?
Oh, wonderful.
Now, wait. I've got a surprise for you, too.
Quiet.
Mom, this is Ellie. Eleanor Twitchell.
Hello, Mrs. Gehrig.
And this is my pop.
How are you?
Mom, Pop, there's something I got to tell you. I guess there's only one way to do this thing. Mom, Mrs. Gehrig, meet Mrs. Gehrig.
What?
As soon as we get married.
Congratulations, Lou.
You are going to get married?
Lou's done nothing but talk about you, Mrs. Gehrig. I'm so happy.
I got some refreshments in the other room.
Come on, everybody. Food.
By the end of next season, you can finish up in Chicago, then come back here and get a little house and fix it up. And then we'll get married.
Oh,
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm trying to clean up this lobby. That's my job.
I'm sorry. Oh, Lou, I think we're getting a gentle hint that it's late. I'd better go up to my room.
Okay. Good night, Eleanor.
Good night. Oh, Lou, do you think your mother likes me?
Like you? Well, how could she help liking you?
I just wondered. I guess I was wrong.
What about?
Oh, nothing. Good night, Lou.
Good night.
I must say, miss, you have picked out the most beautiful number in the store.
Yes, it's lovely.
Ellie, if you are looking for a chiffon
Oh, I found it, Mom. Look, just what I want. Isn't it beautiful?
It don't look very practical. And it looks second-hand, too.
It's an antique.
Antique. Louis can afford to buy new stuff. I'll show you, Ellie. Look at this one over here. Strong and practical. It'll last a lifetime.
But, Mom, I worked out sort of a scheme.
It was only a suggestion.
You see the rug in the bedroom.
Oh, the rug. That reminds me. Look at this pattern, Ellie. You see? And the rug is exactly the right size for your living room.
Oh, that's the pattern.
Look at the flowers and the birds. It will go with any kind of drapes, because it's got so many colors.
Well, I was planning on it.
It's almost an exact duplicate of the first rug we had in our house, only more so. That's why I bought it for you. It's your wedding present, Ellie.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
House is really getting to look like something, Ellie.
Yes.
Where do you want this chifforobe, lady?
Oh, but that's not the right chiffon robe.
I asked them to bring it up, Ellie, to see how it would look. Put it down over there.
But, Mom...
You can live with it for a while, and then if you don't like
I
it...
can send it back.
Well, I promise you won't send it back. Not with a scarf on it.
You can start in this room, Max.
Oh, what's that?
The bedroom paper, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry you've made a mistake. It's the wrong pattern. This is the one I selected.
All was changed this morning.
Who changed it?
I did. Isn't this one beautiful?
Oh, but, Mom, this little rose pattern I picked out.
I guarantee you wouldn't like it if you saw it on the wall. Neither would Louis.
Oh, but Lou was with me when I picked it out. He liked it.
Oh, men like anything. Where's Lou?
He's upstairs.
Oh, just wait until he sees this paper. Like he had when he was a little boy.
Hand me that screwdriver, will you, Pop?
Louis, listen a minute.
What, Pop?
Louis, I never gave you much advice. First, you wouldn't take it. Second, I've been married 35 years, Louis, and I've learned one thing. Well, can't you read between the lines, Louis? It's not anything I can say in so many words, and yet it's something that if you don't handle it right... don't say anything about this to Mama, huh?
About what?
What I told you.
What did you tell me?
Well, can I be plainer?
But you like this pattern, Ellie, I know.
It's all right, Mom. It doesn't make that much difference.
And if you don't like the chiffon...
Oh, I'll probably get used to it.
Oh, you are very sweet, Ellie, to admit you are wrong.
Ellie.
Oh, Louis, look, the same wallpaper you had when you were a little boy.
Ellie, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just... Excuse me a minute.
Well, what's wrong with Ellie?
Ellie? Nothing.
What happened? Was it about this?
The chiffon?
Yes. That's not the one she ordered. She wanted
It wasn't practical, not even mahogany. The drawers were too small.
But she liked it.
Well, she liked the other wallpaper, too, at first. But I convinced her. Oh, she's very sensible, Louis. You are lucky to get a girl like her.
That's right. Sit down, will you, Mom?
What?
Sit down, Mom, please.
Oh, yes, Lou.
Ellie, I just had a nice talk with your future mother-in-law.
What about?
Oh, lots of things. Mostly about interior decorating. You know that wallpaper she picked out?
Yes, it's very nice.
Well, I saw it, and it's terrible. And so is that chiffon.
You mean the one that just came in?
I mean the one that just went out. I told them to take it back. I'd have nightmares looking at that thing.
Oh, Lou Gehrig, I think I could learn to like you. But I hope you didn't hurt Mom's feelings.
Well, I probably did, but she'll get over it. You can't run a baseball team with two captains, or a household with two bosses. There's going to be only one boss of this house, so you'd better get that apron off and get your nose powdered.
Why?
Well, I just telephoned Sam Blake to get the mayor of New Rochelle over here right away.
What for?
Why, I thought you wanted to get married.
You mean now? This morning?
Yeah. And for the honeymoon, do you know where I'll take you?
Where?
The ball game.
Oh, darling, I love ball games.
They went to the Yankee Stadium right after the ceremony. A great day in the life of Lou Gehrig. But there was another turn in the road that was coming, only we didn't know it then. Lou and Eleanor were all smiles when the photographer snapped their pictures on the field.
Oh, we'll get a great play on these pictures. Taking the day Lou won all 3 American League championships. Batting average, home runs.
You got it wrong, fella. This is the day I got married.
Yeah, Lou was all smiles. That turn in the road was just ahead. A tough turn to take, and he was traveling toward it fast.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan in Act 3 of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, let's listen to two very pleased young men.
Hey, Joe, pinch me, will you? Rita Hayworth just lighted a cigarette for me.
Think you're somebody, huh? Well, look me over, pal. Who do you think I just had coffee with? Betty Grable.
That was no imaginary scene, Mr. Kennedy. It happened at the Hollywood Canteen. And every night the servicemen who drop in are welcomed by famous stars like Rita Hayworth and Betty Grable.
Yes, Libby, screen stars give unselfishly of time and effort to make that canteen a grand success. Lots of them put in an evening there, even when they've been working hard on a picture all day.
And look fresh as daisies, too, Mr. Kennedy. Though usually they don't have as much time to rest as the average busy person. But here's something they depend on to give them a real beauty pickup.
Something to do with Lux Toilet Soap, maybe, Libby?
But definitely, Mr. Kennedy. It's a Lux Soap beauty bath, and it's a Screen Stars formula for quick refreshment after a long day. Rita Hayworth says she loves the creamy Lux Soap lather, the way it leaves skin fresh and sweet. Betty Grable says her Lux Soap bath is so refreshing. She's keen about the nice perfume it leaves on her skin, too.
Well, Libby, that's a real Hollywood beauty tip. It's true that the lovely stars who use Lux Toilet Soap regularly for their million-dollar complexions find it makes a delightful bath soap, too. Try it. You'll agree with the stars who say the creamy, active lather leaves skin exquisitely fresh and smooth, makes daintiness sure. Lux Toilet Soap is hard-milled, so each fragrant white cake lasts a long time. These days, when it's patriotic to save soap, that's important. And Lux Soap will last even longer if you're careful to put it in a soap dish that's dry. So treat yourself to the real luxury of a daily Lux Soap bath. You'll find it very inexpensive because Hollywood's beauty soap costs but a few cents a cake. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
It's a long time since Gary Cooper has been in the Lux Radio Theater, and you'll meet him in person after the play. Now the curtain rises on the third act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan.
I guess there never were two happier people in the world than Lou and Ellie Gehrig. No, sir, she was the proudest wife I ever saw. She used to stand in front of the cabinet that held all Lou's trophies, just looking.
The most valuable player in the American League. Oh, Dad was right, wasn't he? He knew a ball player when he saw one.
Hey.
What's the matter, Lou?
Oh, it's funny. When you said that Chicago restaurant jumped right up in my lap. But that wasn't yesterday, was it, Tanglefoot?
No. But I certainly didn't know what I was walking into that night. Mr. Gehrig, meet Miss Twitchell. And I left my little world behind me.
Your world? What do you mean?
Oh, darling, baseball life's so different. Sort of a little world all by itself. You play it in the spring, in the summer, in the fall, and you talk about it in the winter. You really eat, drink, and sleep it.
Yeah. Yes, you have had a dish of it. Look, say, how's this, Ellie? Those spring training trips must be pretty dull for a girl. How about you passing up Florida this spring? You know, take a little vacation for yourself.
Oh, all right, Lou. It has been a long time since you've palled around with the team. Give you a little vacation, too. We have seen a lot of each other.
Yes, it's an idea.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's settled.
Yes. Oh, Lou,
Ellie,
you don't
want to stay here,
do
you? I didn't mean that.
Neither did I.
Well, then what'd you say it for?
You said it. Oh, Lou, that tickle.
Hey, you're going to leave me, huh?
Lou!
Hey, get this, my hammerlock.
Oh, darling, the table.
Hey, Uncle, I got your shoulders down. I got you.
All right, I give up.
Hey.
Hiya, folks. Hey, what goes on?
Just a little wrestling match, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Say, you just handed me my next story on a silver platter. How I Beat My Wife by Lou Gehrig.
Next.
Well, kill him, look.
You lay off our private life, Sam.
And what'll I write about?
Oh, about a half a column.
Fine, fine. If I were in the middle of the Sahara Desert dying of thirst, you'd bring me vinegar.
Want some more, Lou?
Yeah, they're great. Say, these are the kind of flapjacks Mom used to make.
It's Mom's recipes, if you didn't know it.
Anybody home?
In here. Mom and Pop, they said they'd be over this morning.
Hello.
Hello, Pop.
Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Ellie. Hello, Mom.
Hello, Louie. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Lou.
Hello, Mom. Sit down, Pop. Sit down, Pop, and have some breakfast.
Eating breakfast?
Yes, Lou's been raving about your flapjack recipe, Mom.
Now, don't let him eat too many, Ellie. He'll get fat.
What if I do? Then I can quit baseball.
What?
Louis, are you crazy?
I've always had a hankering to go in for engineering. You know that, Mom.
Engineering. The best ball player in the world wastes his time like that.
Well, Lou always told me that his Uncle Otto...
Uncle Otto, Schmotto. Digging ditches, that's all he ever did. The world's full of Ottos. But how many Lou Gehrigs are there?
Look at him, Mama, eating flapjacks on the most important day of his life.
Important?
Lou, don't tell me you have forgotten what day this is.
I don't know. Ellie?
Not your birthday, is it? I'm surprised at you, Ellie. Today's the day Lou Gehrig is playing his 2000th consecutive baseball game.
So what?
So what?
Look at him pretending he don't care. Come on, get a wiggle on you. The ballpark will be crowded and the fans will give you an automobile.
An automobile? Maybe they'll give him a yacht.
Sure, I'd better go, huh?
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. But I warn you, all you'll get is a horseshoe of roses.
Don't be a cynic, Ellie.
A horseshoe of roses with good luck Lou Gehrig on a ribbon.
They'll give him an automobile at least.
I say a yacht.
Sure, at least.
All right. But you'll come home with a horseshoe of roses.
Ellie, are you home?
Evening, Mr. Gehrig. Oh, what's that thing?
Well, this a horseshoe of roses. The fans gave it to me.
Well, what do you know? Set it down. Lovely, isn't it? Good luck, Lou Gehrig. No automobile, Mr. Gehrig? No yacht?
No, I was lucky to get away with my life. I struck out 3 times. The last time in the 9th with the bases full.
Oh, darling. Darling, I'd give you the Yankee Stadium.
Well, I wanted to knock a home run for you today, but maybe I tried too hard.
Good luck, Lou Gehrig. Good luck. If they only knew what I know. If they only realized what lies back of those 2,000 games you've played. Here, darling. Here's a rosebud for you from me. This is for the time you had 103 fever and played a doubleheader.
Well, this is one for you for having brown eyes.
And here's one for you when you played 12 innings in St. Louis with a broken toe.
And here's one for being the greatest fan a man ever had.
And here's for the time in Chicago you got beamed and went on playing.
Hey, take it easy. Cut it out. Hey, look out. You're tickling. No fair. Hey.
This is for not bringing home a yacht.
No, stop. Hey.
You want to wrestle, huh?
Hey, Ellie, wait.
What's the matter? Come on, now, don't pretend. I won fair and square.
Oh, wait a second.
Lou, what is it?
It's my shoulder.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know. It feels funny. I must have sprained it or something. It felt kind of stiff at the game, too. Maybe that's why I struck out.
Come on, darling. I'll get the liniment.
It was more than a sprain. Sprain will work out in a week or so. This thing went on. It wasn't only the shoulder either. Lou began to slow down. Couldn't seem to run out a sure hit. His fielding went haywire. He finished out the season, though, and he started with the team again the following year. But he was getting worse all the time. Then came the afternoon when he's to be taken out of the game.
Your attention, please. Gallagher now playing first base for New York, replacing Gehrig.
2,130 games. 14 years. Well, it's just routine, Lou. When a place like this, they give you x-rays, the cardiograph, the metabolism, the fluoroscope, the works. Then they're liable to tell you got dandruff. It's happened time and again. Why, had a friend of mine came here once.
Got any chewing gum, Sam?
Yeah, here. I had a talk with the doc the other day, Lou. He said he never ran up against a better physical specimen. Strong as an ox, he said you were. And I talked it over with the x-ray guy, too. Boy, what a send-off he gave you. Heart okay, lungs okay, everything okay. Lou, I'll bet you 10 to 1. Here's the doc. Hiya, Doc.
Well, how did I do, Doctor?
Mr. Gehrig, I'm afraid you'll have to give up baseball for a while.
Go ahead, Doc. I'm a man who likes to know his batting average.
I've only made a superficial examination of the tests. We'll need some new x-rays.
Give it to me straight. Am I through with baseball?
I'm afraid so.
Any worse than that?
You heard what the doc said, Lou. He's got to go over the tests again.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it 3 strikes, Doc?
You want it straight?
Sure I do. Straight.
It's 3 strikes.
I see. Doc, I've learned one thing. All the arguing in the world can't change the decision of the umpire. How much time have I got?
Well, pardon me. Yes? Oh, have Mrs. Gehrig come in, please.
Look, Doc, I don't want Mrs. Gehrig to know, ever.
I understand. But the newspapers?
Oh, Sam here can take care of that, can't you, Sam?
Well, sure I will. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll cook up something.
Hello.
Hi, Ellie. Well, darling, the verdict's in. I'm not such a bad ball player. I've really got something, haven't I, Doc?
What is it, Lou?
Well, I'd be cured of it by the time I learned how to pronounce it.
Can you pronounce it, Doctor?
Well, we really haven't concluded all our tests. Come along, Mr. Gehrig. They're waiting in the x-ray room.
Just one more for the record, huh? Sure. Right back, Ellie.
Sam, what did the doctor tell Lou?
Say, Ellie, you'll never get all the pictures they've taken of him into that scrapbook of yours. You'd think he was a glamour boy.
What did the doctor tell him, Sam?
Nothing at all. Some little thing with a long name, with some kind of itis. I don't know. He'll have to lay off for a while. So what? He'll be back next season, or the season after.
Tell me the truth, Sam.
I am telling the truth, Ellie, honest. I swear it. I swear on a stack of Bibles. You heard what the doctor said.
When is Lou going to die?
Ellie, who told you?
Nobody had to tell me. I could read it in your eyes, all of you. Oh, it's all right, Sam. He'll never find out that I know. Only he's so young yet. So strong. Oh, Sam.
That was a sad thing to watch. Lou and Ellie hiding from each other the thing they both knew. What everyone in America knew. But it was never mentioned. Even when it got so bad that Lou couldn't lift his arms to fix his tie, Ellie had to do it for him.
There you are. You look beautiful.
Thanks, Ellie. I never could tie a bow tie.
You know what? This Lou Gehrig Day affair. Personally, I think it's a come-on, a ballyhoo to get more money out of the Yankees next season.
That's it. Hey, we're going to knock 'em dead when we come back, huh? Do you think we can get 50,000 out of those tightwads?
Not a cent under 100,000. Why, it stands to reason, Lou. You'll be twice as good after you've had a rest. But, you know, we've never had a honeymoon. Why shouldn't we have one now?
Sure. Better late than never. Hey, what about Niagara Falls, huh?
Sure, and then we can go up to northern Canada and go fishing.
You know what I've been thinking? Maybe we could take a trip around the world.
Yes, all the things we've never had time for. We've all the time in the world now, haven't we?
Yeah, we have all the time in the world now. Oh, well, here, I've got something for you.
What?
Open it up and see. It's a bracelet. I had it made up from some of the hardware I've collected. Like it, Ellie?
Oh, Lou, I adore it. Darling, I remember when you got every one of these medals.
That's the one I get the most kick out of, the batting championship I won the year we were married. Here, Ellie. Are you crying?
I've got a right to cry a little. It's so beautiful.
Well, I wanted you to have it, Ellie, because you've given me so much. You've been so...
Darling, are you making love to me?
You bet I am.
Lou Gehrig Day, they called it. And 60,000 people jammed the Yankee Stadium to pay him tribute. On the way to the field, Ellie walked alongside of Lou. She had to stay close to him now, holding his arm, trying not to let him know that she was helping him to walk. And then a kid came up to Lou, a young fellow about 18.
Oh, Mr. Gehrig.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gehrig, don't you remember me? You knocked out 2 home runs for me one afternoon.
Oh, sure. I remember you. How are you, son?
Just great. I've been waiting here all afternoon because I had to tell you something. I just got in town today and I had to tell you. I did what you said. I tried hard and I made it. Look, I can walk.
Well, gee, that's great work, kid. That's wonderful. Hey, have you got a ticket for the game?
Yes, sir. You bet.
Well, so long.
So long, Mr. Gehrig.
60,000 people come there to show Lou Gehrig what they felt in their hearts. say farewell to the pride of the Yankees. Mayor LaGuardia was there. Babe Ruth. Postmaster General Jim Farley. There were speeches about Lou, and Ellie was listening away off there in the shadow of the players' entrance where she could cry without anyone seeing her. She was waiting there to take him home, sit with him, help him around that turn in the road that was coming so soon. Then Lou came up to the microphone. He was all choked up. And the crowd rose to its feet and they told him they loved him.
I've been walking on ball fields for 16 years, and I've never received anything but kindness and encouragement from you fans. I've had the great honor to have played with these great veteran ball players on my left, Murderers Row, our championship team of 1927. I've had the further honor of living with and playing with these men on my right, the Bronx Bombers, the Yankees of today. I have been given fame and undeserved praise by the boys up there behind the wire in the press box, my friends, the sports writers. I've worked under the two greatest managers of all time, Miller Huggins and Joe McCarthy. I have a mother and father who fought to give me help and a solid background in my youth. I have a wife, a companion for life, who has shown me more courage than I ever knew. People all say that I've had a bad break, but today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Those who sat up behind home plate and over back of first base and out on the bleachers won't forget the day Lou Gehrig said goodbye. And here in the Lux Radio Theater, we'll always remember the sincerity of Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan.
Thank you, C.B. Glad to be back here.
You know, it's a funny thing about Americans. You can take a boy and put him in a jungle on New Guinea or somewhere, and he'll still want to know how the ball game came out.
Yeah, and if the fellow's from Brooklyn and he's carrying a gun, you better tell him quick.
How are you and Mr. DeMille getting along with the story of Dr. Wassel, Gary?
Okay.
All right, I think everything must be going well, Edgar. They tell me Gary turned up at the Paramount Portrait Photographers the other day to have his picture taken. And there's probably not a man in the United States who hates to have his picture taken as much as Gary.
Well, it must have been pretty important.
Well, after the photographer was revived from the shock and discovered how important it was, he went to work, set up a lot of lights, found the right camera angle, and made a really artistic portrait.
What did you want it for, Gary?
Fishing license.
I guess you and C.B. must have a pretty exciting picture coming up.
Same old DeMille.
How's that?
Big bathtub scene.
Beautiful girl?
Yeah, no. Me.
Gary Cooper in a DeMille bathtub scene. Listen, there's just one thing I want to know. What kind of soap did you use?
Is there more than one kind?
That's all there is for me. I've used Lux Soap for years, and I think it's grand. Really helps to keep one's complexion just right.
Now, if you give credit to Lux, Virginia, there's no doubt about it.
Well, what are you figuring on for next week, C.B.?
A screenplay that's a hit all over the country right now, Gary. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, Heaven Can Wait. And our stars will be Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara. This is a delightfully original story of a man who all his life had a certain amount of trouble with women. Heaven Can Wait has drama and it has comedy. The kind you expect from an Ernst Lubitsch picture. And that means you will have good entertainment next Monday night.
I know your audience will like that, Mrs. Mill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. See you on the set, Sarah. Ladies and gentlemen, your peacetime community chest has become a war chest. And a nationwide appeal for the National War Fund of $125 million begins today. The money will be used for organizations like the USO, working with the armed forces, to help American boys who are prisoners of war, and to relieve suffering among people in the path of war, and to help the unfortunate in your own community. We hope every one of you will give generously and a little more to the National War Fund. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
If you haven't heard George Burns and Gracie Allen this year, you've been missing great entertainment and some of the season's biggest laughs. They're on the Columbia Network every Tuesday evening with a great cast, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. So hear George Burns and Gracie Allen tomorrow night at this same hour over your Columbia station. Gary Cooper is now appearing in the Paramount picture For Whom the Bell Tolls. Virginia Bruce is currently making the RKO picture International Zone. Edgar Buchanan is working in the 20th Century Fox production Buffalo Bill. Heard in tonight's play were Elsa Jansen as Mom, Griff Barnett as Pop, and Hugh Blease, Ken Christie, Robert Harris, Bobby Larson, Joe Pinario, Eugene Forsythe, Stanley Farrar, and Boyd Davis. Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Leo Cleary, and Charles Seal. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait.
Mothers, in spite of food shortages, get the vitamins and minerals your family needs. Get BIMS. BIMS give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. BIMS cost only a nickel a day in the family size at your druggist. Remember, it's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that BIMS feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly in The Prisoner of Shark Island.
Lux presents Hollywood. To the thousands of loyal listeners who wouldn't miss a Monday night with us and who loyally purchase Lux Toilet Soap, our sincere thanks. Your continued patronage helps us to bring you these weekly performances. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater welcomes to its audience here in Hollywood more than 40 of the country's leading radio editors. Our great cast this evening stars Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, Walter Connolly, John Carradine, and Ernest Whitman in The Prisoner of Shark Island. Our play is one of the most amazing chapters in American history, a story of the romance, the gripping drama, and the final pardon of a man condemned by fate to life imprisonment for a crime which authorities tell us he never committed. As special guest, you'll hear Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe, daughter of the man about whom this play was written. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, here's our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While tonight's play shares the scope, the drama, and the brilliant coloring of fiction, you will find it much more than just a thrilling tale. It's based on the life story, the suffering and ultimate triumph of a real man, an heroic physician, Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, the prisoner of Shark Island. Many years have passed since history wrote the story of our play, but the final chapter in the life of Dr. Mudd may be read to this day in the drowsing little community of Bryanstown, Maryland. There, in the venerable churchyard of St. Mary's Parish, is a simple marker on a simple grave, which reads, Sacred to the memory of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, died January 10th, 1883, aged 49 years. But the memory of Dr. Mudd is perpetuated beyond that humble marker. It lives on and will live on as long as men read history. Our radio adaptation of this amazing biography, screened by 20th Century Fox Studios, is heightened by the presence of one of the world's most popular actors in the title role, Gary Cooper, whose two current hits are The Adventures of Marco Polo and Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. Outstanding in tonight's cast are four other Hollywood notables. Fay Ray returns to us in the role of Peggy, and Walter Connolly plays the part of Colonel Dyer. John Carradine as Sergeant Rankin, and that splendid Negro actor, Ernest Whitman, as Buck, resume the same parts in which you saw them in the motion picture. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents The Prisoner of Shark Island, starring Gary Cooper. April 9th, 1865, the great armies of the North and South put aside their arms, and the war between the states was over. The nation, war-torn and weary, went suddenly mad with joy and relief. A few nights later, President Abraham Lincoln attended a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington. Quietly rocking in the flag-draped stage box, he seemed to be enjoying the play. A ripple of laughter comes from the audience, and then...
President Lincoln has been shot! Lincoln's dead! Lincoln's dead! Out the army! Hang the traitors for us! Find the
I can't make it, Harold. My leg, it's broken. The bone's ramming through the skin.
But we've got to get across the Potomac. We won't be safe until we're in Virginia.
I can't do it. I can't.
Wait a moment. There's a boy coming along the road. Boy. Boy, come here.
Yes, sir?
Do you know any doctor living around here?
Doctor? Oh, yes, I knows one. Dr. Mudd, Dr. Samuel Mudd. He lives just a little piece around the bend.
Oh.
Can I help you, boss?
No. Go on about your business.
Yes.
Get away.
Yes, sir.
We've got to get to that doctor. I'll help you, sir.
We'll make it. Somehow.
Sam, there's somebody at the door.
Oh, what's that?
The door.
Oh, I guess it's that stork looking for Aunt Rosabelle's cabin. I've been waiting up for him.
Well, if the stork doesn't know his way to Aunt Rosabelle's, after 12 visits, he never will learn. No, it's more likely that big lumbering husband of hers.
Buck's all right. He's the best worker I've got on this plantation. All right, I'm coming. Just a minute. Will you get my hat, Peggy?
You'd better take a coat, too. It's chilly.
Oh, are you Dr. Mudd?
Yes, I am.
This gentleman's... My friend's leg is broken. Can you do something for him?
Oh. Well, let's get him inside first. What happened?
His horse threw him.
Oh. Down on this chair. Easy. You can get my satchel in the hall. Peggy,
Yes, Sam?
get some hot water and towels, and you might bring some coffee, too.
Oh.
Wait a minute, friend. I'll get that boot off.
Oh.
I guess we'll have to cut it off. There we are. Too bad to have to split such a fine boot.
Hurry, please. I've got to be going.
Not on that leg. You've got a bad transverse fracture. If you're out in a week, you'll be lucky.
A week? Well, you're mad.
Just fix it, Doctor, the best you can.
Well, I haven't any regular splints here, but excuse me a minute. I think I can rake up a substitute.
Harold, quick. Give me that boot. And that knife on the table.
What are you going to do?
My name's on the inside. I've got to scrape it out. There. That'll do it.
This coffee's not very strong, but I hope it'll warm you up a little.
Oh, thank you.
I never thought that anybody but doctors had to be out at this hour of the night.
Is His mother's dying over in Virginia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lucky I didn't throw that cigar out yesterday. It'll make pretty fair temporary splints. Well, friend, I've got to set this leg. But I'm going to give you a stiff drink of brandy first. Peggy, will you bring the brandy in from the dining room?
Yes, Sam.
And you might as well take that boot out with you.
Wait.
It's no good now, friend.
No. No, it isn't. Will you hurry, please? I've got to go. I can't stay here all night.
Now, don't be impatient. I know you're in pain. Let's see that leg. Where were you? Were you coming down from Washington?
No, from Baltimore.
I'd certainly like to have been at the White House last Monday when old Abe asked the band to play Dixie. I guess old Abe's all right after all. Looks to me like he might be the only salvation we Southerners can look for. Him and God's mercy.
Here's the brandy, Sam.
Good. Drink it down, sir. It'll help you bear the pain.
Lean on me, sir. We'll make it all right.
This is downright foolish trying to travel on that leg. I could put you up in the spare room.
No, thanks. How much do I owe you?
Well, $2 will about cover it.
Here you are.
Wait a minute. Let me fix you up a little prescription for you. By the way, I don't think you told me your name.
The name doesn't matter.
But I think I ought to know.
I said the name doesn't matter.
Very well. Take this. It's a sedative to ease the pain. Now get it filled as soon as you can.
Thank you, Doctor. You've done me a great service, and I'm sorry if I seemed abrupt or rude.
That's all right.
And I appreciate how patient you've been, particularly at such an hour and under such conditions.
Things like that can't matter to a doctor. The door's got to be open all the time, day or night, to anyone in trouble, no matter who he is.
My hand, sir. And good night.
Queer sort of snake, wasn't he?
How much did he give you?
I didn't notice the bill. Let's see. Gosh, $50.
$50?
No name.
Oh.
$50 instead of $2. The whole affair's queer.
Oh, they've discovered their mistake. They've come back.
Master Sam.
Well, hello, Buck.
Master Sam, she's ready for you. Roosevelt sure ready for you now.
The stork arriving at last, huh? All right, Buck, let's go. Goodbye, Peggy.
Goodbye, darling.
It's going to be a lucky day after all.
Open up there.
Oh, Yankees again.
Sorry, sir, but is this Dr. Mudd's home?
Yes, it is.
Where's Dr. Mudd?
He's out on a case. Who wants to know?
Lieutenant Lovett, United States Army, and this is Sergeant Henderson, my aide.
I am Dr. Mudd's father-in-law, Colonel Jeremiah Milford Dyer, 4th Virginia Cavalry, Confederate States Army, sir.
Then maybe you can help us. We're looking for 2 men who passed through this part of Maryland last night. One of them was hurt, had a bad leg, broken, perhaps. Did you see or hear anything of them?
I've seen or heard of no such men.
Well, you were here last night.
I live here.
And nobody came or knocked?
I've told you, sir, nobody.
Well, with your kind permission, Colonel, I'll go inside with you and wait for Dr. Mudd's return. You stay out here on the porch, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Howdy, little Johnny Reb. What's your name?
Martha.
Martha what?
Martha Mudd. And this is my dolly, Samantha.
Howdy, Samantha. What's that thing your dolly's in?
That's my dolly's carriage.
Well. That's the first time I ever saw a boot used for a doll carriage.
It's a nice one, but it's broke.
Yeah? Say, where did you get this boot?
Out behind the house. Mommy threw it out this morning. She said I could have it.
She did, eh?
Mister, where are you going with my...
And if you insist on waiting, that's your business. But I...
Lieutenant.
What is it, Henderson?
Lieutenant, take a look at this boot. Funny, ain't it?
Where'd you find it?
Mudd's daughter was hauling a doll around in it.
Somebody's tried to scratch out the name inside of it.
Looks that way, sir. The kid said her mother thrown it out behind the house this morning.
Good work, Anderson. I think this is all we need.
Here's my son-in-law right now.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, nothing. Don't even speak to him. They come busting into a man's house, asking a lot of dead, bloom, fool questions.
Keep quiet, Grandpa.
Are you Dr. Mudd?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just one question. Did a man come here last night?
Why, yes.
Who was he?
I don't know. His leg was broken.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Sergeant Henderson, go and get Mrs. Mudd.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning of all this?
You can't even guess, I suppose.
I can't.
You'll be telling me next that you never saw this slit boot before.
Oh, that? Why, certainly.
Sam, what does this mean? What are these soldiers doing here?
That's just what I've been trying to find out. Would you be good enough to tell us, Lieutenant?
Certainly. I'm here on duty, and it isn't a pleasant duty. Dr. Mudd, you are under arrest for conspiracy in the assassination of President Lincoln. He was murdered in Ford's Theater last night by the man you aided to escape. That man was John Wilkes Booth.
The court is now in session.
Mr. President,
The Judge Advocate General.
the death of John Wilkes Booth, who was shot down while resisting arrest in Virginia, has left us 8 members of his criminal band. So, in the name of the government of the United States, the crime of assassination and conspiracy to assassinate Abraham Lincoln is charged against the following: David E. Harold, George A. Atzerodt, Lewis Payne, Michael O'Loughlin, Edward Spangler, Samuel Arnold, Mrs. Mary E. Surratt, and Dr. Samuel A. Mudd.
Dr. Mudd was a dyed-in-the-wool slaver.
Dr. Mudd served in the Confederate Army.
Dr. Mudd denied he'd ever seen Booth.
Dr. Mudd's name was on the prescription, I feel.
When I examined Dr. Mudd in prison, he confessed to me he'd set Booth's broken leg, and then aided him with directions how to reach the Potomac and Virginia.
The wife and child are outside, Dr. Mudd.
They're going to let me see them, General Ewing?
Yes. As your counsel, I was able to arrange it, but you'll only have a few moments.
Take me to them.
Down this corridor.
Sam. Oh, Sam, darling.
Daddy.
Peggy. Martha. Don't, darling. Please.
Daddy, are you all right?
Yes, honey. I'm all right.
Oh, Doctor, I'm going to wait outside. I'll call you when the time is up.
It's good to see you both. How are you, Peggy?
I'm all right. Dad is here in Washington with us.
And the plantation?
Oh, Buck and Rosabelle are looking after things. They've been so loyal, especially Buck. He'd do anything for you, Sam.
You can count on Buck. Have you heard anything of the trial?
Only what I've read in the papers. Sam, what are they going to do to you?
I don't know.
They can't find you guilty.
They found the others guilty.
But you only did what any doctor would have done. You didn't know who Booth was. You didn't even know that President Lincoln had been assassinated.
They don't know that, Peggy. They believe the evidence, and the evidence is against me. They can't help themselves any more than I can.
Something's got to be done.
It's just like a nightmare. You can't fight. You can't run. You can't do anything. And all the time it's coming toward you, closer and closer.
Daddy! We haven't given up yet. We're not through yet.
No, not yet. And I haven't said I'm guilty yet.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave now.
Be brave, Peggy. It's got to come out all right.
Are you coming with us, Daddy?
No, not now, honey, but it won't be long, and we'll all be back together again.
I pray for you every night.
Goodbye, Peggy.
Sam.
Witness is dismissed. Gentlemen, you have heard these witnesses. You have heard what they swore under solemn oath. The case against Dr. Mudd is ended.
The case is not ended.
I beg your pardon.
Prisoner will observe order.
Why? What more can you do to me? What threat have you got left? You believe these witnesses because they told the truth as they saw it. Well, I'm telling the truth, too. Believe the evidence against me if you must, but ask yourselves in your hearts, was I a physician in the plot because it was part of John Wilkes Booth's plan to break his leg and to need me? Does an assassin confide his plans in anyone? Gentlemen, in the sight of the holy God I worship, I am innocent.
You have heard the prisoner. The court will bring in its verdict. You have reached a verdict, gentlemen.
We have, Mr. Secretary.
What is your verdict?
Imprisonment on the Dry Tortugas for life.
We have just heard Act One of The Prisoner of Shark Island. In a moment, we will continue with Act Two of our play with Gary Cooper and an all-star cast. During this brief intermission, I want you to turn with me for a moment to something in a whimsical vein, to just a bit of springtime nonsense. I find that there is a fad here in Hollywood. Imagine it, grown-ups writing parodies on favorite Mother Goose rhymes. I thought it might be fun to round up a few of our own studio poets. So I'll introduce to you now a young lady from our script department. Step up to the microphone, please, Miss Bennett. Now, which one of the nursery rhymes have you parodied?
Mistress Mary, quite contrary.
All right, let's hear it.
Mistress Mary, quite contrary. What makes your skin so sweet? I use Lux Soap for beauty bath. I'm dainty from head to feet.
Thank you, Miss Bennett. That was very nice. Now for our Mother Goose of the reception department. What's your name, and what will your deathless words be about?
Well, my name is Helen Crow. My verse is about Bo Peep.
All right, give it to the world.
Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep and dreamed of a bad complexion. But when the day dawned, she sat up and yawned. Lux Toilet Soap is my protection.
Now, our next poet is a charming young lady who plays bit parts. Here she is, Miss Ransom.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I've got to tell you something. You're going to think I came here under false pretenses. I haven't got a poem.
You mean you came unprepared? You haven't got a poem?
Yes, I'm afraid that's it. But I have got a riddle.
A riddle? A riddle? Well, let's have it.
The riddle is, what is it that's just like a poem, only there are no words to it?
What is it that's just like a poem, but there are no words to it? I guess you'll have to tell us.
Well, the answer is when it's a captivating, devastating, enchanting Lux Toilet Soap complexion.
By Jove, you're right. A lovely complexion is like a poem. And with Lux Toilet Soap, it's easy to guard that complexion of yours. Truly, a beautiful skin does make men think of fresh spring blossoms. Lux Toilet Soap is the care 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use to guard their priceless complexions. Use it before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed at night. Let Lux Toilet Soap's active lather guard your complexion. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly continue in The Prisoner of Shark Island with John Carradine and Ernest Whitman. Dr. Mudd was sentenced to imprisonment for life on the Dry Tortugas. At Garden Key in the Gulf of Mexico, a federal prison ship has just discharged its motley cargo. In the white heat of the noonday sun, they march over the bridge and into the receiving yard of the prison. Corporal O'Toole, in charge of the detail, brings them to a halt and reports to Sergeant Rankin.
200 from Washington Prison, Sergeant. Hardens, too.
Got the commitment papers?
Yes, sir.
Let's have them. They all checked in?
Yes, sir.
Samuel A. Mudd.
Step forward, Mudd.
Are you Samuel Mudd?
Yes.
Dr. Samuel A. Mudd. Dr. Mudd, I've been waiting for you. So all they gave you was life, huh? Or maybe this will make it a little harder.
So they couldn't hang you, eh? Well, by Judas, you're going to wish they had before I'm through with you. Get up. Get up! Take a good look at him, the rest of you filthy hounds. Take a good look at one of the men who killed Abe Lincoln, the greatest man who ever lived. Look at him. Watch him get what's coming to him. That's all for you right now, Mud. Get back into line. Now, you rats, before we go any further here, I want you to listen to me. Because I know exactly what every mother's son of you is thinking. You're figuring on whether you're going to be able to break out of here. Well, we got a little way here of putting thoughts like that out of your head. Follow me. Well, whenever you scum get to figuring on breaking out of here, I just want you to give a little thought to this moat you're looking at. You all see it? Speak up. Speak up! You can see it all right, can't you, Dr. Mudd?
Yes.
All right. It runs all the way around the island. It's 75 feet wide and 35 feet deep. You know what we keep in it? We keep pets in it. Nice little pets. O'Toole, throw a hunk of meat in the water.
Yes, sir.
Now watch. Close. See those black fins? Know what they are? Sharks. You don't see the meat anymore, do you? Well, that gives you a little idea of what would happen to any of you if you tried to swim that moat. How do you like that, Dr. Mudd? Soldier?
Yes, sir.
Take Dr. Mudd over to the Sawbones for a physical examination. We'll check him in first because Dr. Mudd is going to be our favorite here.
Yes, sir. This way. All right. That's all, Mudd. Put your shirt back on.
Thank you. Dr. McIntyre, I'm also a physician.
I know you are.
I simply thought that, as another physician, you would understand the evidence against me. The obligations of a doctor to give aid to anyone in pain and need, whoever he might be.
Mr. Mudd, if you assumed you might find sympathy here, get rid of the idea. The profession you have dishonored is ashamed of you, ashamed of your membership in it. As a doctor, I may inform you that I despise you even more than the rest of the world.
It would be of no use for me to swear to you, on the honor of the profession we both love and respect, that I had no part whatsoever in the death of Mr. Lincoln.
It would be of no use whatever.
I see. Very well, Doctor.
Master Sam.
Who's that?
It's me, Master Sam. It's Buck.
Buck? What are you doing here?
I was soldiering down here, Master Sam.
When did you get here?
I've been here a month waiting for you, sir. They say they need big, husky colored boys for soldiers, and they took me right off.
But why? Why did you do it?
Miss Mudd, she said, get down on that island, Buck. Get down there and look after Master Sam. So here I is, sir.
Buck, my wife, Martha, how are they?
Oh, they's all right, Master Sam. Roosevelt and the Colonel are taking care of them.
God bless you, Buck. You've given me the first gleam of hope I've had since this nightmare started.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Buck, what's up? Does Mrs. Mudd think she can get me out of here?
I don't know, Master Sam. Miss Mudd and the Colonel are fixing to do something. They wanted me down here. They're going to write to me when they're ready, and I'll give you the letter. It's all in Washington now. There goes Taps, Master Sam. And I gotta go. But don't you worry. Me and the good Lord and Miss Mudd and the Colonel going to get you out of here, sure.
Who is it?
It's me, Peggy.
Oh, Father.
I finally persuaded General Ewing to pay our Washington home a little visit.
How do you do, General?
My pleasure, madam.
General Ewing, this is Judge Maben of the District Superior Court.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Judge Maben.
The judge is a Yankee, but honorable.
Thank you, Colonel.
The judge is going to get Sam out of jail, General.
Just a moment, Colonel. You're taking too much for granted.
You have some kind of a plan, Judge Maben?
Well, the plan is Mrs. Mudd's. No judge would dare devise anything so extreme.
General, I explained to Judge Maben what happened to the writ of habeas corpus you obtained for Sam.
Well, of course, you understand Dr. Mudd is in a military prison. The writ was useless.
But if a writ were served on him in, say, Key West, a civil municipality, it would be honored, wouldn't it?
Of course, but Dr. Mudd is not in Key West.
No, I know he isn't yet. But suppose, just suppose, that we could get him there.
Great Scott, Mrs. Mudd, you surely wouldn't dare
I'd
to
dare
do so.
anything for my husband. And it's not only freedom I want for him. It's exoneration, too. He's innocent. And they've got to say so to the entire world.
Just a moment, Mrs. Mudd. General Ewing, all I have to say is this. If Dr. Mudd should be able to deliver himself to the civil authorities in Key West, I could have a writ of habeas corpus there to be served on him. Under its protection, he could then be brought back here.
Yes.
I would reopen the case and, with certain new evidence, prove his innocence beyond a doubt. But as to how Dr. Mudd is going to be able to get to Key West, I'd rather not hear. Now I must bid you all good day. Good luck, Mrs. Mudd. And I won't be the only Yankee praying with you.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, we'll sell everything, pawn everything, mortgage everything. We'll get enough money.
Mrs. Mudd.
You understand what this means to me, don't you, General Ewing? It's all that's left of our lives. Sam's and Martha's and mine.
General, you can leave the escape entirely to me. Within 24 hours, I'll have 5,000 of my old brigade under my command. We'll seize a war vessel or two, blow the whole prison to dust again, and deliver Sam to Key West with a guard of honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mudd, but if you're set on such a foolhardy plan, I must withdraw from the case.
But we've got to do it. He's got to be free, to be tried again. It's the only way, don't you see?
Yes, but I'm sorry, but I cannot sanction such a plan. I can only believe that you're not serious, that you're simply overwrought.
Egad, sir.
Never mind, Dad.
Mrs. Mudd, if you'll take my advice, you'll abandon this mad scheme. Goodbye to you both.
Dad, what do you think?
Egad, sugar, we'll show 'em. I'm sick and tired of this fiddling around. I'm a man of action, Egad. We'll get Sam out of that prison, and we'll raise enough money to do it. This sword here on the wall. Stonewall Jackson gave me this blade. Pure Toledo. This will be the starter to raise money to hire a ship. And if I don't get $150 for it, I'll have the pleasure of splitting the heart of the swine who dares to offer me less.
Master Sam.
Yes, Buck.
I got a letter for you and a piece of soap with a key to your cell in it.
Give me the letter. Quick.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Can you see enough to read it?
Yes, Buck. It's from my wife.
Yes, sir. I thought it was.
Listen. We are now in Key West, and everything is ready, if you can only get there. The boat we have hired will be anchored off the island. You will know it by its black sails and 2 riding lights at night.
Master Sam, I see that boat today. She got black sails and she's anchored about half a mile out.
Are you sure, Buck?
Yes, sir.
All right, Buck. I'm ready to go.
Tonight?
Tonight.
But how about the moat?
I'll have to try the bridge.
Well, there's got a guard on it, Master Sam.
Yes.
If I could go with you...
Yes.
I can arrange to be the guard that's on the bridge.
That's it, Buck. You arrange to be on the bridge and we'll go together. Now, listen carefully. I'll be out of
O'Toole. Corporal O'Toole.
Who is it?
Sergeant Rankin, get up.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong, Sergeant?
Do you know what post that boy Buck is on?
Yes, sir, the bridge. He swapped it with another fellow.
I thought so. I saw him around Mud's cell early in the evening. Take a detail out and relieve him, then place him under arrest and bring him here.
What's up?
Our star boarder's out of his cell.
Mud?
Yes. Post extra guards at the bridge. Notify all sentries. We'll see if we can't give this Judas what the court-martial should have given him. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Buck. Halt!
It's Dr. Mudd, Buck.
Halt down there. Halt, or I'll shoot. Halt!
You get him, sentry?
No, there he is on that ledge on the wall, just above the moat.
Hurry, Judas! He must have over the moat. Find the bridge, man! Find him!
There he is, down in the water.
What's the matter with you fools? Can't you hit him?
He's swimming underwater.
Keep shooting just the same. He'll never make it. If we don't get him, the sharks will.
What sharks?
Why, what sharks do you think, Dr. McIntyre?
That barrage of bullets on the water, you're lucky if you've got a shark left in 100 yards of that stuff.
Huh? Stop firing! Stop! You scum and let him escape.
There's the sharks. They're coming back.
Don't fire, I tell you. Just leave him to the fish. They'll get him.
I don't see him.
Look, out yonder. There he is.
Where?
He's outside the moat, swimming out to sea.
Why, Judas, you must have gotten through the drain pipe from the seawall.
There's a schooner out there with 2 riding lights putting in toward him. They're going to pick him up.
I'll fix that. Oh, 2.
Yes, Sergeant.
Detail men for 3 8-odd cutters and get them launched on the double.
Yes, sir.
I want that man back. And I want him back alive, understand? Alive.
Man, 2 points off the starboard bow.
It's Sam. Steady. Steady now. Grab him. Easy. There we are.
Colonel. Dad.
It's all right, son. You're safe now, Egad. Just put your arm over my shoulder and we'll go down into the cabin. Captain.
Aye, sir.
Head her back to Key West. Here he is, Peggy.
Sam. Oh, Sam, my darling.
Peggy.
Oh,
I was afraid I couldn't make it.
oh, Sam, you're wounded.
Lie down here on this bunk, son.
It's nothing. A bullet nicked my arm.
It's all arranged, darling. Everything. You're going to have a new trial. You'll be freed. And you're going to see Martha.
Where is she?
In Key West. She's waiting for you, darling.
She hasn't forgotten me.
Oh, no. Not for 1 minute. What is that?
It couldn't be from the fort.
Egad, if it's the dead blamed Yankees, I'll show 'em a thing or two. I'm going on deck. You stay here with Sam, Peggy.
Yes.
Stand by to report orders.
They can't take you back. They can't.
They must have sent boats out after me.
But how could a boat catch this schooner? We have sails.
The fort has cutters. They can travel.
Oh, but we've got to get away. We've got to. Safety and freedom are so near.
You can't.
They'll never take me back to that hellhole alive.
Oh, Sam.
The firing stopped. What's happened out there?
Oh, dear God, help us. Help us.
Well, now, ain't that a touching little scene? Hiya, Judas.
Rankin.
Very flattering, Dr. Mudd. I didn't think you'd remember me being away so long. Who's that old man out there on deck?
He's my father. You can't do anything to him.
Not anymore, ma'am. He's dead.
No. No!
Yeah, and where Dr. Mudd's going now, he'll wish he was dead, too.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We've completed the second act of The Prisoner of Shark Island. In this intermission, before Gary Cooper and our all-star cast return in Act 3, a remarkable privilege is ours. The tragic circumstances which gave us the story of tonight's play seem to belong to a dim and distant past. This is a new world, and for our reflections on the 1860s, we're accustomed to rely upon ancient records and books of history. Yet tonight, a human link binds us to the time and to the hero of our play. For with us in the Lux Radio Theater is the daughter of the prisoner of Shark Island. She is Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe of Baltimore, Maryland. Better than any other person, she can tell us of that noble American who was her father. I'm honored to introduce the daughter of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, who speaks to us from New York City, Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I wish to extend to the Lux Radio Theater both my gratitude and congratulations for devoting this splendid hour to my father's memory. I am amazed by your play, for with most exceptions, The Prisoner of Shark Island is proving to be a most accurate portrayal. In my possession are many letters which my father wrote to my mother from Fort Jefferson. They tell of how, upon his arrival there in 1865, he served for a time on the wharf carrying bricks. There is one letter I want to read to you that tells better than all others what my father was like. He says, I endure the severest privations, for the most part patiently, and can stand anything, my dear wife, but the thought of your dependent position, your ills and privations. This thought undoubtedly drove him to attempt his escape. He hoped to reach some spot where he could surrender and get a civil trial. He was certain that a civil court would prove his innocence. But, as the play points out, he was caught, chained hand and put in a dungeon. My father had magnificent courage. He survived not only the ordeal of imprisonment, but the ordeal of being freed. As far as I know, my father never referred to his 4 years on the dry Tortugas, and my mother, too, was always silent on this subject. The world will never know what she felt. All of these details, I suppose, are best forgotten. For after all, justice did triumph. Furthermore, my father felt no malice. For if he had, the events that you will hear in the next act of your play could never have come to pass. Father's unfortunate life, strangely enough, taught me a very beautiful lesson. It made me realize that out of great suffering can come something glorious. Through injustice, the world becomes more just. Through cruelty, the world gains kindness. Through inhumanity, we find mercy. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for asking me to be a guest tonight in your Lux Radio Theater.
We're back now in Hollywood and send to you, Mrs. Monroe, our sincere gratitude. In a moment, Mr. DeMille raises the curtain on the third act of our play. But first, I would like to remind you that Lux Toilet Soap not only safeguards the complexions of the lovely screen stars and guards against unattractive skin, but that it makes a grand beauty bath as well. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather frees the pores of perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. It's a grand way to protect daintiness. Now, our producer.
We continue with The Prisoner of Shark Island, starring Gary Cooper with Fay Ray, Walter Connolly, John Carradine, and Ernest Whitman. "4 days have passed since Dr. Mudd was captured, taken from the ship and thrown into a dank and dreadful hole far below sea level. Buck has been imprisoned with him. On the floor of their cell, they lie exhausted.
Master Sam. Yes. How long's it been, Master Sam?
3 days, I think. Maybe 4, 5.
Master Sam, can you give me a little more of that water, sir?
Makes you feel better, doesn't it?
It cools me off, son. I sure can use some cooler, Master Sam. I was biting up. Ain't even heard no bugles. Ain't seen nobody, no food, no nothing. Seems like everybody just gone off and left us. Reckon it'd do any good to holler again?
I'll holler till I'm hoarse.
What you suppose happened?
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe they've gone and left us to die. It doesn't matter, does it?
No, sir. I reckon not. Feel to me like I'm going to die anyhow.
Listen. There's somebody coming.
Hello?
Coming this way. Yeah, we is, yeah.
Mudd. Dr. Mudd. It's Major Stone.
Major Stone, the commandant.
What he want here?
Are you all right, Mudd?
Well, we're alive. My colored boy here is pretty sick. Why didn't you send someone?
Doctor, I'm here on a curious mission. I want your help.
My help?
Yes, I need it desperately. Doctor, this island is a pest hole. It's steaming with yellow fever.
Yellow fever?
The worst epidemic we've ever had. I've got 3,000 men here, soldiers and prisoners. And those that aren't dead or dying are crazy with terror. There's a supply boat lying off the island, but they're afraid to put in. Afraid of the fever.
And what's this to do with me?
That's what you must decide for yourself. All that I can do is to tell you that I'm helpless. There's 1,000 yellowjack cases jammed in that cheese box of a hospital, and as good as dead already if I can't get a man to do something for them.
And what about the good Dr. McIntyre?
The good Dr. McIntyre is dead.
That's unfortunate. Even the just die.
I know what you're thinking, Mudd. And you're quite right. Everything you are thinking is true. And still, in spite of that, in spite of the fact that I can't even promise you a reward, that I can offer you nothing but exposure to death and possibly a better cell if you live, in spite of it all, I ask you, will you help me?
One night, a long time ago, Major, I was a doctor. And I'm still a doctor.
Come in.
Dr. Mudd, sir.
Come in, Doctor. How's it going?
Badly, sir. When the soldiers heard about Dr. McIntyre dying, they all quit.
Well, where are they now?
They're in the mess hall, barricaded. Guards and all.
But we've got to get somebody to help. The patients are all alone, deserted.
Have I any authority?
You give the orders, and I'll take the responsibility.
Then you wait here.
Where are you going?
To the mess hall. You come with me, orderly. You aren't afraid, orderly?
Doctor, I'm scared out of my pants.
That's all right. So am I.
Look, Doctor, they've got a guard posted in the window there with a rifle.
Don't you come no closer, white man.
Keep going, orderly. Don't stop. Steady.
Stay where you is, or I'll shoot again.
Put that gun down. Put it down, I said.
Better put it down, Zach. That ain't no Yankee talking. Us ain't gonna come out from nobody.
I'm not going to ask you to come out, but you're going to listen to me. I'm just going to tell you what you're going to get if you don't come out. You're going to get hanged, all of you. You're soldiers, and you've deserted your posts, you've shot at your officers, and you can't get away.
Us don't want to get away. Well, stay right here.
You bet you are. And here's what they're going to do to you. They're going to take you before the judge, the white judge. They're going to try you, and they're going to find you guilty. Then they're going to take you out in the courtyard and build a scaffold. And you're going to have to build it yourselves, your own scaffold. And when you've got that done, you're going to do some digging. You're going to dig your own grave.
He oughtn't talk like that. That ain't no Yankee just talking to hear himself talk. That's a Southern man. He means it.
Then the law's going to hang you. They're going to put ropes around your necks and choke you until you're dead. Dead! But for those who want to live, that want to be saved, I've got a proposition. I need help outside. Water boys, workers, boys who will do what I say. Any of you boys who are willing to do that, I promise to save from hanging. Well, what do you say?
I don't know what the rest of them say, White Boss, but here I is.
Good. I'll give the rest of you 1 minute to make up your minds. Are any more of you coming out?
Yes, sir. I don't want to dig no grave.
All right.
Here we is.
Now, part of you men begin tearing out the windows of the hospital building, sash and all. I'm going to get fresh air and sunlight in there. You others get to soak the blankets piled over there. I'm going to wrap the sick men up and keep them wet until I wash out some of this fever. Now, go on. Everybody, get to work.
Well, how do things look, Doctor?
All right, I guess. No new cases today. Temperatures are down.
No deaths?
No. But wait till tomorrow. And the next day. And the next.
What do you mean?
How long do you think these supplies are going to last? Where's the medicine coming from? 2 days from now. Out of the air?
Steady, Mud.
And how long do you think I'm going to last? I'm human, too.
You've got to get some sleep, Doctor. You've had 5 days of this, and you're exhausted.
And right out yonder, not a quarter of a mile away, there's a ship full of supplies and a half a dozen doctors. And the whole United States government can't make that boat come in and help us.
Mud, will you let me put you to bed?
No. I'll go myself. I'm tired.
You've got to take care of yourself. We need you.
All right. I'm sorry.
Get a good rest, and I'll look in on you in the morning.
Orderly. Get up. Orderly.
What is it, sir?
Get up and come with me.
But sir,
Do what I say and don't make any noise.
Doctor, you're sick.
Yes, I'm sick. Yellow Jack. I'm the doctor, but I've got the fever. You didn't know doctors could get yellow fever, did you? Come on. Only doctor in the world got 1,000 cases. Only doctor in the world got to look after 1,000 cases without medicine.
Doctor, would you tell me where we're going?
Here's where we're going first. There's a signalman still on duty, isn't there?
Yes, sir. He's over there by the gun emplacement.
That's just fine. Gonna need his signal lights. And maybe the cannon.
What are you going to do, sir?
You don't need to worry about that. Signalman.
Yes, sir.
You in communication with that supply ship out there?
Yes, sir.
Is it coming in?
No, sir. The captain says it's impossible. Too dangerous in this storm.
All right. Signal him to come in. Tell him if he doesn't, I'm going to fire on him.
Excuse me, sir, but that's a government ship. I can't signal such a message.
You see this gun I got in my hand?
Well, yes, sir.
You signal that ship what I told you, you'll never signal again. Tell the captain I say come in.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
You boys over there, load that cannon.
Yes, sir. Load it up, boys.
You a good marksman?
Yes, sir.
You'd better be. I want the first ball dropped just close. Let's see how close you can come without hitting the ship.
Oh, he'll be close, sir.
What does the captain of the ship say, signalman?
He says he won't come in, sir.
Give him one. Close. Fire!
They're putting out to sea, sir.
They are, huh? Hit him this time.
You can't do that, Doctor.
You fool. I've got to get that medicine. I've got to get those doctors. I've got the yellow jack, too, like everybody else. I'm sick. Someone's got to look out for things. We need help. Give it to him. I tell you, fire!
That one hit the mast. He's turning. He's coming into the wharf.
But, Doctor, what are you doing?
Compliments. Major, I've just got somebody to take over my job.
Catch him. Well, how's our patient this morning, Mud? Still all right?
Looks like I'm going to live.
That other doctor said Master Sam will be up and around in 3 days, Major.
3 days? Well, that'll give you time enough to get a cell ready for me, Rankin.
Dr. Mudd.
Wait, Rankin. Dr. Mudd, I have a paper here I'm preparing to send to Washington by special messenger today. I'm in no position, of course, to speak for our government, yours and mine. But because I love the flag I serve, and because I'm jealous of its honor, I'd like to read this letter to you.
Please, sir.
This is to the President of the United States. As Commandant of the military prison at Fort Jefferson, Florida, I can testify that the final checking of the recent yellow fever epidemic was the direct result of extraordinary and unselfish courage bravery, and skill on the part of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd. On behalf of the personnel of the post, including officers, enlisted men, civilians, and prisoners, I take this means of urging executive clemency for Dr. Mudd as a reward for heroism far above and beyond the demands of duty. I wrote that this morning, and every man on this island will be glad to sign it. I promise you.
Major Stone.
Yes, Rankin?
If it's all right with Dr. Mudd here, I'd like to be the first to sign it.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. Freedom. A chance to prove my innocence. And I will prove it.
Mama, is he coming home today, Mama? Is Daddy coming home?
Yes, dear.
He sure is, honey. And the President of the whole United States is sending him home just special for you.
But where is he, Mama? Why doesn't he come?
Oh, he'll be here, darling, very soon. And when he comes, he may not look like he did when you saw him last. But don't say so, dear. Just kiss him. Kiss his cheeks and his eyes and his hand and...
Listen, there he is. He coming now, Miss Moore. He coming right now. Welcome home, Martha.
Daddy!
My baby. Peggy.
Oh, Sam. Sam, darling.
Dear God, I'm home.
So ends The Prisoner of Shark Island. And now our stars return for a brief chat with us. Some years ago, in casting the male lead for the winning of Barbara Worth, Samuel Goldwyn gambled on an ex-cowboy, Gary Cooper, to whom he paid $50 a week. Today, the ex-cowboy is Mr. Goldwyn's biggest star, and he's back at our microphone now with Fay Ray and Walter Connolly. And incidentally, Gary, let me register my congratulations a few days early and wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, C.B. It's just about 2 years, isn't it, since you and I began work on The Plainsman. How's your new picture coming along, Union Pacific?
We're still in the writing stages, Gary. In Union Pacific, we're telling the story of the first transcontinental railroad and the town called Hell on Wheels, which followed its progress. As the railroad moved on, the town moved with it. The houses, bars, and even the storefronts were collapsible so that they could be folded up and transported from one stopping place to the next.
Yes. I know it had no laws and no government because it never stayed long enough in one place to be anything more than a roaring, lawless community.
Yeah, but on each spot on the prairie where it sank its teeth for a time, a great American city stands today. And it's a coincidence, Gary, that Union Pacific also has a birthday in a few days. The Iron Horse found the end of the trail on May 10th, 1869.
That was just a few weeks after Dr. Mudd was released from Fort Jefferson.
Well, not to change the subject, but it just dawned on me that Hollywood is indebted to the mosquito for 3 great stories. Without the mosquito, there would not have been yellow fever. And without yellow fever, the probabilities are that neither The Prisoner of Shark Island or Jezebel or MGM's new one, Yellow Jack, would ever have been made.
But they didn't know until 1900 that yellow fever was caused by a mosquito.
Yes, for one thing, they thought it was a malarial poisoning caused from the water standing in the moat surrounding the prison.
You know, they also had a dread of wet woolen clothing, believing that it, too, brought on the fever. I understand that Dr. Mudd saved several patients when he ordered a wall broken down to increase ventilation. He thought that the wind drove the fever away. What really happened was that the wind drove the mosquitoes away. And, may I say something else, Mr. DeMille?
Certainly, Fay.
Well, I'd like to send my thanks through you to the people in back of this program. Not only for the grand entertainment it affords, but for Lux Toilet Soap itself. In my opinion, any girl who uses Lux Soap is showing good common sense. That is, if she values a lovely, smooth complexion. I'm happy to tell you I've used it for a long time, and I intend to go on using it.
Consider your thanks delivered, Fay. And it's good to hear you say that.
You can put my P.S. on that, C.B. Thank them, too, for giving Miss Ray, Mr. Connolly, and our fine supporting cast and me
the opportunity of telling the story of this courageous American to the Lux Radio Theater's vast audience. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Gary.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Faye. Good night, Walter.
Great news of next week's program comes in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting our stars tonight were Joan Carroll as Martha Mudd, Francis MacDonald as John Wilkes Booth, Ted Osborne as David E. Herold, Albert Van Decker as Sergeant Henderson, John Deering as Lieutenant Lovett, Victor Rodman as General Ewing, Lee Millar as Dr. McIntyre, Frank Shannon as Judge Advocate General Holt, Lou Merrill as Judge Mabin, Earl Gunn as Major Stone, Warren McCullum as Orderly, Frank Nelson as Prosecutor Hunter, Cracker Henderson as Druggist, Libby Taylor as Rosabelle, Jester Hairston as Corporal, Clarence Hargrave as Field Boy, and Jack Carr as Sentry. Walter Connolly appeared through courtesy of Columbia Studios. His new film is Penitentiary. Appearing through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios were John Carradine, Joan Carroll, and Louis Silvers, who directed music for their new picture, Kentucky Moonshine. Now, our producer.
Hollywood has produced any number of comedy romances, but few have been applauded the world over with such laughter and enthusiasm as the play we bring you next Monday night, the celebrated hit, My Man Godfrey. And we bring you not only the play, ladies and gentlemen, but the same 4 stars whom you saw in the picture. Making her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Carol Lombard. Co-starred with Miss Lombard, Mr. William Powell. And in addition, Gail Patrick and Misha Auer. Here's an array of talent and a comedy which together promise a great event in radio entertainment. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Carol Lombard in My Man Godfrey with Gail Patrick and Misha Auer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents God in a Red Scooter, starring Jane Wyman and James Craig, and the music of Meredith Wilson. Gary Cooper is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Good evening. This is Gary Cooper. We've got a swell story for you tonight, but you know something? I think the best story is the one about the reason for this program being on the air right now. You know why it is on the air? Because a lot of people like you and, well, like me, we figure that the greatest thing in our country today is our families. So we put this program on the air and called it Family Theater. And we wanted to remind everybody just how important our families are, and just how important it is that our families be kept together. And more than that, so many of you have wanted radio to express a conviction for you, a conviction that prayer, simple family prayer, can keep our families together and happy. Well, that's the story behind Family Theater briefly. To tell the entire story would take a long time, but maybe if enough of you were interested, we'd take that time. Let us know. Meanwhile, let's listen to our story.
Sleep is beautiful. Sleep is a soft hand, smoothing the frowns and frets on the tired faces of men. Sleep is a mother hand, rocking the cradle of the world, rocking it softly, rocking men and women and all the little children to sweet silence and peace. That's what sleep is. And do you want to know something? I pity the man who does not know how to sleep. Consider little Eddie, 5 years old. I love little children like Eddie. Eddie knows how to sleep. Before he went to bed tonight, he was having a talk all by himself down there in the garden. This is the way he spoke this afternoon as he sat dropping petals into a milk bottle.
And you know what I said, God? You know what I said to Daddy? I said God did hear me. That's what I said. And God, remember when I said, please give me a red scooter like Stevie and Tony's got? Remember when I said that about the scooter? Didn't you hear me, God? Huh, didn't you? Look, God, I got lots of pebbles. A whole million.
See what I mean? See why I love little children like Eddie? He wanted a red scooter. He went to sleep dreaming of a red scooter. And did he get the scooter? Well, I shall tell the whole story. In a manner of speaking, the story begins with grapes.
Oh, Jeannie, come here. From this hill, you get a pretty good idea of how it looks.
Oh, the vines are beautiful, Ed. Nice dark green.
Oh, here, let me hold little Eddie for you.
Well, now be careful of his back, Ed. He's asleep.
I got him.
Is that our land all the way to the road?
Straight clean to Route 99. That's 26 acres of good grapewood, Jeannie. Don't it make you feel kind of glad just to look at it?
Oh, yes. It almost makes you want to laugh and cry in the same breath. Standing here like this and looking down on our own land. Our very own vineyard. It's nice to own something, Ed.
Yeah. Cost me plenty of jack, too. But it's worth it.
When will the grapes be growing, Ed?
Oh, 3 years. It takes at least 3 years.
Seems so long to wait. I mean, you'd think they'd just pop out.
Oh, not grapes, Jeannie. You got to build them up. You got to work a vineyard. Then after 3 years, you know what it's going to be like down there?
What?
They're going to be out there on the wire trellises. They're going to be hanging thick and heavy near the redwood stakes. And when the harvest comes, we're going to pack them in. Over 200 ton of the best red emperor grapes in California.
Gosh, 200 tons for only 26 acres.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost like a miracle, Ed. And just think, Eddie will be 3 years old when we start picking our grapes.
Yeah?
He'll be walking.
Yep. It takes time for kids and grapes to grow.
These plans, these husband and wife plans spoken in sunny places are delightful, invariably delightful. But I must repeat, I pity the man who does not sleep. Just listen to him.
Oh, maybe I made a mistake. Oh, it's risky business. It's a gamble putting all your money into grapes.
The man is worrying, mind you, at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Could be a shrinkage. Could be a bad market, and then... Well, I just can't afford to bump into a tough market.
Look at him, fidgeting with pencils and papers and doubts.
Emperors should sell. Munson said emperors were good grapes. But I don't know. Maybe I should have stacked up with Muscats or Rabiers. Norton did all right with Rabiers last year.
All this at 1 o'clock in the morning, when he should be asleep with his wife and babies. You'd think the gentleman might allow himself the gentle privilege of getting tired. At least by 1 o'clock in the morning, you'd think he might yawn and go to bed. Why doesn't he stop fretting? Why doesn't he relax? Poor fellow. I pity the man who does not know how to sleep.
You're not getting enough rest, Ed.
Now, don't start fussing again, Jean.
But you know what the doctor said. All this worrying will only make...
Worry happens to be part of the great deal. Besides, a fellow's got a right to get excited over his first harvest. We're picking in 3 weeks.
But you're losing weight. You're not sleeping.
What's eating you anyway, Jeannie?
Oh, Eddie, we do have so much. A house and babies.
Go ahead. What are you trying to say?
Well, if anything ever happened to you... I mean, grapes aren't everything, Eddie. Not if you're going to keep losing your health and everything.
Is that what's worrying you?
Yes.
Look, Jeannie. I'm trying to figure this out. Maybe 15, 20 years from now, we'll want to take it easy. We'll want a better house than this. And the kids, well, They've got to get an education. College. Every kid we have goes to college. And then maybe someday you and me, we'll take a trip, Jeannie. All the way to Holland, maybe. You always said you'd like to see the kids in wooden shoes.
It's nice to hear you talk like that, Ed.
All right. That's the picture. Now, do you know what's painting that picture?
What?
Grapes. Those grapes out there tonight. I put 4 years into them. Every cent we have is in those grapes right now. I figure we've got over 230 tons on those vines. They'll be ready for the lug boxes in 3 weeks. Now, if anything goes wrong with them, well, Jeannie, it's going to put an awful big dent in things.
Well, nothing's going wrong with the grapes, Ed.
A lot of things can go wrong with them.
The trouble with you, Ed, if you haven't got enough faith in God.
Now, don't start that again.
Well, maybe if you got down on your knees once in a while instead of...
Listen, Jeannie, you do the praying and let me take care of the grapes. Will you?
Well, that's the way it is with some people. Their heads are forever spinning plans and projects. Their heads go whirling with tremendous worries about tomorrow and the next day and the next day. They're forever building barns and castles at 1 o'clock in the morning when they should be asleep. You'd think Edward might have a little more confidence in me. You'd think he'd stop worrying for the space of a quiet sleep and let me look after the grapes. For I do have a way with grapes, with vines and branches. Understand me, I'm not against plans and projects. I find no fault with the sweat on a man's brow. For labor is a magnificent and courageous thing. I'm talking rather about something that is more courageous than labor. I'm talking about relaxation, about confidence, about trust and faith in me. I like the man who sleeps. I love the man who relaxes and who, like a child, rests easily in the arms of my providence. Not so with Edward. Edward is too full of plans, as if the plans of men were merely the plans of men. Listen to him.
Sure, I'm ready to start, Campbell. My grapes can't wait. Where are those pickers you promised me?
Well, we're coming up the valley as fast as we can, Ed. Now, don't blow your top, man.
You got enough pickers for me?
All you need. Only give me time.
How soon do you figure to make it?
We'll be cutting your vines by the 17th, I'll guarantee that.
Okay, only make it fast.
As fast as I can.
Now I like vineyards. Vineyards and the fruit of the vine. Thick clustered grapes, all bursting black and purple in the harvest time. These are among some of the lovelier aspects of my creation. I bear no grudges against vineyards, having regard for the littlest grape. But once in a while, by design, I have an eternal distaste for the haphazard and the fortuitous. Once in a while, by design, clouds will gather for reasons sufficient to the ultimate purpose of things. I gather a breeze at Burbank and scoop a cool breath off the high Sierras. Northeasterly, my gales go playing with the canyon dust and the sea sands at San Diego. And quite suddenly, quite perceptibly, there's a mist in the Midlands, and in the valleys of San Gabriel, and out around the mountains, and down from the mountains, down around the flatlands of San Fernando. Nor is it any surprise that there's a mist also in the eyes of a woman in Fresno.
It won't rain, Ed. Don't keep staring out of that window.
You heard what it said on the radio.
Oh, but this is just a mist, Ed. You know how it is with mist. They come and go. It'll be dry tomorrow. The grapes will be dry. Wait and see.
Listen.
It's only a little flurry of rain, Ed.
Listen, will you please listen?
Oh, God won't spoil everything by letting it rain now. I know he won't. Oh, God, don't let it rain.
Yeah. God won't let it rain.
Eddie, don't let it hurt you.
3 days. 3 days to harvest. And look at tonight. I wonder how the boys feel tonight over Del Rey and the Sierra Madres. Yeah. I wonder if their lug boxes are floating around in the vineyards, too.
What's the matter, what's the matter?
Go inside with your sisters, Eddie. Go inside.
You worked for years. Prune. Cultivate. You put every red cent you own into grapes, and what do you get? A washout. A man ain't supposed to cry. Yeah. A man ain't supposed to cry.
Believe me, I hold no grudges against vineyards. I like vineyards. But more than all the vineyards in the world, I like man. I love man. I know man well, yet never do I cease to wonder at him. He's capable of so much, of kindness, of charity, and of sacrifice. And yet so often, he is incapable of hope. All things you can ask of him at times save this. A little faith, a little confidence. It was so with you, Edward. It was so with you those nights.
Heck, well, what you so jittery about, Ed? You're going to do all right. You got a nice crop out there.
I had a nice crop last year, too, Campbell.
Oh, forget last year. That was plain freak weather. Well, I've been around vineyards for over 30 years, and I never saw any better.
Okay. You got your pickers ready to start for me tomorrow?
Best pickers I got. From the looks of them vines, Ed, I'm guaranteeing they'll be cutting 300 lugs a day.
Okay. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, Campbell.
Right. And, Ed, this is between you and me.
Yeah?
Why don't you go home and rest up a bit? I'll handle the pickers for you. Frankly, you don't look so hot.
I'll be taking it easy once I get those grapes on the trucks.
Well, have it your own way. But let me tell you something. You've got more than grapes to worry about. You been noticing your wife lately?
Jeannie?
Yeah. That kid looks plenty tired out. She's worrying about a lot of things.
Oh, nothing wrong with Jeannie. Well, you know how women are, Campbell. They want you to start praying at the drop of a hat. Well, that's Jeannie for you. But she'll straighten out.
I don't know, Ed.
As I told her the other day, I wonder where I'd be if I'd wait for God Almighty to come out there and take you in my vineyard. Those dang leaf rollers got a start on me about 2 months ago.
Well, you're the boss, Ed. But if I was you,
Listen, Campbell, I understand, Jeannie. All I need is one good harvest. Then, maybe we'll do a little celebrate. That'll fix her up.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, here's to a good harvest.
Jeannie? Oh, Jeannie, I got a surprise for you and the kids. I wonder if she's lying down. I knew I'd find you in here, lazybones. Jeannie, I want to take... Oh, what's the matter, Jeannie?
Tired, Ed.
You don't look so good. You don't look good at all. Maybe I'd better get Dr. Hanley for you.
Wait a minute, Ed. It's funny. Somehow I always had a feeling I'd be lying here like this. Talking like this. Telling you sooner or later that...
What are you talking about, Jeannie?
Ed, I'll be leaving you for a while.
Now, look here. You just run down. Doc Hanley will fix you up in a jiffy.
Come here, Ed. Sit on the bed. Now look at me. Do I look scared? Somehow I know exactly how it's going to be. Maybe you better start praying for me, Ed. Don't leave me alone, Eddie. Don't ever leave me alone. Just keep praying for me. And maybe we'll still take that trip someday. You and me. Ed, we'll go first class. All the way to Holland to see the tulips. And the kids with the wooden shoes.
What about it, Doc?
As far as I know, and remember I'm only one doctor, there's nothing much that can be done for Jeannie, Ed.
All right. But I'll get her the best specialist in this country if I have to.
Go right ahead. And by the way, you can go in and see her now. She's conscious again.
Hello, Jeannie, kid.
Hello, Ed.
You're looking pretty good, Jeannie. Your face is... Oh, you're still beautiful, honey.
How are the kids?
Good. Listen, Jeannie, I was just talking to Dr. Han. Well,
I know, Ed. It's all right.
I'm going to get you the best specialist in this country.
Eddie,
Yeah?
I asked you to do something for me once. Remember?
Okay, Jeannie. You asked me to pray. Look, I'll get out on my knees right now. Do you really want me to start praying?
Oh, not that way, Ed.
All right. Now, look. If I have to kidnap a half a dozen of the best doctors, I'll do it. But you're going to get better, Jeannie. Hear me, honey? You're going to get better. You'll be out of there before you know it. Excuse me for barging in like this, Doctor, but what did you find?
We're doing everything possible, Ed. You'll have to be patient.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Be patient.
Why don't you go home and get some rest and get a little sleep?
Sleep? Not now. I can't sleep now.
I asked you to do something for me once. Remember?
All right, Jeannie. I'll do it for you. Right here in this church. I'll do it for you. Are you listening, God? I don't know what word you're supposed to use, but it's from the bottom of my heart. I'm praying for Jeannie, my wife. I can't lose her, God, not now. We've got kids, God. 3 kids. And we're trying to make a go of it with grapes. You gotta hear me, God. You gotta make Jeannie well. Please, God. Please, I'm asking you, bottom of my heart.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Oh, nothing.
Mom's sick, huh?
Yeah.
I got pebbles, look.
I'll put them in the milk bottle.
16, 12, 17. Why didn't you ask God to send Mom home, huh? Want me to ask God for you, huh, Daddy? 56, 57. Huh, Daddy?
Maybe God's got cotton in his ears, Eddie.
Cotton?
Yeah, you can't hear so good with cotton in your ears.
He can hear me.
Is that so?
Yep.
Once he didn't hear you, Eddie.
When?
Well, God didn't hear your prayers when you asked for the red scooter.
Yeah, a red scooter.
Come over here. Up on my knee. What'd you say?
I said God did hear my prayers.
Is that so? What did he say to you?
God said? He said no. Sometimes God says no, huh, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, huh?
Hello?
Is this the residence of...
Oh, yes, Doctor. What's the news?
Well, we wanted to let you know that...
Hello? Hello, Doctor. Doctor. Operator, I've been cut off. Operator, get me Mercy Hospital. The line's dead.
I asked you to do something for me once. Remember?
I don't know, God. I don't know how to pray to you. I tried, Jean, so help me, I tried. You can't die, Jean, not alone. Not up there in that room alone. You can't die on me, Jean.
Sometimes God says no, huh, Daddy?
All right. All right, God. You've got me where you want me. Listen to me. Please, you've got to listen now. Sure, I want Jeannie. When you love somebody, you don't want to see them die. You want to have them, God. You want to have them close enough to put your arms around. Okay. Maybe I did want her. Maybe I did want you to say yes. Just like I wanted you to say yes to that first harvest.
Sometimes God says no, huh, Daddy?
All right. Sometimes you say no, too. Well, if that's the way it's going to be, well, all right. You're the boss. I'm admitting it. You're the boss. Only listen to me now. I don't want Jeannie to die all alone without me. You hear me, God? I can take it. I can take anything. Only don't let it be all alone for Jeannie. I'm asking you, God. Honest to God, I'm asking you. Jeannie.
Hello, Eddie.
Oh, you're not...
What's the trouble, Ed?
Oh, you're smiling at me, Jeannie. You're looking at me, too, and you're talking to me.
Oh, I'm really feeling much better today. Come and put your arms around me. And stop looking like a little baby.
Maybe God's saying yes, Jeannie. Maybe he's saying yes.
The night tonight is beautiful over California. For the first time in a long time, a tired man sleeps. Resting at last in the shadow of my hand, he sleeps. I might have said no. I have said no to some of my loveliest children, my best beloved. But know this always, Edward. There are times when my refusals are necessary to a plan you cannot understand. The little Eddie, being the wiser in his innocence, seems to understand. That storm upon your vineyard, that storm that drew your curse, was a blessing to 1,000 other Edwards in pasture lands parched by the drought, 600 miles to the north. So the tragedy today is but the pruning and the preparation of a lovelier tomorrow. Yes, there are times I've said no, as many fathers have said no to their dearest, their best beloved children. But tonight, Edward, I've said yes. O night, rest lightly on the tired eyes of the man. And concerning Eddie, 5-year-old, listen to him mixing his prayers tonight.
Our Father, who art in heaven, the Lord's with thee, and blessed is the fruit, and give us this day our daily bread, and ever, amen. And send me a scooter like Stevie's got.
I tell you, I've seen all the beauties of my creation. I've seen the hills gathered in the purple silences of twilight. I've seen the sunshine breaking bright on the mountains. I've seen violets bending easily in a random breeze, and have watched the cool blue swell of the ocean where my golden green dolphins play. Yes, I've seen the smile of a mother, and I've looked into the young eyes of boys and girls in love. All good, all wonderful and good. But I tell you, there's nothing so beautiful as the small face of a child, the small lips of a child fumbling with a prayer, getting it mixed up, getting it tangled, and sweetly muddled with sleep. Listen to him.
A red scooter. Oh, God.
All right, Eddie. It'll be a red scooter. I've willed it, Eddie. A red scooter. Now sleep, Eddie. Sleep.
This is Gary Cooper again. And for you, as well as for myself, I want to thank Jane Wyman and James Craig for their splendid performances. You know, when we hear a story or go see a movie, it's nearly always about a boy and a girl who fall in love. And when the picture's over, we know that they're going to get married and live happily ever after. The chances are that that's when their troubles will start. Rent, trying to save enough to buy a car, kids come along, they get sick, you've got worry and doctor bills. Yep, when a man gets married, he's apt to be heading for trouble. But, and this is what's important, if you can lick that trouble, if you can take it in stride, then you've got the greatest thing on earth, a happy family. And a happy family is sure worth a lot of trouble. Nothing worth having really comes easy, but that doesn't mean that you've got to raise a family the hard way, all by yourself. Not when you can get the most powerful help ever, just by asking for it. Ask and ye shall receive. Remember? Pray for God's help. Thank God for what you have and ask Him for what you need. And don't pray alone. Why not pray together with your family? Together, ask God to help keep you together. You'll discover what some families have always known, a very simple fact. A family that prays together stays together.
Before saying goodnight, we want to thank all of you who helped make this program possible. A special word of praise is due Timothy Mulvey and Betty Ann Arena for writing tonight's radio play. Thanks also to Mel Williamson for directing the program. The actors who were heard tonight with James Craig and Jane Wyman were Rod O'Connor, Robert Ellis, Griff Barnett, and Fred Howard. Next week, our stars on the Family Theater will be Barry Fitzgerald and Charles Ruggles. This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians in the motion picture and radio industries who have volunteered their services to fulfill it. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Services. Tony Lafrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Westerner with Walter Brennan and Doris Davenport. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I have a telegram here from Helen Hayes. She says best wishes to you and the Lux Radio Theater. May your 7th season be so good it surpasses the other 6. That's just like Helen Hayes, wishing good to others. So this seems the right time, Helen, to wish you all success in your new program. But it'll be hard to top the performances you've given us in the past. I'm going to be one of your listeners next Sunday night, September 29th. I wouldn't miss the Helen Hayes opening broadcast on the CBS network for anything in the world. Good luck, Helen. We'll be listening. A few weeks ago, on a flight across this continent, I had a bird's-eye view of the jagged mountains and broad plains, the quiet towns and bustling cities, the haystacks and the smokestacks. A bird's-eye view of America. It was a panorama of achievement, a vision of freedom fulfilled. There was a script in my hand that went well with what I saw. It was the script of tonight's play, The Westerner. A play about some of the men who dreamed America and made the dream come true. To those men, Samuel Goldwyn paid a tribute in his motion picture just released. And to them, we dedicate this radio production with the same stars you'll see on the screen. Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport. The Westerner is a story of the march of empire toward the setting sun, of men who shoot first and ask questions later. It's the story of one man in particular in this rough scramble for land and power, a man with a sense of justice and a way with a gun. His name is Cole Hardin, and he's played tonight by Gary Cooper. Ordinarily, Gary is no easier to pin down for a date at a microphone than he is for a speech at a banquet. But this time, I had him right in the cast of my Northwest Mounted Police, and I got my man. We're proud to present a play like The Westerner because it's part of the old American tradition, and it's brought to you by a modern American tradition, Lux Toilet Soap. We think that American women are the most beautiful women in the world, and we're mighty proud that so many of them use Lux Toilet Soap to help them stay that way. As our curtain rises, it's a signal for action, romance, and excitement. We begin Act One of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Hardin, with Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. In the throes of rebirth, after the war between the states, America moved west, where the land was free. First came the cattlemen, and with them, Judge Roy Bean, who took the law into his own hands, administering justice according to his lights. His court was a barroom. His sentences were swift and to the point, the strong limb of a tree and 6 feet of rope. Then into his stronghold moved another army, the homesteaders, who plowed the soil and fenced the fields to bring security to their wives and children. War was inevitable, a war out of which grew the Texas of today, and the bloodiest battleground of that war was west of the Pecos.
Quiet! Quiet! This is a hanging, not a shindig. All set, Judge. We're ready to swing the homesteader.
Shad Wilkins, you've been tried and found guilty of the most serious crime west of the Pecos. To wit, shooting a steer. Got anything to say for yourself before the sentence this court's executed?
I told you those cowherders shot at me first. I didn't mean to kill that steer on purpose. I was aiming at the man.
It's your bad luck you missed him. That's the trouble with you sodbusters. You can't shoot straight. But when I move that horse out from under you, by gobs, you'll hang straight. Shad Wilkins, may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Ha! All right, boys. Everybody over at the bar. The drinks are on me.
That's what I like to hear. Come on over to the bar, fellas.
Now, propose a toast to the greatest woman in the world. There's a picture right up there. To the fairest flower that ever bloomed, Miss Lily Langtree.
Here's out, Judge.
Hold it, boys, hold it. You there, stranger. Why ain't you drinking? Didn't you hear the toast?
Yes, to Lily Langtree. I thought you meant your friends. I didn't know that included me.
And that includes every man that drinks at my bar.
Yeah, glad to join you. Have you ever met Miss Langtree, Judge?
No, I never met her. I never met the sun, I never shook hands with the moon, and I've never been introduced to no clouds.
Hey, that's all right. Too bad Lily Langtree couldn't have heard that.
Did you ever see her?
No, I was in England once when she was playing at the Empire, but I didn't get around to it.
Oh, you was in England once, and you could have seen her, but you never got around to it, huh? Get out of my bar.
Huh? Well,
get out of my bar. Go on, get.
Yeah, sure. I didn't
Go on.
do anything. I just... Yes, sir.
To the Jersey Lily, boys. Miss Lily Langtree.
Whoa.
Hey, what's going on out there, Chickenfoot?
Looks to me like Blackjack's bringing in another prisoner.
Prisoner, huh? Hand me my law books under the bar.
Get in there, Corn. Keep moving. Give us room, boys.
What you got there, Blackjack?
A horse thief, Judge.
Prisoner to the bar. Chickenfoot, the law.
Order in the court. Hear your court of Vinegaroon now in session.
Where's the prisoner? Which one's the prisoner?
I guess you're talking about me. Are you Judge Bean?
That's right. Why?
Well, nothing much. I've heard of you.
So there's a lot of people. What's the charge, Blackjack?
We caught him on Chickenfoot's horse that was stole last week.
A horse, Pete? Where's he at?
Right outside.
Let me see. Well, so it is. Pete.
Guess we got a case, all right. People of Vinegaroon again. You can use any name you like.
Cole Hardin.
What are you doing in Vinegaroon?
Oh, just passing through.
Homesteader?
No.
Where do you head from?
Well, no place particular.
Where you heading for?
No place special.
Oh, saddle bum, huh? Well, it's all right to live on a horse if it's your own horse. Chickenfoot, swear him in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth shall help you? Take off your hat.
Now, Cole Hardin, I'll tell you.
Here, let me
Just a
in.
minute.
Here, order. What do you want in here?
Are you Bean?
Yes, ma'am, Judge Roy W. Bean.
My name's Jane Ellen Matthews.
Yes, Miss Matthews, what can I do for you?
What have you done with Shad Wilkins?
Shad Wilkins?
He was working in the fields when some of your wranglers came up and took him away.
Shad Wilkins. Oh, yeah. He was hanging around out here a while back, but he ain't around now.
Your men not only took him away, but they tore down the fence. Not a stick of it was left standing.
That's so.
Yes, that's so, and you needn't pretend you don't know about it.
Well, it don't surprise me none. It's against the law to build fences hereabouts.
What law? Whose law?
Mine.
Now you listen to me, Mr. Bean.
Judge Bean.
You're no more a judge than I am.
I wouldn't say that if I was you. I might consider it contempt of court.
It's contempt, all right. You call this a court?
I do, and it happens to be in session right now. Southeast, get the young lady a chair. Now you sit down, Matthews, and I'll tend to your case in a minute. Cole Hardin, you're charged with stealing a horse. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Where's Exhibit A?
Huh?
Where's the horse? Bring in the horse, Chickenfoot.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look out.
Miss Matthews, when cattle can't get to water, they die.
There's miles of river on each side of our homestead.
This country's unfenced rangeland. It always was and always will be.
Get in there. Oh, Ben. Oh. All right, Judge, there he is. Oh, boy.
Cole Hardin, it's my duty to inform you that the larceny of an equine is a capital offense, punishable by death. But you can rest assured that in this court, a horse thief always gets a fair trial before he's hung. Chickenfoot, that's your horse?
Hmm? Oh, sure he is.
Ownership of the horse clearly established. It belongs to Chickenfoot. That's my ruling.
Well, I don't contest it, Your Honor. Maybe the horse does belong to Chickenfoot here, but I didn't steal it.
How'd you get it then?
I bought it.
Order in the court. That all you got to say?
That's all.
No, it's not. I'm not going to stay here and see anybody railroaded like this.
Miss Matthews, I don't recollect you as summoned as a witness in this trial.
What kind of a trial is it when a prisoner isn't even allowed to have anybody speak for him?
You an attorney, miss?
I'm as much an attorney as you are a judge.
You know this man?
No, I don't.
Ever seen him before?
No, but...
Can you prove he didn't steal the horse?
No, but...
Then he don't need no lawyer. This man was caught in a stolen horse, and in this jurisdiction, that's prima facie evidence. The case is closed, and that's my ruling.
Yes, and it's just like all your rulings.
The courtroom will now be cleared of everybody excepting the judge, the jury, the prisoner, and the witnesses. I guess that means you, Miss Matthews.
I'll go. I don't want to see any more. Murder, that's what it is. This man hasn't got a chance, and you know it. But you never give anybody a chance. You didn't give us one when you stampeded the cattle over our crops. You thought you'd starve the homesteaders out, but you didn't. You can pester us and rob us and kill us, but you can't stop us. Because there'll always be more coming, more and more. And we'll stay on our farms in spite of you and your courtroom and your killers.
By gob, she's all right. She'd make a good cattleman. If it wasn't for Lily, I'd marry her. Gentlemen of the jury, you heard the case, again the accused, pro and con. And now I guess you better retire to consider a verdict. Chickenfoot, you better take Pete out for a little fresh air.
All right. Take him out, Bart. I got work to do. Jury to the rear. Come on now. Come on, Bart. Take him out there easily.
You suppose it's all right for the prisoner to take a drink?
Why, sure. We don't aim to inflict no cruel or unusual punishment on a man, even if he is a horse thief.
Join me, Your Honor.
Don't mind if I do. Don't spill none of that liquor, son. It eats right into the bar.
Well, here's to the most beautiful lady. The beautiful lady on the wall, Miss Lily Langtree. Say, is that a bullet in her face?
Yeah, and the man that fired that bullet was hauled out of here feet first.
Is that so? Well, he ought to be. Any man that'd shoot at a picture of Lily Langtree ought to be killed. It's just retribution.
You admire Miss Lily's, too?
Well, that's putting it mildly. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met.
Met? You mean to tell me you met Lily Langtree, the real her in the flesh?
Oh, many times. Wonderful actress.
How'd you get to know her?
Well, that's a long story, Judge. Mighty fine liquor. What do you call it?
Rub of the brush. Go on. Did you get to know her real well?
It's got character.
I said, did you get to know her real well?
Now, Judge, a gentleman never discusses a lady in a barroom.
Who said it's a barroom? This is a courtroom. Tell me, is she as pretty as them pictures?
The picture's never been made that can do justice to Lily Langtree.
See, is she good-natured?
An angel. I'll never forget the night we met.
Yeah? Go on. What's she like?
I'll never forget it as long as I live. You've been down around Llano Bay, ain't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, you know how it is at sunset? You can look out and that water ain't exactly blue, and it ain't exactly purple. It's a kind of color a man can feel, but he can't put a name to.
Yeah?
Well, that's Lily's eyes.
By gobs. How about her hair?
Her hair? Oh, well, that's a tough one, Judge. You know how bright and coppery and gold-like a young chestnut horse is a-running in the bright sun?
Yeah.
Well, her hair is something like that in the daytime.
You mean it's different at night?
Well, not different, but just sort of more so.
By gobs.
I got a lock of her hair.
But you mean to tell me you actually got the real... well, I don't suppose you'd ever part with that lock of hair, no matter what a man is willing to give.
A man don't trade things like that.
Oh, of course not. See, let's have a look at it.
I haven't got it with me.
Where's it at?
It's with my stuff in El Paso.
El Paso, huh?
Uh-huh.
Suppose you could ride for it?
Sure.
Wouldn't take long to get here by mail coach?
Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks, huh?
Yeah, about.
Jury's ready, Judge.
Come on in. Well, what's the verdict?
Why, you know what the verdict is. Guilty.
Hardin, there's only one thing you can do. You're sentenced to hang. That's my ruling. Turn loose the prisoner's hands, boys.
But, Judge, you just ruled
I didn't finish my ruling. The court sentenced the prisoner to hang, but the court didn't say when. So long as there's reasonable doubt...
What reasonable doubt, Judge?
We caught him with Chickenfoot's horse. There ain't any room for doubt.
Order! I've been talking to the prisoner. He's a friend of Lily Langtry's. Stands to reason no friend of Lily Langtry's goes around stealing horses. Leastways, there's reasonable doubt. His sentence is suspended for 2 or 3 weeks until I can look into the matter further. That's my ruling. Court's adjourned.
The man get a drink now?
Sure he can. Hi, Evans.
Evening, Judge.
What'll it be?
Jersey Lily special.
Ain't seen you for some time, Evans.
Nope. Been up north. Just rode in.
Pardon, mister.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
I heard you say you've been up north. Say, you don't happen to have a twin brother, do you?
No, I haven't.
Then maybe you better pay me that money you owe me.
You're loco, brother. I don't owe you nothing.
You owe me $60.
Get away from me.
$60.
Get away, I tell you.
Say, look, mister, I don't happen to have a gun on me. But I want that money, and I want it now.
Why, you...
Let him have it, Evans.
Give him room, boys. Give him room. You know the rules of the court. No interfering in differences of opinion. Say, that was pretty nice work, Hardin.
Thanks. Now, with the permission of the court, I'll just take my $60 out of his pocket.
Just a minute. I ain't so sure that's legal.
Yeah, well, it is in this case. You see, this friend of yours is the man who sold me that horse.
What? And he's the fellow that stole it from me. Get him up off that floor. I'll knock
it easy. Stand right where you are.
Look out, Chickenfoot. He's got you covered.
Put away that gun, Evans.
I'm going out that door. Anybody makes a move, I'll drop him.
That goes double for me. Put down that gun.
I'm warning you.
Come on, you.
Oh. You got him, Judge. Right through the heart.
That's where I aimed. How much he got in his pockets?
Let me see. 50, 60, 80, $84.06.
He's fined $80 for disorderly conduct and $4.06 for carrying concealed weapons. Now you men get some rope and string him up.
String him up? Why, he's dead already.
We hang horse thieves, don't we? String him up like I tell you.
Well, all right.
Hardin, you can have his horse and outfit. Come on, have a drink. Rubber the brush?
Rubber the brush.
Say when, son.
When?
I guess I can match that. When? Well, son, here's to a lock of Miss Lily's hair. That's coming from El Paso.
Right.
Better have another one on that. Make it a good one this time. Say when, son.
When?
Good boy. Say when. Oh.
Morning, Judge. Time to get up.
Huh? Who are you? Who are you?
Sorry if I woke you. I was just leaving.
Oh, you was. Well, what a... Oh, stranger. Come here quick.
What's the matter?
Straighten out my neck, will you? Grab a hold of my head now and jerk it quick. Oh, thank you. Where's my neck? You see, I was hung once, but my friends cut me down in time. Now, when I don't live right, why, the crick comes back on me. Now, who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here?
Well, don't you remember? I'm the fellow that filled out the inside straight on one Chickenfoot's horse. He's waiting outside for me now, saddled and ready to go. Well, so long, Judge. Nice to have met you.
One chickenfoot horse. Inside straight. I never saw him before in my life. Man is crazy. By gobs, that lock of hair. Hey, you! Come back here! Come back! Come back, you!
What's all the excitement, Judge?
Get out of my way. I gotta catch that fella. Get me a horse. Anybody's horse, quick. Hey, you! Pull up that horse! Stop, you hear?
Sorry, Judge. I'm in a hurry.
Pull up that horse, or by gobs, I'll pull you down off it.
Try it.
All right, I will.
Hey, look out! Why, you crazy old...
That lock of hair. Lily's hair. You promised to write to El Paso for it, don't you remember? We drank on it. When are you going to do it, huh? You ain't going to crawfish.
No. The first post office I come to.
Oh, my neck. Straighten her out with you, son. Thanks.
Why, you mangy old scorpion. You might have got us both killed. Here, Pete. Come on, feller. That's a boy. Come on now, easy.
Hey, son. Where you going?
California.
What do you want to go to California for?
See the Pacific Ocean.
It's just like the Gulf down Atlanta Bay.
It's bigger.
Why don't you stay around Vinegaroon a while? We could have a lot of fun together, you and me. We could talk about Lily and...
No, I'm on my way.
Listen, it's a great country here west of the Pecos. Fella could really make something of himself. Why, when I first come here, I didn't have nothing. Now I'm boss of the whole section.
That's mighty fine, Judge.
You know, I sort of caught into you the first time I seen you. Why don't you put in with me?
Well, I tell you, Judge, it's nice of you to ask me, but I'm heading for California, and nothing short of hanging can stop me.
Wait a minute. You can't go. You're under suspended sentence for horse stealing.
Why, you hung Evans for that.
You're under suspended anyhow. Who are you? What do I know about you? How do I know they ain't looking for you? You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, for disturbing the peace, for vagrancy, and you're on your way back to town with me, and that's my ruling.
Sorry, Judge.
Come back here.
Thanks for everything.
Come back or I'll shoot.
No, you won't.
I won't, huh? I'll show you.
So long.
By gobs, he stole my gun.
In a moment, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport come back to the microphone for the second act of The Westerner. But now, Mr. DeMille has a special guest here on our stage to introduce to you.
Just before our broadcast of September 9th, ladies and gentlemen, the telephone rang and my secretary informed me that Russell Patterson, the famous artist, was calling from New York. I was reasonably certain that Russ didn't want to use me as a model, and he didn't. However, that call led to the appearance here tonight of the lovely Miss Vera Gilmer, the modern cameo girl. Miss Gilmer, will you and Mr. Ruick tell the story from the beginning?
We certainly will, Mr. DeMille, and thank you.
Well, Miss Gilmer, suppose you tell us what you were doing about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Ruick, I was a photographer's model in New York. But it seems like 2 years ago. So much has happened.
Just how did it all happen?
Well, Russell Patterson called me up one day and asked me if I'd like to go to Hollywood. I thought perhaps one of my friends was playing a joke on me, but I said yes anyway. Then I discovered it wasn't a joke at all. He had picked me as the modern cameo girl.
And the trip to Hollywood?
You see, Mr. Patterson listened to the Lux Radio Theater and heard about the Scarlett O'Hara brooches you're offering. And he seemed to think that I was the modern cameo girl.
I quite agree with Russell Patterson.
Well, he telephoned Mr. DeMille from New York and told him about the idea. And it seems that Mr. DeMille said, send her out. So here I am, just after my first trip in a plane, in a TWA Stratoliner at that.
I'll bet that was thrilling. But tell me, isn't that the original Scarlett O'Hara brooch you're wearing now?
No, it isn't. It's one of the brooches you're offering on the program. And I brought along a whole set of matching pieces, a ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. And, of course, a brooch to present to Miss Vivian Lee.
What have you been doing since you came to Hollywood, Miss Gilmer?
Well, the first day I was in town, Mr. DeMille asked me to have lunch over at Paramount. After we'd talked for a while, he said he might have a part for me in his next picture, Reap the Wild Wind.
2 weeks ago, a model in New York, and now the modern cameo girl with a chance for a part in a DeMille picture.
I can hardly believe it. But one thing I do know. This Scarlett O'Hara brooch I'm wearing is one of the loveliest jewelry pieces I've ever seen. My friends, among them some of New York's most style-conscious models, have commented on how timely cameo jewelry is and how nicely it fits in with the newest fashions. I just know everyone would like you to tell how to get one of these simulated cameo brooches for themselves.
Well, thank you for coming to the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Gilmer, and good luck with your movie career. Now, here's the way to get a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, designed after the one Vivian Leigh wore in Gone with the Wind. I know you'll want one, because it's so rich and distinctive looking. The brooch is simulated cameo, and the pure white head is beautifully contrasted against an ebony background. The lovely gold-finished setting has a classic Grecian border design that tells you right away of the fine craftsmanship that went into the brooch. It has a safety clasp, too. Now, to get this fine, expensive-looking jewelry piece, just buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap and ask your dealer for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. And with it, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. All beautifully designed and all at amazing bargains. Get your Lux Toilet Soap and send the 3 wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch tomorrow without fail. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Hardin, Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. West of the Pecos, the land shall be free for the grazing of cattle. That was Judge Bean's law, enforced by a roaring six-shooter. On the homestead farms, hired hands dropped their tools and ran, leaving the crops to wither in the sun. Only the braver souls remained to plead and beg and fight, and one of these was Jane Ellen Matthews.
You're cowards. That's what you are. Afraid of your own shadows. This is our land. It belongs to us. We have a right to be here, and it's our duty to stay here.
We hired out for farm work, miss, not a civil war. This is no fit place to homestead in.
Land's no good when there's all this lead flying over it.
You'd shoot back, maybe they'd stop bothering
We
you.
did shoot back.
So did Chad Wilkins, and he ain't a-trying it no more.
Shad Wilkins is only one man. My daughter's right in a lot of ways. She says you've a duty to stay, and it is a duty. To open this country, make it free,
We're
not a
sorry,
lawless...
Mr. Matthews, but we don't want no part of it. Come on, Jack.
And they call themselves men.
I told you what it'd be like, Mr. Matthews. My hands quit the same way yesterday.
But you're going to stay. You're not going to leave Wade.
I own my land. I'll stay all right. But we've got to do something and do it fast, or there won't be a hired hand left in the country.
What can we do?
We can fight fire with fire. There's enough homesteaders left that feel the same way I do. We can give Judge Bean the same thing he gave Shad Wilkins.
No, Wade. That's not the way. Just more killing and more bloodshed. We can't win like that.
Maybe. And I gotta get over to the farm.
Aren't you going to stay for supper?
I'll be back.
Father,
Yes?
you suppose Wade meant what he said?
Well, there's no telling about Wade. I was thinking, though, maybe if some of us did see Roy Bean, appeal to him for justice...
Justice. If you'd seen him yesterday pretending to try that prisoner. Well, the man didn't have a chance. He...
What's the matter?
Oh, that man. The one I was just... I saw him plain as day looking in the window.
Well, you're seeing things, Jane Ellen. They hanged that man.
I saw him, I tell you.
Who's there?
Evening. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, you're not. It's just... I thought you were a ghost.
I guess you're partly to blame. I'm not. I just stopped by to thank you.
Father, this is Mr.
Hardin.
Welcome, Mr. Hardin. You mean to tell me Bean tried you and you didn't hang?
Well, your daughter was my lawyer. I guess she's the one that got me off.
I knew you weren't a horse thief.
Thanks. What made you so sure?
Oh, I just knew.
Are you working anywhere, son?
No, I'm heading for California.
I see. Well, Mr. Hardin, I suppose a body that's just been hanged is apt to be a bit hungry.
You can stay for supper.
Well, I don't want to put you out any.
Oh, no, not at all. Sit down here, Mr. Hardin.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I think he likes it here, Jane Ellen. Wouldn't surprise me if we've got him.
What's he doing now?
Out feeding his horse.
Looks good and strong. Probably could take the place of 2 men.
I was thinking that. I was also thinking you might add on a little more welcome.
How do you mean?
Oh, just keep smiling at him, and if it should come up natural-like, you might mention what a handsome man he is. Can't do any harm.
Father, I'm not going to.
Look out. Everything all right, Hardin?
Fine, thanks.
Good. I'll go see about your bunk.
Oh, don't trouble.
No trouble at all.
Can I give you a hand?
Oh, no, thanks. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Well, I won't argue with you. If I had to wash dishes, I guess I'd give up eating.
Well, what do you do about the dishes when you're home?
Home? You mean in a house?
Well, you live in a house, don't you?
No, ma'am. My house is all out there. All one room with the sky for a roof.
Pretty big place.
Yep, got some space to rent.
And California's your next stop, huh?
California, yeah, but I don't stop. Oregon next, I guess.
Well, all places aren't just the same. Wouldn't you rather stay a little longer in some places?
Nope, they're all the same. Beautiful when you leave them. It's like the turtles. They carry their houses with them. If I had to build me a house, I'd have it on wheels.
Not me. I'd want my house so that nothing could ever move it. Down so deep that an earthquake couldn't shake it, and a cyclone would be just another wind going by.
Well, you say, who wants to be a turtle? And I say, I hope you'll be very happy in your house. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Oh, say, wait a minute.
What?
I'll bet I know something we would agree on.
What's that?
Well, in about a week now, we're going to husk the corn. And I'll bet you'll agree that that's fun.
Huh? Husking corn fun?
Yes.
I'd rather wash dishes.
Oh.
Well, it was a fine supper and good cooking.
Oh, Mr. Hardin.
Huh?
You're a very handsome man, you know.
I doubt that, but I'm a very, very tired one. Good night.
Good night.
Get out of there! Hey, get out of that corner! Go on!
Shoot! Go on!
Get!
There he goes. Oh, that was fine, Mr. Hardin.
Yeah. If anybody told me yesterday I'd be playing tag in a cornfield with a lot of cows, I'd...
If we had some men that would ride fence, there wouldn't be any cows in the cornfield.
That's right, isn't it? You know, you were sure cute last night, Miss Matthews.
Well, what was cute about me?
Well, in the first place, I've never been so welcome anywhere in my life. And when I said I didn't like picking corn, well, that was when you were cute.
Now you're making fun of me.
Well, it's more fun than picking corn.
Jane Ellen! Hardin!
Hey, look at your father. I wonder what's up.
Father, what is it?
I tried to stop them. They wouldn't listen to
Wade.
me. Oh, yes, it's the wrong thing to do. I begged them not to.
Who? What happened?
Wade Harper's rounded up some of the men. The homesteaders. They're going to town to lynch Judge Bean.
When did they leave?
About an hour ago. They took our wagon.
Well, get off that horse, quick.
Where are you going?
Into town. Bean, where are you?
Thunder and lightning. You back from California ready?
Hey, you got to get out of here and don't stop for nothing.
Did you ride to El Paso?
Say, listen, just get on your horse and get because they're after you.
Did you ride to... Who's after me?
The homesteaders. They're going to string you up.
Why, that bunch of plow-pushing, sod-busting...
They're outside right now, a whole wagon load of them.
A wagon load? Why, I can handle a train load of them. I'll tear their livers out.
Get in that back room.
What for? Let go.
I'm locking you in there till they leave.
You're locking nobody in. I'll shoot my way out.
Get in there.
Open up! Open the score!
Morning, gentlemen. What'll it be?
It'll be Roy Bean. Where is he?
He's out for a while.
Oh, that's because you came down here and warned him.
I told you Judge Bean is out.
All right, we'll wait.
Make a move and I'll kill you.
Wait, Judge.
I'm handling this. Keep your hands up, all of you. Cole, start collecting them shotguns and set them down this end of the bar easy like. Go on.
Drop your rifles, boys. He's holding the cards right now. Now, Judge, I'll take yours.
Let go, you crazy.
Thanks. The drinks are on me, gentlemen.
We're not drinking with you, Hardin, or him either.
I ain't serving none of my liquor to no bunch of tomato-kissing, plow-pushing...
Now, Judge, we don't want any harsh words to spoil this friendly little get-together.
Get-together? Why, this pack of weasels invade the dignity of my courtroom, come in here armed with malice aforethought to kick up a rumpus?
Now, look, you being a judge, you know there's always two sides to any question. Now, these men have come here with a legitimate grievance.
We're not asking you to speak for us, Hardin.
No, not me either.
Well, that makes it unanimous. I'm going to talk for the both of you. There's a law here against fencing land that seems nothing short of murder to people raising crops. But it's common sense to men running cattle. I've seen this kind of war before. The cattlemen came in first, and then the homesteaders moved in and fenced them out. They had crops for a year, and then a dry spell, a drought. So the homesteaders moved out, and the Russian thistle and the gypsum weed moved in. And the big spaces were all broken up by little quarter sections. And the homesteads left empty. And the houses caved in, and the land no good for man or cattle.
Yeah, you spoiled the land in the east. Now you come here to spoil this land.
Well, this here's a big country.
Yeah, but it ain't big enough for cattlemen and homesteaders, and it never will be. Now clear out of here. That's my ruling.
All right, Bean. We're going. We're going back to build our fences.
If you do, you better build coffins along with them. You sure told them off, son.
Yep, and now I'm going to tell you off. I'm sorry I stopped them from lynching you. They got a right to defend their homesteads.
This ain't homestead land. You just said so yourself.
The government didn't say so.
I'm the government here. By gobs, I don't see how you can talk up for scum like that.
Well, they proved up on their land, and they've got deeds to it. When you make war on them, you're making war on their women and kids, too. Those people were starved out last year. I heard about those cattle being stampeded over their crops, and there's too many strays running loose in that valley right now. Only they're not strays.
What do you want me to do, arrest them cattle and fine them a couple of dollars apiece for trespass?
Now, look. Those people don't take up much room with their little shirt-sized pieces of land. Why don't you be a real judge for all the people? Why don't you try to see their side of it and help them instead of fight them? Make peace around here instead of war. There's plenty of room for everybody. Then everybody'd look up to you. Then someday maybe they'd put up a statue out there in the street. A statue with carving on it to Roy Bean. A real judge.
What are you doing? Catching a fish?
I guess I'm wasting my time.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you write that letter to El Paso yet?
No.
You promised we drank on it.
I didn't have to write it. I had that lock of hair on me all the time.
You did? Well, why didn't you give it to me then?
If I'd have given it to you, you'd have hung me, wouldn't you?
Might have at that. Let's have a look at it, would you?
I haven't got it on me.
Suffering, bleeding Chickamauga. Where's it at?
Well, I left it over at the Matthews place.
Oh, how is she?
Huh?
Come on, I'll ride right over there with you.
No, you won't.
You mean you're going to crawfish? You ain't going to give it to me?
Sure, I'll give it to you.
When?
When the last steer's out of that valley.
All right. I'll pass the word around to the boys.
No, you don't. You're going to help run those cattle out, and I'm going along with you to see that it's done.
Why, don't you trust me, Cole?
When I was a kid, I had a pet rattlesnake. I was fond of it, but I wouldn't turn my back on it.
You all right.
I'm going back now and gather my stuff.
And that lock of hair.
Yep, the lock of hair. I'll remember. Morning, Jane Ellen.
Why are you stopping? California's that way.
Oh, I don't seem to be in favor here. Anything wrong?
They told me you spoke up for Bean, Mr. Hardin.
Well, I did try to tell them Bean's point of view.
Why didn't you tell him ours?
Well, I did that, too. And we got together. You won't have to patrol your fields any longer. The judge gave me his word. They'd round up all the cattle in this valley and take them out of here.
You think he'd keep his word?
Well, I'm going along with him to see that he does.
You mean it, don't you?
Yes'm. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to say.
What?
Let me look at you. No. No, you're not the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Well, that's good news. Who asked you?
But you got the prettiest hair I ever saw.
Oh, thank you.
I never saw anything like it. Could I clip a lock of it?
No, you can't.
Will you clip one?
No, I won't.
Kind of a deadlock, isn't it? But I sure would like to have it. You don't suppose I could sort of talk you into it, do you?
I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sit down, will you? I brought along a pair of scissors. You know, just in case.
Gosh, a lock of Lily's hair. It's genuine, ain't it?
Cut it off with my own hands.
By gosh.
Remember, you said every steer out of the valley by harvest time, and that's around next week.
They'll be out. You got my word.
I hope so. They're figuring on a little celebration. I'd hate to disappoint them.
It's hard to believe. Not a steer around for miles, and the crop half reaped. It's too good to be true.
Don't be so gloomy, Wade. We're celebrating the occasion, not brooding over it.
Just the same, it's funny. I don't trust him, Mr. Matthews.
Well, shall we go back?
No, Cole. Not yet. There's something I want to show you.
All right.
Tell me something. What'd you ever do with that lock of hair?
Your hair. Why,
Show it to me.
Nobody can see that. Not even you.
Look, Cole. There's what I wanted to show you. The best piece of homestead land in the whole country. Used to belong to one of the hired men that left us, and now it's anybody's. You just claim it.
Yeah, say, that's a fine piece of land, all right. Yep, say, look at the feed up on those slopes over there, and that strip along the bottom's fine for wheat or corn.
And that little knoll right there. It's just begging for a house.
Do you know how to build a house?
No.
Well, you have the kitchen there, and the bedroom there, and the parlor right smack here in the middle.
Yes, and it would have to have the right things in it, too.
What sort of things?
Oh, fires and lamplight. The smell of coffee in the morning and sound of rain on the roof.
You make it sound pretty nice.
Couldn't be on wheels, though. It'd be there to stay.
When you talk about it, it don't sound bad.
Cole.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. Look, fire! The wheat fields are on fire.
What's happened? Go to your homes, everybody! Protect your houses! Who did it? Judge Bean and his men. They've set fire to every field in the valley. Go to your homes!
Bean and his men. You told me he promised to let us alone.
He gave me his word.
Our whole crop's burning to the ground. That's how good his word is, and yours, too.
Jane Ellen.
You knew we were going to be burned out. You must have known. That's why you herded all the cattle out so they wouldn't be burned with the crops.
You don't believe that, Jane Ellen.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me. I hate you. I hate you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport, will bring you Act 3 of The Westerner. While we're waiting, I'm going to ask Sally to read you a letter from Mrs. Henry R. Stearns of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Mrs. Stearns is one of the thousands of women who asked the makers of Lux Toilet Soap to send her one of the exquisite Scarlet O'Hara brooches that we first told you about on this program 2 weeks ago. You ready, Sally?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Stearns writes, Dear Mr. Ruick, I get so much pleasure out of wearing my lovely Scarlet O'Hara brooch. I think it only fair to tell you and the makers of Lux Toilet Soap about the sensation the brooch caused the first time I wore it. The day I received the brooch, I wore it on a plain black dress that afternoon, and all the members of my bridge club were crazy about it. My husband and I were having some friends for dinner that same night, so I wore the Scarlet O'Hara brooch on a turquoise blue dress. The brooch was just as effective on the turquoise color as it had been on the black dress. Everyone spoke about the brooch. Why, even my husband admired it. and it usually takes him a while to notice that I'm wearing anything new. I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying my Scarlett O'Hara brooch and how grateful I am to the makers of Lux Toilet Soap for the opportunity to own such a lovely pin.
And because I'm sure that every woman will enjoy her Scarlett O'Hara brooch just as much as Mrs. Stearns, I'm going to urge you to send for yours right away. Just go to your dealer, buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux Toilet Soap, and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address the envelope to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly, and soon you'll be enjoying it. You'll love the design of the simulated white cameo head against its glistening ebony background, and you'll appreciate the expensive-looking gold-finished setting. So don't miss out on the chance to own one of these exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches. Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap and send the wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your brooch tomorrow. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. There's a ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same lovely design and all at amazing bargain prices. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Westerner. Throughout the night, the fire rages, sweeping across the green valley, turning the houses to heaps of gray ash, the fertile fields to a sea of smoldering black. In the desolate dawn, the homesteaders move slowly across the plain to a new and more friendly land. But there's one who stays behind, a victim of hate and lawlessness. Jane Ellen's father, buried now beneath the soil he loved so well.
Man that is born of woman has but a short time to live. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as if it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Jane Ellen, I just heard about your father. I came to see if I could help you.
They ran him down with their horses. Judge Bean's men. He tried to stop them, and they killed him.
The wagon train's left. The homesteaders have all gone, Jane Ellen.
I'm staying. Nobody's going to drive me away from my land. Not with cattle or fire or killing my father or anything else. I'll be here long after Bean and his gang of murderers are gone.
Sure you will. And me, too.
I don't want you. I don't want any of Roy Bean's friends around me. I don't need your help. I can do what I have to do alone.
So can I. I'll be back, Jane Ellen.
So this town, heretofore known as Vinegaroon, is hereby christened Langtree. Langtree, Texas. No man ever give a woman a whole town afore, but I'm a-doing it. And from now on, this whole section's gonna bloom like the Jersey lily herself. Quiet! Quiet! I ain't through yet. Miss Langtree's coming soon to play a night over at Fort Davis. And I want every legal resident of Langtree, Texas, to go over and see the godmother of this here town. A town of cattlemen, for cattlemen, and by gobs run by cattlemen. Now, in honor of this great occasion, I'm dishing out free beer to one and all. And anybody found sober after sundown is liable to arrest for disorderly conduct. And that's my ruling. Let her go!
I'd like to see you for a minute, Judge.
Why, Cole, by gobs, man, I'm glad to see you. Why, I never wanted to see a man so much before in my life.
What for?
What for? Why, don't you know what for? She's coming to Fort Davis. Lily Langtry's coming to Fort Davis.
Lily Langtry?
Lily Langtry, yeah. And you and me are going over there together. You're going to introduce me to her. By gobs, I'm going to meet her. I just can't believe it.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
Yeah, all right. And look, what I got to tell her when I see her. See that sign over there? Langtry. That's the name of this town. A great town after a great woman.
I said I wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Cole. This is a great day. I tell you, it's the greatest day in the history of Texas. Come on inside. Sit down, Cole. I'll fix you a drink. Say when, son?
When?
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Quite a fire, wasn't it?
Huh? Oh, the fire. Yeah, wasn't it, though?
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah.
I wonder who was behind it.
Oh, fire don't need nothing behind it. Fire has a way of moving all its own. Here's how, Cole.
Wait a minute. Before I drink with you, Judge, I want to know you had nothing to do with it.
Me? Why, how can you say a thing like that? Didn't I round up all them cattle for you? Wasn't I right in here in town when the fire broke out? Didn't I? Well, I was. And what's more, I ain't got no idea who done it. Now, drink up. Don't you believe me?
No.
Now, listen, son. I told you how it was, and I don't want you calling me no liar. Now, drink hearty.
Will you swear by that?
There ain't no reason it should be, but I'm willing. All right. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I swear by the revised statutes. By gobs, if there was a Bible in town, I'd...
Where's that lock of hair?
Huh?
That lock of hair, where is it?
Right here with me.
Let me see it. Will you swear on that? Will you?
All right, it was me. I burned their houses and the crops. I run them varmints out, and if you think I'm sorry, you're crazy. I'm proud and glad to rid the country of them. It was either them or us, and now the range grass will grow back. And someday the cattlemen will put up a statue of me out there in the street, and they'll write on it, to Judge Roy Bean. He give us back the land.
You get warrants in Fort Davis, don't
Yeah,
you?
that's where they get them, but they don't know how to spell my name. It's been tried before.
I'll get one.
Cole!
And this time, you're going to get what's coming to you.
Cole, you and me's friends. I done what I had to. You think I was wrong. But if it was my own son come over here with a warrant, he'd have to be first in the draw.
I aim to be, unless I get it in the back before I get out of here.
So long, Cole.
So long, Judge.
Raise your right hand. You, Cole Hardin, solemnly swear to carry out the duties of deputy sheriff according to the law and in the best interest of the state and citizens thereof.
Yes, sir, I do.
Here's your warrant for Roy Bean. Good luck, Hardin.
Quiet! Go ahead, Chickenfoot.
I tell you, I seen Cole Hardin over in Fort Davis. I was buying those tickets for Little Langtry for you, and I seen him coming out of the sheriff's office with a star on his shirt.
Got a one-track mind, ain't he? A deputy, huh?
If I was you, Judge, I wouldn't go anywhere near Fort Davis to see the best actress ever was.
Me neither.
How do you know you ain't heading into a trap?
Them hombres is just waiting down there for you.
Why, you pack of yellow bellies? Chickenfoot, give me them tickets.
You mean you're going to Fort Davis alone?
Not by a jugful, I ain't. You're all going with me as a god honor right up the Opera House. But I'm going in alone. I bought out the whole house just for me, see? I ain't sharing the Jersey Lily with no one.
Come on, get one. Bean and his runner, come on. Get off the street. Bean and his runner. Everybody off the street. Bean, Slammer. Bean. Let's get out. Let's get out of here.
Town's kind of deserted, Judge.
Yeah. They must have heard I was on my way.
There's the Opry House.
Pull up. All right, boys, tie your horses over there. Take your places outside the theater and stay there. I want strict privacy all during the show.
You'll get it.
I'm going in now. Chickenfoot, give me one of them tickets.
Right this way, sir. Your seat's over here.
My seat's anywhere I want to sit.
Yes, certainly, but...
Right here'll do. When does Miss Langtree go on in the play?
Well, as soon as the curtain goes up, sir.
Well, when's that?
Well, when the audience is here. You're the first one, and
I'm the only one. Yeah. So you can start right now.
Oh, but I don't...
Don't you hear good? I'm the audience. I'm the only one here.
Except me, Judge.
Why, you?
Don't make a move for your gun. Usher, you better beat it.
Yes, sir, certainly.
Now look, Judge. I'm coming over there. I'm coming over to get you.
Yeah, you better come a-shooting.
I'm hoping that won't be necessary. Just keep your hands where they are, Judge.
Deputy now, hey, Cole?
Yep.
That star on your shirt makes a right good target.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, Cole.
Maybe I'll beat you to it.
All right, let's see.
Judge.
Now you see what you done? You stopped the show. How are we going to see Lily? Waited a long time for this. Now it's too late.
No, it isn't. She's back there now waiting to see you.
What?
She knows all about you. She wants to meet you. She told me so herself.
She wants to meet me. Help me stand up.
There she is. She's coming right here.
I can stand alone. Turn me loose. I tell you, that's my ruling.
Miss Langtree?
Yes?
Miss Langtree, I'd like to present an old admirer, Judge Roy Bean.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Judge. There's your house, Mrs. Harden. The last nails driven and the last stones in place.
Not a wheel in sight. Oh, Cole, it's wonderful.
Look. Say, look across the valley.
Why, it's the homesteaders. They're coming back again.
Yep, wagons as far as your eye can see. Coming back in peace to build a state. It's the promised land.
Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport are back at the microphone without 6 shooters. Things are a little calmer in the state of Texas these days, aren't they, Gary?
Well, we were all down there last week, CB. It was pretty lively around Fort Worth and Dallas.
And we all had a grand time at the premiere of The Westerner. The people in Dallas and Fort Worth really got out the red carpet for us.
But nobody shot at us.
Maybe they liked the picture.
Gary, I think your idea of audience criticism may be just a bit dated.
It's the Judge Bean influence.
If my memory doesn't fail me, the judge was not exactly fiction.
No, sir. He's a lot too real for the good health of quite a few people. As a matter of fact, CB, we met a fellow that used to work for him while we were making the Westerner.
Yeah, the judge hired this fellow to hold up a train.
Oh, was there any gold on the train?
No, just Lily Langtree. That was the judge's way, rather, of inviting her to the town of Langtree.
How romantic. What happened, Gary?
Well, the feller missed the train.
Yeah, and the judge never let him come back to town again.
I suppose that's why he's still alive.
Oh.
You know, Mr. DeMille, this is the first time I've ever been in the Lux Radio Theater. But I'm a regular listener and a regular Lux soap user, too. As a matter of fact, I was a good customer of yours long before I started working in pictures. Lux soap agreed with my skin from the very first time I tried it. So, naturally, I've used it ever since.
Another Lux soap booster, CB.
The more the merrier, Gary. And I think we'll have a lot of boosters for next week's play, too.
What's it going to be, CB?
Next Monday night, Walter, we're going to have Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray on the stage. And you'll hear them in the play, His Girl Friday. It's adapted from the Columbia Picture success and brings Claudette to this microphone as a wisecracking girl reporter. Fred McMurray is the boss editor, but bossing a reporter like Claudette Colbert is no easy job. Add the fact that the reporter was formerly the editor's wife, and the sum of the situation for us is a brilliant comedy romance next Monday night.
Well, that sounds good to me, CB, and I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. That was great play acting tonight, partners. Oh, Gary, check your guns at the stage door. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in His Girl Friday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Chickenfoot, Fred Shields as Wade, Harry Humphrey as Caliphate, Donald Curtis as Blackjack, John Deering as Shad Wilkins, Brooks Benedict as Bart, J. Michael as Evans, Ted Arthurs as Hod, Hal K. Dawson as theater manager, Forrest Taylor as farmer, and Gloria Holden as Lily Langtry. The stars of The Westerner appeared tonight through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper with Barbara Britton, Carol Thurston, and Alan Hale in The Story of Dr. Wassel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With the war news what it is today, it's hard to believe that only 30 months ago, the Allies faced their bitterest reverses of the war. In Africa, German troops had launched the drive that ended at the gates of Cairo, and the glorious defense of Stalingrad had yet to turn the tide in Russia. Meanwhile, in Asia, the Japanese hordes had pinned our troops on Bataan and swarmed south toward Indochina and Malaya and the fabulous islands of the Far East. Names that we learned in our geographies at school assumed a new and terrible importance. Java, the jewel of the Indies, is a teeming island lying south of Borneo in a line between Australia and the naval base of Singapore. From Java in the early months of 1942 came some of the great news stories of the war. Tonight's play on the Lux Radio Theater, requested by so many of our listeners and starring Gary Cooper, is one of those epic bits of history, the story of Dr. Corridon M. Wassel of the United States Navy. In the midst of war and death, it is a story of saving life, not destroying it. A story of a man's love for his fellow men, and of that rise from defeat to victory that has rewarded all our sacrifice and effort. For today in the Pacific, with the mightiest navy in the world, we're fighting our way back, beating a path to hard-pressed China, where a gallant people struggle for the freedom of Asia. And from China, I have a touching story of how life goes on in spite of hardship. It was forwarded by Mrs. Chong Ni Tzu of California. and it tells how a Chinese family who had escaped the Japanese endeavored to give their son an education in free China. In the inflated Chinese money, the tuition was $14,000, more than they could put their hands on. But the mother came to the rescue. She went through her trunk and found 24 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap, which she'd purchased in Hong Kong before the Japs came. And those 24 cakes were so precious in the eyes of the Chinese that they paid for the son's tuition, which shows that a good product like Lux Toilet Soap can perform more than one good deed. And now it's curtain time and star time, as the lights go down for the first act of the story of Dr. Wassel, starring Gary Cooper as Dr. Wassel, with Barbara Britton as Madeline, Carol Thurston as Three Martini, and Alan Hale as Commander Goggins. On the 28th of April, 1942, the name of an obscure Arkansas doctor, the man who spoke it was the President of the United States, and the name was Dr. Corridon M. Wassel. The President had good cause to mention Dr. Wassel, a cause which had its beginning in the terrible trap which history now calls the Battle of the Java Sea. There, a little handful of Dutch and American fighting ships had made their valiant, hopeless stand against the Navy of Japan. Among those ships was the United States cruiser Marblehead, so completely ravaged that Radio Tokyo reported her destroyed in action. Riddled and burning, the Marblehead crawled back from the dead to a tiny port on the southern coast of Java. Among the survivors was her executive officer, Commander William Goggins.
Yes, we had reached safety, a port named Jilatjap. There was a hospital train waiting to take the wounded inland, about 40 of us. It was in charge of a Dr. Wassel. He came alongside checking our medical tags. One of the boys, Alabama, had been blinded. As Wassel started talking, Alabama rose up in his stretcher and grabbed him tight.
Tell me. Hey, somebody tell me, where are we? Where are they taking us?
This is Java, sailor. You're going to a hospital.
Oh, my eyes. You figure you'll be able to...
That's why we want you in a hospital.
Yeah.
All right, you Corman, third coat.
Yes, sir. Get your hooks off of me. I'll beat my beef to the skipper.
Shock case and shrapnel, Doctor. He's plenty tough.
The Marblehead's getting out of here, and I'm going with her. Once I leave the ship, I won't be getting out any more than those guys under the tarpaulins are getting out.
Stow that, Murdoch. I've heard just about all that kind of talk I can take. Sorry, Commander Wassel. That's all right. Oh, I'm Commander Goggins. I heard tell of you, Doctor, in China. I see. You're joining us, too, huh? I'm afraid so. My legs... I'll have a look at them on the train. When are we leaving? A couple of minutes, just as soon as we... Oh, excuse me. Commander, I'll be right back. Madeline, Well, for a minute there, I thought I was seeing things.
So you did go in the Navy.
Well, I'm beached here for a while. I'm taking this hospital train inland.
But it's ready to leave.
That's right.
Corey, you lied to me, didn't you, back in China? Why didn't you tell me the truth?
Oh, that. I suppose Dr. Wayne was with you when war broke out?
We were all in Hong Kong. I asked you a question, Corey.
Well, I'm sure glad you got out okay.
Dr. Watson.
Yes?
Sir, the captain says that train's got to get out of here at once.
I'm coming.
Corey, I must talk to you.
I wish we had time to, Madeline. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Corey.
I couldn't tell who the girl was, except that she was a Red Cross nurse. As the train pulled away, I could see Wassel looking back at her from the after platform. And then that Dutch nurse came looking for him.
Oh, did you forget something back there, Doctor?
I wish I could. Well, I better take a look at the boy.
Yes. I'm Nurse Bettina.
Wonderful thing about you Dutch nurses, you work as pretty as you look. What do you think of our chances where we're going?
Java is safe as long as Singapore holds out. And Singapore will never fall.
Yes. Well, let's get to work.
Anderson. His tag says he is from Massachusetts.
Can you say that again? I like that.
Well, it seems like you're pretty good medicine for Anderson, Bettina.
He's sure okay by me, Doc.
Thank you, Massachusetts. Over here is Murdoch, Doctor. Seaman, second class.
Yes, we met before. Feeling any better, sailor?
Not as well off as the rest of these suckers.
When you stop beefing, boys, I'll worry about you. You're going to find Java a right cozy place.
Java. You'd be better off on the marble.
Seaman Hopkins is in surgery, sir, if you wish to do the transfusion now.
You checked him?
Blood pressure low. Pulse weak.
Blood type?
Number 4. The only other type 4 available is the Javanese nurse. She's with him now.
Thanks, Bettina. I'll see you later. Well, you did fine, nurse. Now, if you want to faint, go right ahead. We're finished.
Doctor, I am trained nurse.
Wouldn't have had to do this if we'd had blood plasma. Say, what's your name?
You laugh when I tell you. My name is Three Martinez.
Well, I'm not laughing, and neither is Hopkins here. You see, he just about owes his life to you.
I am so happy if he lived because of me.
Yeah, don't bother. Go hard with me if I kick off. A lot harder if I live.
He thinks his hands is crippled. He wished to die.
Your papers say you're from Gabriel, Arkansas. Say, now, what does this put you in mind of?
That's an Arkansas Razorback.
Yep. You'll be having sow belly and greens again.
I kind of forgot Arkansas.
I kind of forgot it, too, till I saw a ghost this morning.
Razorback ghost?
No, but it was Razorback that ran me out of Arkansas. Folks there used to pay me off in hogs.
You joined the Navy to get away from hogs?
No, but I went to China because of them. They were looking for doctors a few years back. They sent me a circular. Had some pictures in it. Some of the nurses working in China. I figured they were a lot easier to look at than Arkansas hogs.
Maybe like that pretty nurse you say goodbye at Chillicothe, maybe?
Maybe. You start counting Razorbacks, Arkansas, and get to sleep. Nurse, I reckon you better stay right by him.
Oh, I watch. His blood and my blood, they all mix up together now. He is part of me. Always. That's nice.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. They took us off the train at a little town near the jungle. It was like a kind of heaven. A fine, clean hospital and the best care in the world. A Dutch doctor was there named Franken. One afternoon, he sent for us. Me in my wheelchair and Corey navigating. Sorry to disturb you, Dr. Wassel. Glad you did. Hey, take a look, Bill. Candy? Cigarettes. A mail. That's the best medicine on the ground.
Gentlemen, let me turn up the radio.
More Jap rumors.
I don't know about rumors, but I do know the facts. Singapore's in the hands of the Japanese.
That's impossible.
Singapore was captured yesterday.
What?
Java is next.
What's that on the radio?
Listen, it's been going on for the last
Java
hour.
Sea infested with enemy surface craft, the government urges immediate evacuation to the southern central coast. May I repeat?
You want to hear any more?
No, turn it off.
The government urges immediate evacuation.
You know what this means. Unless the Japanese can be held, it'll be impossible for any of your wounded to escape. We should have orders from Jalakjap momentarily.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, let's get at these packages, Bill. 60,000 Japs are no reason to hold up. We alone knew the danger, knew how close it was. The boys in the ward, all they knew was that slowly they had been getting better. And they were demonstrating that happy fact in the obvious way.
All right, come on now. Who's next now? Who's next?
Hey, 3 martinis.
Yeah, come on, baby. Cut us a rug, huh?
What crazy talk, cut rug.
He means dance, you know.
Sure, like this.
I show you beautiful Java dance. You watch.
Oh, no, not like that. Get hot, baby. Swing it. Yeah, come on, swing it.
Oh, like they do in movies?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I get hot.
Hey, cut it out. Here comes the doc. Hey, pipe down, you guys. It's the CO. Hey, get back in your beds, you dumb fuck.
Hey, what in the name of Mrs. Murphy's cow's going on in here? Hey, I thought you said you were a trained nurse. You're jumping like a trained flea.
Why, I just make fix this bed, Doctor.
Now, you make fix these boys' temperatures at about 120.
Say, what you got there, Doc? Cigarettes?
All right. Now, wait a minute. 3 martini. Pass them out. There's mail, too. Here you are, Alabama.
Yeah, well, don't open it, Doc. I'll just hold it a little while.
Hoppy,
Thanks, Doc. Would you open it for me?
want me to read it to you?
Would you, Doc? Kind of hard to hold with my hands all done up. From Alice, huh?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Dear Hoppy Boy, she writes a nice hand. It's over 4 weeks since I wrote, but there was a reason. You see, Hoppy, I've had time to think things over lately about you and me, I mean. That's why I feel I've got to tell you...
Tell me what?
Well, it's kind of blurred.
How do you mean? What's happened?
You got married, Hoppy.
Married?
Look here, Hoppy. That happens sometimes to all of us. It happened to me in China.
Married, Doctor. Don't cause so panic. You know the rules. Convalescent patient to the center. Walking woman, follow me, please.
Orderly, take a bulkhead in front of those windows and get the men under the bed.
What are they keeping us here for? We'll be buried alive in this dump.
Easy, sailor, easy.
Don't you give me that. I heard all about you. You flopped in China and you flop here.
Murdoch! Let him alone, Bill. Maybe he's right.
Dr. Russell, there are glass splinter wounds in the west ward. Dr. Franken asked if you will help him.
Sure. Bill, you're in charge here. Okay, Doc. All right, you guys. All of you. Can you hear me? Murdoch.
Yes, sir.
I just got one thing to say. I'm only going to say it once. Dr. Wassel went to China to fight a plague. He left China when and because his work was done. Now get that straight, all of you. All right. Francis.
Sir?
Come on, break out some swing on that Bronx bagpipe of yours.
I thought the commander thunk it stunk.
Go on, don't argue. I had told the boys the truth, but it wasn't all the truth. He had been fighting a plague in China, something called schistosomiasis. Corey was convinced that the carrier of the disease could be found in the shell of a certain type of snail. He built a tiny laboratory near the Yangtze River and spent a lot of his time on a sagging wharf peering into the muddy waters. Hey, look, Ping. There's one with a different expression. Here, hold my legs while I fish him out.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Marjorie.
Hey, what's in thunder? Hey, give me a hand here.
Your assistant offer apology.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was to blame.
Hey, why, you... Oh, why, you're the girl in the circular.
Am I? Well, you were almost the man in the river. You must be Dr. Wassel.
Yes'm. The snail catcher.
I'm Madeline Arnold, nurse at the mission hospital.
Well, I work there.
That's how I've heard so much about you. I've been seeing some patients in the village.
Oh, are you interested in snails, Miss Arnold?
I'm interested in anything that'll stop this plague.
Maybe you'd like to take a look at the laboratory.
You found something?
Oh, no, but maybe you'd like to take a look anyway.
I'd be delighted.
That was the beginning. Weeks later, they met again in the mission hospital, and Madeline became his assistant in a little world of test tubes and cultures and microscope slides.
No, that's shot now. Awful job.
You know, I want to tell you, I think you have the most beautiful...
Yes?
The most beautiful sterilization technique I've ever seen.
I know something much more exciting than that. The Board of Governors met last night to decide on new assignments. They're appointing a new chief of research.
Madeline, hey, you don't think that...
The governors are all terribly impressed with your work, especially Dr. Wayne. Oh, Corey, wouldn't it be
The board, Dr. Wassel, appreciates the devotion you have shown.
Thank you, Dr. Holmes.
That is why we are asking you to accept a most trying post. We wish you to pioneer an outpost clinic in Kiangsi.
Yangtze?
Of course, if you wish, you may refuse.
No. I just kind of thought... No, I'll go.
Well, good. Dr. Wayne, our new research chief, will see that the data you send in receives every attention.
I want to congratulate you, Wayne.
Thanks. Oh, Wassel, about Madeline.
Madeline?
She's volunteered to go as your assistant.
She can't go.
In spite of the risks, she's put in a formal request.
She still can't go.
I'm interested in her, too, Wassel. Deeply interested. There's just one way you can prevent her from going.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I'll go along.
Clinic comes first, but I won't be bounced around like a rubber ball. I was assigned to Dr. Wassel, and I'm going with him.
You can't, Madeline.
What do you mean I can't?
Because he's gone. Wassel left for Kiangsi last night.
Yes, that much I knew about Wassel's life in China. Someday, perhaps, I'd learn the rest. Well, the Jap bombing did a lot of damage, but the hospital was standing when their planes withdrew. By morning, there was still no news from Cilacap. The boys were reading or playing cards, and Andy, who couldn't take his eyes off Bettina, was dictating a letter.
Wednesday. You turned the hardest part of my whole life into the best part. And whenever I shut my eyes, I guess I'll always see your face. Because I love you.
Love you. You know, that's a beautiful letter, Andy. Now, to whom does it go?
Don't you know?
Why, no.
Bettina!
Dick!
Kleine Bettina.
Oh, my darling. Oh, I'm so happy. You're on leave?
No, Betsy. Dispatch for Dr. Wassel.
Well, I will find him for you. Here, address this letter for this nice boy here. His name is Andy.
Ah.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Hello, Andy.
Say, you wouldn't be her brother, would you?
No, not her brother. Oh, to whom shall I send this letter?
Oh, forget it. I'm not going to send it.
You like Bettina, don't you?
She's all right.
I like her, too.
Well, how was I to know she was your girl?
She is not my girl yet, Andy. In war, we can't know what's ahead, can we?
So what?
Well, if anything goes wrong, you and I both hope that somebody will take care of her now, don't we? And when the war is over, the luckiest man will win. What is wrong with that?
Nothing, I guess. It's a deal.
Dr. Wassel is in the office? Yes.
I've good news for him, Bettina. For all these American boys. They're going home.
Dick, that is true? When?
These orders say right now.
Oh!
Hey, did you hear that, guys? Did you hear? We're going home.
Home? Hey, what's this about home?
Poppy, you take me with you to Arkansas?
Hey, guys, Johnny, Whaley, Klaus, they're shipping us home.
I heard him say it. We're going home.
It's wonderful news, Doctor. I assume the orders say you're to leave from Cilacap.
Corey, what about that?
Cilacap? We're not leaving. What are you talking about? Listen to the rest of this. You are to evacuate only those who are able to walk. All stretcher cases must remain on Java.
I see. Well, that dry docks me, doesn't it?
I suppose they must fill those ships with men who can fight. All stretcher cases must remain on Java.
You better get out there and tell them.
Hey, whoa, now wait a minute. Seems like you fellas are ahead of the game. You haven't heard the bad news yet.
It's the best bad news I ever did hear.
Yeah, sure, Francis, but we can't take any chances on that leg of yours.
I'll be dancing on that by the time we get home.
Yeah, home.
They say, Doc, when I get home, they're going to have to run me down to put shoes on me.
Hey, Doc, when do we up anchor?
Well, it's like this, fellas. You see, I've got to decide. That is, I can't take...
Doc, you wouldn't hamstring me for what I said yesterday. You wouldn't leave me, would you, Doc?
I wouldn't leave you, sailor. I wouldn't leave any of you. I'm going to take you all, every doggone one of you.
Doctor, please, I go too with Hoppy to Arkansas.
You couldn't do that, Three Martini.
Oh, his blood is my blood. You cannot pull them apart. Oh, please, Doctor. It is bad if you take him from me. Bad. Bad.
Maybe so, but we got no choice.
Then evil will follow you. Big evil will come to all of us. Soon.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, we'll be back with Act Two of The Story of Dr. Wassel. And now, may we present three pretty girls, Janie,
How do you do?
and Betty,
How do you do?
and Sue.
How do you do?
We certainly wish you could see these girls as well as hear them. One of them is very blonde. That's,
Janie, Mr. Kennedy.
and one's got black hair. That's,
Betty, Mr. Kennedy.
and Sue here has, well, I guess you'd call it red hair. So you see, they're quite different types. But they've got one thing in common, and that's why they're here tonight. You want to tell our audience about it, girls?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Kennedy.
We're Lux girls.
Yes. These three pretty girls with three different types of coloring are all Lux girls. Girls who have found that regular care with Lux Toilet Soap really does make skin lovelier. And so they've made this gentle soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use their beauty soap. They take active lather facials every single day. Right, girls?
Right.
I'm sure our audience would like to know exactly how to take one of these beauty facials, girls.
Well, first you cover your face with a nice creamy lather, plenty of it, and work it in thoroughly.
Then you rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and then pat with a soft towel to dry.
Thanks, girls. That sounds simple enough. The fact is that in recent tests of these beauty facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. And that's why lovely young girls like these depend on Lux Toilet Soap care. They've proved it works, haven't you, girls?
Oh, yes, Mr. Kennedy. It really does.
Make a girl's skin lovelier.
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 And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of The Story of Dr. Wassel, starring Gary Cooper as Dr. Wassel, with Barbara Britton as Madeline, Carol Thurston as Three Martini, and Alan Hale as Commander Goggins.
With the Japs closing in from either end of Java, Dr. Wassel brought us back to Jap. A ship was there getting up steam, the Pecos, a tanker. It looked as if everything on the island was being pushed aboard. All told, we numbered 41. 11 of us, including myself, were stretcher cases. And while we waited, Corey did everything he could to make us seem less conspicuous.
Hurry up and clear this key. You'll have to load faster than this.
Hey, you fellas, heist yourselves up a little. Do you want to be taken for a bunch of stretcher cases?
Well, ain't we?
Pipe down, Johnny. We'll keep that leg covered up, Bill. It sticks out like a pine tree in a parlor. You too, Whaley. It sure is hard to keep you fellas off your feet.
Hey, what's the matter with him? Is he going bad?
We'll take 4 more of yours, Commander. Okay. Fowler, Fox.
These men here, Commander, these are walking cases, aren't they, sir?
Yeah, we just used the stretchers to rest them.
Well, you know the orders, sir.
Pretty close, Corey.
Dump the balance of equipment on the harbor. Clear that deck for the ammunition. Judas Priest, what goes on down there? What stretchers are those?
Commander Wassel's casualties, Captain. Men wounded on the Marblehead in Houston.
Orders are no stretcher cases may embark. Take over here. I'll see about this myself. Aye, aye. What do you mean, misunderstanding? You got your orders, Doctor.
I'm here to evacuate my casualties, sir.
Your instructions were to bring walking cases only.
But, Captain, the Pecos can take all of these.
We're packed now from truck to keel. And we have to pick 450 survivors of the Langley at sea. We'll be bombed and torpedoed.
Sir, my boys have fought hard for their lives, and I don't aim to have them thrown away on the beach.
Would you rather see them die in the sea Yes. You'll send those men back to the hospital they came from. Moffat, disperse 1,000 guilders for Dr. Wassel's wounded. I'm sorry, Doctor, but no one can change these orders but the Chief of Staff, and he's already at sea. If my own son were lying there, I'd have no other choice.
Then I'll stay with them.
That means you'll be captured, too.
Well, they'll need me more than ever then.
All right. Your orders are changed to read, whatever happens, you will stay with your wounded.
Thank you, sir.
In a few minutes, you'll be ranking U.S. naval officer on Java. God help you.
So they lowered us back on the wharf again. We couldn't kid the boys any longer. He had to tell them they were being left behind.
I can walk. Just give me a chance.
No, Hoppy, no.
I gotta get on that ship.
Lie down. Stay on that stretcher.
If you just give me something to lean on, a stick or something.
I can make it, Doc. I gotta.
Listen, you fools, don't you know some of you are hurt real bad?
Well, I can walk, Doc. If somebody will just show me where to go,
She's going. There goes home.
Home. Doc, isn't there any other ship here?
No. No other ship, fella.
This is what we fought for. This is the end of it for us. To be left on the beach with the Japs coming up on both sides of us.
We'd be 10 times better off dead. Now, wait a minute. It's about time you boys remembered something. This is the U.S. Navy. And while you're alive and while I'm alive, you'll act like it. You may be the last of the Navy on Java, but your Navy just the same. Now, we'll go back to the hospital to some good clean beds and a week or two of rest. And then?
And then the Japs.
We better get on that train, Corey. It's the last one out of here. They told me they'd be dynamiting the bridges behind us. We were back at the hospital by nightfall, except there wasn't any hospital. Just gutted ruins and flattened rubble. The bombers had returned. The silence of death hung over everything. The creeping fear of an approaching enemy in the darkness.
Yeah, good clean beds and a week of rest, huh?
Well, it sure needs sweeping up around here.
Doc, over there. Something moved.
Stand fast. Free martini.
I know you come back here. I wait.
Sister, you sure win the crystal gazing contest.
Hoppy. Hoppy. I know you come back to me.
Where are the others? Were they killed?
They go with Dutch army in mountains far off. Japanese take this place pretty soon now.
Bettina. Where's Bettina?
Dutch lieutenant take her away for nurse on boat.
You're head nurse, then. Where's some food?
Doctor, I can milk goat. If we can catch goat.
Well, mine's loose around here somewhere. Hey, sounds like we're going to have company again. All right, we'll spend the night in the bomb shelter. I'll have a look in the village in the morning. I'll get help. Something better to eat than goat's milk. Easy now.
Call this the bomb shelter, eh? What happens if we get a direct hit?
We get buried, that's what happens. They wouldn't have left us in charge of Uncle Fudd unless they'd wrote us off.
Shut up, guys. Here he comes.
I didn't aim to hear what you fellows were saying just now, but I want you to know.
You know something? Something's busted you. I think it happened in China a long time ago.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, I've been around a lot in China. All I heard were fragments, Corey. You spent some time in Kiangsi, didn't you?
Some. You ever hear of that plague they get up there?
Sure, you traced it to a snail, didn't you?
Well, in a way I did. I worked pretty hard on it, Bill. Finally started to get some results. It was a snail, all right, rather some bugs that lived in a snail. Ping, come here. Come here. Say, take a look at that and don't faint. How many tails has that critter got, Ping?
2, like a tiny dragon.
No. 1 tail, and it's forked. That parasite is the fork-tailed Sicarius.
Oh, we found it, we found it, we found it. Your name will be high on the roll of science. It will be on everybody's...
See who's at the door, Ping. And don't let him in until I've had time to lock this critter up in a glass.
Miss Madeline, this is most pleasant surprise.
Ping. Well, aren't you going to let me in to see him?
Oh, he has the greatest thing to tell you.
Listen, I've come 1,000 miles up the river to see him. Hey, what's the mystery?
He will want to tell you himself.
You mean he's been talking about me?
About nothing but you and the snail.
Who won?
Miss Madeline, if you will proceed to the temple of Kuan Yin and sit under the sacred dog by the moon gate, very soon, I promise, he will come and tell you.
All right, Ping, but remember, I don't want to spend my vacation with the sacred dog.
Vacation? Oh, but you will be so happy when you hear. That is, if you have not, if Dr. Wayne has not. But you have not. Have you?
Anything can happen in China, Ping.
Oh, Dr. Wassel must lose no time.
Some of these goldfish are mighty near as pretty as Arkansas catfish.
I thought catfish were plain mud-colored.
Oh, no. They're all gold and silver. And there's one kind called the swivel-whiskered catfish. He's all covered with little strings of electric light.
Corey, I'm worried about you. You just don't make sense. Golden catfish. And wearing a primrose in your buttonhole.
Oh, that's in celebration.
Of what?
Something I know and you don't.
What's the secret, Corey?
I know something that nobody else in this whole world knows. And when you hear about it, you're going to climb right on top of one of those statues and maybe fall off. And I'll catch you. And your hair sure looks pretty today.
Corey, let me take your pulse.
The excuses some women make to hold a man's hand.
Oh, there is a man, you know, who wants to hold my hand.
Oh, Dr. Wassel.
Yes?
Please excuse me, but a telegram would seem to indicate haste.
Haste is for those in a hurry, Ping. Here, give me that. And goodbye. Who did you say wanted to hold your hand?
Dr. Wayne.
Oh, him.
He also wants me to marry him.
Poor Doc Wayne. I sure feel sorry for that fella.
Because I may accept him?
No, because you won't. Because you're...
Corey, what is it? What's the telegram?
Oh, nothing. Nothing that amounts to anything. Let's see, we were talking about catfish, weren't we? Yeah, that was it. I was telling you about the lace-trimmed kind with the green and yellow stars.
And I was telling you that one of the most brilliant men in China wants to marry me.
Well, I don't hardly see how it's possible for any girl in her right mind to refuse him, do you?
Corey, there's something you're not telling me.
Yes. Yes, there is. I'm sending in my resignation.
Corey, why?
Oh, restless, I guess. I was thinking some of applying to the Navy.
But your work...
Madeline, I swear to heaven there's not a thing in the world here that interests me a bit.
Nothing, Corey?
Now, take Doc Wayne. He's just the type of fella for this kind of work. You and he'll go a long way.
I believe you really mean it.
Yes, Madeline, I really mean it.
Dr. Wassel, back so soon? Is Miss Madeline happy about the fork-tailed cicaria?
I didn't tell her.
But when you left here, you...
She's going to marry Dr. Wayne.
You did not tell her anything?
No. This telegram came first.
Oh. Dr. Wayne has found the fork-tailed cicaria. His brilliant achievement will save countless lives throughout China. Please send all data But you should have told her what has happened. If she knew, she would stay with you forever.
Sure she would. She'd be sorry for me. No, Pink. So that was that, eh, Corey? Well, I guess maybe I was a fool. There's nothing new about that, Bill. You're going to hold the bag for the rest of your life? Only I'm not holding it for just myself this time. I wish I was. Down there lies all that's left of the United States Navy on Java. 10 helpless men, about as good as dead. And now that... Listen. Bombers again. Wait a minute. Those aren't planes. That's mechanized stuff. Trucks. Bill, are you sure? Certainly I'm sure. Don't you think I know my business? And don't answer that.
that's the Dutch withdrawing, and I can get me the loan of a truck, You're crazy, Corey. That must be Japanese artillery. I can hear the caissons. I'm going to scout that column. What do you mean, you chump? That's clear beyond the Temple of Borobudur, 3 miles by the road.
I'm not going by road. I'm going to stick a feather in my shoe and scorch a beeline straight through.
But you can't do that. Your orders are to stay with your men.
I broke orders before when I tried to get the boys on the Pecos.
What'll happen if you don't come back, if you're killed?
I'll get court-martialed for sure, but until then...
Until then, this is still the United States Navy.
I'm still in command of it here. Sit tight, Bill. I'll be back.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return in Act 3 of the story of Dr. Wassel. And now, let's look in on a party that has reached its most exciting moment.
Girls, I don't think anyone ever had a lovelier shower. Goodness, here's another gorgeous package. Open it for me, Sue. I'm much too excited. Bath towels. What a luscious color. Oh, and washcloths, too, to match. From Marion. Why, here's another package inside. Why, Marion, you think of everything. Look, girls. 3 cakes of my favorite Lux Toilet Soap.
What's a bathroom shower, Mary, without the main ingredient, the right kind of soap?
Now, there's a practical giver, and a thoughtful one, too. Fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap is right at home with the most luxurious bathroom accessories. Screen stars have discovered this about their famous complexion soap. It makes a wonderful bath soap, too. Here's what lovely Irene Dunn says about it.
A daily Lux Soap beauty bath is a wonderful way to make sure of daintiness. Active lather is so gentle, so thorough. It leaves skin really fresh and sweet. I like Lux Soap's delicate, clean fragrance, too.
Screen stars, women everywhere, find Lux Soap's creamy, abundant lather does a thorough job. Swiftly carries away every trace of the day's dust and dirt. Why not let the whole family enjoy fragrant, refreshing Lux Toilet Soap for their daily bath soap? It's thrifty, you know. Each satin-smooth cake is hard-milled, can be used to the last thin sliver. Why not get some Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After our final curtain, you're invited backstage to meet our stars in person. And now here's Act 3 of the story of Dr. Wassel, starring Gary Cooper as Dr. Wassel, with Barbara Britton as Madeline, Carol Thurston as 3 Martini, and Alan Hale as Commander Goggins.
In the darkness, I sat and listened to the rumble of the mechanized equipment on the distant road. I had plenty of time to size things up. We were 11 wounded men surrounded by jungle. Where our next meal was coming from, we didn't know. I found myself wondering which I'd select if the choice were mine. A Japanese bomb, or starvation, or capture. I looked at my watch. By now, Wassel would have reached the road. Maybe they had already found and shot him, or maybe the column was a friendly one. Dutch, or maybe...
British. They're British. Hey! Hey, you in the Jeep! Hey, wait a minute, hey! Hey, pull up, pull up!
What in the name of...
Up on that embankment, sir.
Look, slow down, Beanie.
All right, sir. Hey, excuse me, sir. Are you the CO?
Afraid I'm the only officer left.
Well, I'm Commander Wassel. I got 11 men 3 miles from here. Can you take them aboard?
Certainly.
What? What'd you say?
Put them aboard anywhere.
Yeah, that's the best word I've heard since... Say, I wonder if your men could help me with my boys to the road. They're wounded.
Wounded? I'll never stand the going, old man. Over trees, through rivers.
I promise you, these boys have got climbing hooks and webbed feet. They're American sailors.
Sailors, eh? Bainbridge, take a lorry and pick up this officer's men.
Yes, sir. Thanks a million.
Not at all, old boy. All right, Beanie. Get going.
By the way, where are we going?
There's a ship or two meeting us at Gillette, Jap. We're going to Australia.
An hour later, we were hightailing it down that road with the rest of the convoy. All of us were in the one truck except Hoppy. He and 3 Martini were behind us in a Jeep. Corey seemed a little worried. Every few minutes, he'd ask Johnny if the Jeep was still there.
Hey, can you
Still see Hoppy?
Yeah, he's all right, sir. He's back about 6 trucks.
How come Hoppy gets a private jeep?
Because he shot up worse than you are, fella.
What I want to know is how he gets the dame. What's he got that I ain't?
A private jeep in the day.
What's that?
Jap artillery and don't ask stupid questions.
Commander Russell!
Hey, Corey, that man on the motorcycle.
Yes? Commander Russell!
What is it?
Chaps have broken through, sir. They're shelling the bridge at Gambong.
Gambong? Well, that's just ahead.
We're making a run for it, sir. The bridge is just beyond the village. Cross it at full throttle.
Okay. Hang on, boys. Corey got us safely across the bridge. Then he stopped the truck. He checked us over and then turned and looked back. What had just been a bridge was suddenly a gaping chasm. Hoppy and 3 Martini had not made it. Corey jumped from the truck and disappeared toward the edge of the chasm. When he came back, he was alone. Somewhere on the other side, alive or dead. We had to leave them. Hoppy and Martini.
Hey, driver. Martini, you okay?
Yes, Hoppy.
What about the driver?
He is dead.
Dead. All right, we should be dead, too. That shell threw us clear down the canyon. Oh, my leg. Come on. Get me up.
Yes, Hoppy.
Yeah, we'll be all right. Dr. Wassel will come back for us.
He will not come back.
Sure he will.
Look, the bridge.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Couldn't come back if he wanted to.
You do not care?
Yeah, somehow for a long time I knew I'd never leave Java.
I make you forget that, Arkham.
Listen, you. I'd trade you and 1,000 like you for one handful of Arkansas dirt. But I could make a good splint from my leg if I had some of that bamboo.
I'd go get it. Look, there's something in jungle.
Where?
Down near bamboo in long grass.
Japs.
They take no prisoners, Hoppy. Not in jungle.
They don't take us prisoners anyway. There was a Tommy gun in that jeep.
Yes, Hoppy. Yes, here.
Keep down.
Yes.
Now, get these bandages off my hands.
But...
Go on, get them off. Hey, look. I didn't mean what I said about you in Arkansas. I don't care anything about not going back. So long as this is where you are, well, that's where I want to be.
That made me so happy. Whatever happened, I am happy now.
Atta girl. All right, now the bandages. All right, pull them off. Go on, you're not hurting me.
Your hands, they're so burned. Hoppy, try not to hurt them worse.
I'll be careful, baby.
Hoppy, I love.
Sure, kid. So do I. Mind if I kiss you?
Oh, I don't mind, Hoppy.
Thanks.
Hoppy, look, they come.
Yeah. Okay, baby. Here goes.
That's it, pull up. Message for you, Dr. Wassel. Trouble? We're going to stay here, Doctor. Make a stand in the Kali Swamp. The captain sends his regards and says you're welcome to keep the lorry.
What about your transports? You'll miss a mystery fight here.
I'm sorry to say the transports ran into a spot of bother. They're all at the bottom of the Java Sea. Nothing got through except an old converted something or other called the Jensens.
An old converted wash tub would look good to us.
She's refueling now at Gillette Chap. She'll sail immediately. You better hurry, sir.
Sure, thank you, British, for what you've done for us. Please tell your skipper that.
I will, sir. We'll give these termites a useful show. Good luck.
We saw no ship waiting for us when we reached the shattered wharf at Gillette. Anyway, we got out of the truck. We had survived the run reasonably well, all except Andy. He started to hemorrhage, and while Corey was doing what he could for him, 2 men suddenly appeared out of the fog. One was Dirk van Daal, Bettina's Dirk, and the other was a Dutch naval officer.
Dr. Vassel, this is Captain Rick, the cruiser Janssen.
Doctor? We expected to find your ship at the wharf, Captain.
She's standing in the harbor, Doctor, waiting for a chance to slip out. But I want you to know it's murder to take your men aboard. We had a last ship evacuating Java. They will hunt us from the sea and from the sky.
You refuse to take us?
I simply insist that you understand the facts.
All right, fellas. You heard what he said. Now you know what's ahead of us. And if you want to go back, I'll go back with you.
Doc, we joined the Navy to see the world. We've seen Java.
The rest of you, what about it? I think we understand the facts, Captain. We're ready to go.
I'll bring up the lunch.
Here's the last man. Hoist him carefully, Dirk. He's hurt bad.
Andy.
Hello, Dirk.
Hang on to the side of that stretcher, Andy.
Something's busted, Dirk. Inside. I'll never make it. You better put me down.
Andy, look up to the rail. Bettina's there. She's on this ship.
Come on, Andy. You can make it.
One of us has to take care of her, Andy. It's up to you now. You've got to get aboard that ship.
Aren't you coming?
We're expecting visitors. I'm on the reception committee. Don't tell Bettina.
You're a swell guy, Dirk. I'll take care of her for you. Some way.
Thank you.
We huddled on the afterdeck as the Jansen slipped out of the harbor, hidden by the fog. We knew the Japs' destroyers were waiting for us, that their planes hovered in the mists above us. And then at dawn, the fog lifted, and the danger struck. Zeros. They came at us from 3 quarters, little silver pellets in the sky, peeling off and blazing a hailstorm of death across the decks of the Jansen.
Hey, mister, put those sandbags in the winch barrel and then drag out the hatch. The captain's head. Will you need any help, Doctor? You make out. The helmets are in the lifeboat locker. Tell the captain much obliged. Johnny, break out those helmets. Step to it. Aye, aye, sir. Here you are, fellas. Crawl into those Easter bonnets.
Dr. Watson, one of the men in the lower deck's been hit. A doctor. He's bleeding seriously.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Move him until...
It's Dr. Wayne.
Why, it's Dr. Whipple, isn't it? Or was it Whistle?
I haven't seen you since Madeline was,
Yes, since we were all rather interested in Snape.
Film forceps, please, Bettina. Your wife, is she safe?
Well, she was 5 minutes ago.
You mean she's aboard? Bettina, go get Mrs. Wayne.
Yes, Doctor.
My wife? What for?
Because she's the best nurse west of China. And I sure could use another nurse right now.
Mrs. Wayne, please. Mrs. Wayne.
Of all people, I don't want my wife.
Don't argue with me. Hold that. You sure fixed yourself up good with that Jap bullet.
I'm Mrs. Wayne, nurse. What do you... Oh, Ralph. Ralph.
Oh, it's nothing, honey.
Oh, Doctor, is he badly hurt?
Why, you're not Mrs. Wayne.
Of course I am.
Well, you couldn't be. Or are you? Well, why, I guess you are. Why, that's just wonderful.
What's on earth's the matter with you, Wassel?
Well, I'm just glad to meet your wife, Doctor.
Yes, so it appears.
Is my husband badly hurt, Doctor?
No, of course not. I guess Madeline got out of job ahead of us, huh?
Madeline?
I know who he means. Yes, Madeline didn't get out ahead of us. She should be in Australia when we get there. If we get there.
What's that?
Listen, those planes.
They're different planes. Those aren't Heroes.
They're bombers.
American jet! Fortresses!
Doctor! They are American! American planes!
Fortresses! A whole formation! They're safe!
Safe, thank God. They swept the Angels all the way into port. In the excitement, everyone seemed to forget about Dr. Wassel. But the next day, I learned that they hadn't forgotten. He came to see me in the hospital. Well, Bill, it's happened. What's happened? The hanging. The Admiral sent for me. I asked who was sitting in on the court-martial. They wouldn't tell me. Are they crazy? How can you be court-martialed? Well, for disobeying orders, for trying to get you and the boys out on the Pecos that time, and for accepting 1,000 guilders, which I can't account for. Why not? I must have lost it somewhere along the way, Bill. That's a lot of money to lose. Yes, but we can testify. I can, and the boys. We know what you did for us. Thanks, but it seems they're in a hurry, and you fellas are here in the hospital. Well, that's all right with me. I'd like to get it over.
Lieutenant Commander Wassel reporting, sir.
You're late, Dr. Wassel.
Well, sir, this hadn't ought to take more than a minute. I'm guilty, all right. I went square against my orders.
We just heard something on that subject direct from Washington.
Washington?
Yes, from the President of the United States.
The President? But how do you know what...
There's a chair, Doctor. Sit in it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gillis?
Sir?
Read your notes from the President's speech.
Yes, sir. Referring to Dr. Wassel, the President said he first had to get the 12 men to the seacoast 50 miles away.
But there were only 11.
That's my fault. I reported 12 and keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
The men were suffering severely, but Dr. Wassel kept them alive by his skill and inspired them by his own courage.
Does he know about the 1,000 guilders, too?
As the official report said, Dr. Wassel was almost like a Christ-like shepherd devoted to his flock. On the seacoast, he embarked the men on a little Dutch ship. They were bombed and machine-gunned by waves of Japanese planes. A few days later, Dr. Wassel and his little flock of wounded men reached Australia safely.
He had another surprise coming. When he left the Admiral's office, his right hand about shaken off, she was waiting for him in the hall, Madeline.
Coy, I'm so proud of you, so proud.
Madeline, I just don't know what to say.
You could say you're happy to see me.
I could, but that doesn't half tell it.
Would it help if I said that I love you?
Madeline, it sure would. It sure would help.
The next day, he came before the Admiral again. But this time it was on the parade grounds. It seemed like most all of Australia was there, even us. They brought us from the hospital so we could see, too.
The Secretary of the Navy, Washington. The President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Navy Cross to Lieutenant Commander Gordon M. Wassel, Medical Corps, for service set forth in the following citation.
Billy looks so
For
thin and tired.
Oh, it's nothing that being married to you won't help.
Disregard for personal safety in evacuating wounded of the U.S. Navy under his charge in Java in March 1942. For the President, Frank Knox, Secretary of the Navy.
It's a great pleasure, Doctor, to pin a medal on a man whose job it is to save life. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
What's he doing now, you guys? Hey, what's he doing?
The Admiral just hung one on him, the Navy Cross.
And now what?
They're shaking hands, Alabama. I sure wish you could see it.
And how's he look? Hey, how's he look?
Never mind. I know how he looks. He looks just fine.
Now our stars, Gary Cooper, Barbara Britton, Carol Thurston, and Alan Hale, come to the footlights to receive our warmest thanks for their performance.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Your listeners picked a good play for Navy Day week.
Well, especially since part of the proceeds from the motion picture of Dr. Wassel go to the Navy Relief Fund. They've already received their first check for $50,000.
I must say, CB, you're easier to work for on the Lux Radio Theater than you are on the Paramount lot.
Oh, you think I'm a hard taskmaster, huh?
Well, after making a picture of Dr. Wassel, I can say you're a stickler for accuracy.
Well, I felt a personal responsibility to make the story of Dr. Wassel as historically true as possible. Besides, Dr. Wassel was there watching me.
How much of it is true, CB?
Well, I'd say about 95%. Dr. Wassel himself says 98%, but I think he's been over the story so much, he's begun to believe the extra 3% that I put in.
Have you heard anything more about the fate of Hoppy, CB?
Only that Hoppy is still alive, a prisoner of the Japanese.
I'd like to meet Hoppy in real life when he gets back.
You two should certainly get together when the war's over, Carol. If he's as nice as his mother, you'll like him. So you'd better be ready for that date. Just keep on using Lux Toilet Soap.
You don't have to worry about that, Mr. DeMille. Lux Toilet Soap is a standby in my dressing room.
Good for you, Carol. And Barbara, I'm looking forward to seeing your new Paramount picture till we meet again.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But I'm looking forward to hearing what you're going to have on Lux Radio Theater next Monday night.
Well, for next week, we have an exciting and delightful comedy. The Paramount screen hit, Standing Room Only. It's the most moving, fast-moving story of a young couple who find themselves very much in love and very much in difficulty in the dizzy whirl of wartime Washington. And our stars are Paulette Goddard and Fred McMurray in their original screen roles.
Well, it sounds like standing room only at the Lux Radio Theater Monday night, CB. Good night.
Good night. Good night. You get the Navy E for tonight's performance. This week on Navy Day, October 27th, we salute the men of the United States Navy and the greatest fleet of fighting ships the world has ever known. And we salute, too, that gallant band of Navy nurses who are caring for the wounded on all battlefronts. The Navy needs more nurses, women of 21 to 40, who have graduated from accredited schools of nursing. Let me urge all of you who can qualify to do so at the nearest office of Naval Officer Procurement. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Standing Room Only. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Housewives, remember, waste fats and greases from your kitchen are urgently needed to help win the war, and win it sooner. A drop wasted may mean a life wasted. No matter how burned or discolored they are, put your waste fats in a clean can and rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 2 red ration points plus 4 cents for each pound. The story of Dr. Wassel was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Studios, producers of Our Hearts Were Young and Gay. Gary Cooper can currently be seen in International's Casanova Brown. Carol Thurston will shortly appear in the RKO picture China Skies. Alan Hale can soon be seen in Warner Brothers' Hollywood Canteen, the feature picture in which many leading stars will generously appear for the benefit of the justly famous Hollywood Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Oliver Thorndike, Carlton Cadell, Jacqueline DeWitt, Howard McNear, Ernie Andrews, Ralph Montgomery, Tyler McVeigh, Stanley Farrar, Norman Field, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Bill Martell, Charles Lung, Griff Barnett, Jerome Sheldon, George Nice, Eric Snowden, and Marion Burns. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Standing Room Only with Paulette Goddard and Fred McMurray.
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 1st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur in Mr. Deeds Goes to Town with Lionel Sanders. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you Gary Cooper, Gene Arthur, and Lionel Sanders. As special guests, Sidney Skolsky, nationally known Hollywood columnist, and Fay Gillis, noted aviatrix and foreign correspondent. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Welcome, everyone, to Hollywood and to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. And now, before introducing Mr. DeMille, I'd like to share with you a letter from a California woman, one of our unseen radio audience, Mrs. Roberta Hurst of San Jose.
Of Lux Flakes. I'd like to thank you not only for the treat you give us on the air Monday night, but for the Boone Luxes to my household. I use Lux Flakes for all my lingerie, all fine laundering, and for dishes. In every instance where my hands come into contact with soapy
I'm sorry we cannot give you the rest of Mrs. Hurst's enthusiastic letter, but I'd like to emphasize one point. Lux Flakes do protect the woman's hands just as they protect fine fabrics. So why not use Lux for all soap and water jobs? especially dishwashing. Lux protects the natural oils of the skin, leaves your hands soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. And now, we present Hollywood's foremost producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur were born to the roles they play tonight. Mandrake Falls, where our play opens, might have been any one of the prairie towns Gary once called home, while the town Mr. Deeds goes to is the town Jean Arthur came from, New York. As Babe Bennett, Jean writes lines for a New York paper, while before she came to Hollywood, she delivered lines from a New York stage. Longfellow Deeds devoted his spare moments to writing greeting card poetry. And Gary also likes to use a pencil. But instead of making rhymes, he draws pictures. He confided to me that his artistry is merely a case of advanced doodling, which had its beginning when he filled in all the O's in his third-grade reader. Their work in Mr. Deeds convinced me that Mr. Cooper and Miss Arthur were definitely the stars I wanted for the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane in our picture, The Plainsman. I knew that Gary, raised in a saddle, could be as western as sagebrush in the setting sun. Whatever hesitation I might have had about Jean Arthur was dispelled when I saw her practicing to snap a 15-foot bullwhip around a cowboy's wrist to make him drop a bottle. By letting her use my outstretched arm as a target, Jean had the chance to do what many stars have wanted to do, whip a director. Lionel Sander, in resuming his role of Corny Cobb, gives us another member of the original cast, together with the celebrated Pixelated Sisters. Mr. Deeds has been voted the best comedy of 1936 by the New York critics, a well-deserved feather in the cap of Columbia Pictures and director Frank Capra. We've had both its brilliant author and adapter on this program, Clarence Buddington Kelland and Robert Riskin. Now, we present the stars and the story. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater spotlights Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Sander. Our story begins in the little town of Mandrake Falls, population 600. On the porch of an old-fashioned frame house, two men are waiting for an answer to their knock. They're clearly out of their element here, clearly city folks. As the older man, a sharp-eyed attorney, taps his foot impatiently, the door is opened by a motherly old lady.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Longfellow Deeds at home?
Why, no, he isn't, but I'm expecting him any minute. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Cedar. I'm an attorney. This gentleman is Mr. Cobb.
How do you do, Mr. Cedar? How do you do, Mr. Cobb?
Hi.
Come right in here, gentlemen. Mr. Deeds is in the park arranging for the bazaar. They're trying to raise money for a fire engine. Sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Are you related to Mr. Deeds?
Oh, no. I'm Mrs. Meredith. I'm his housekeeper.
Oh, then perhaps you can tell us something about him. What does he do for a living?
Why, he and Jim Mason own the tallow works. But that isn't where he makes his money. He makes most of it out of his poetry.
Poetry? He writes poetry?
My goodness, yes. Longfellow's famous. He writes those things on postcards, you know, for Christmas and Easter and birthdays.
Yeah. How long do you think you'll be?
Oh, he won't be long, 'cause 'tain't raining. When it rains, he likes to take long walks.
Likes to?
There he is now. I'll tell him you're here.
Hey, Peter, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The old man must have been goofy to leave all his dough to this yokel.
Oh, well.
How much do you figure the estate will amount to after the taxes are deducted?
About $20 million.
Better be careful how you spring it on him. He's liable to keel over from the shock.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, good morning. Are you Longfellow Deeds? That's right. My name is John Cedar, of the New York firm of Cedar, and Buddington. My card. Cedar, and Buddington. Buddington must feel like an awful stranger.
Not bad.
This is Mr. Cornelius Cobb, Mr. Deeds.
Hi.
Very well, thanks. Mr. Deeds, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Excuse me, Mrs. Meredith.
Yes, Longfellow?
Have you seen the mouthpiece from my tuba?
Why, it's right there on the table.
Oh, that's right. My new mouthpiece. I keep losing them all the time. Go ahead, Mr. Cedar. Don't pay any attention to me. I just want to see if this thing fits my new bass horn all right.
Mr. Deeds, we have some news for you.
Yeah. I suggest you sit down, though, Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds, does the name of Martin W. Semple mean anything to you?
Not much. An uncle of mine, I think, although I never saw him.
Well, he passed on. He was killed in a motor accident in Italy.
He was? Well, now, that's too bad. If there's anything I can do...
Mr. Semple left a great fortune when he died. He left it to you, Mr. Deeds. Deducting taxes, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million.
Well, for crying out loud.
What about lunch? Are the gentlemen going to stay?
Perhaps you didn't hear me, Mr. Deeds. I said the whole Semple fortune goes to you. $20 million.
Oh, I heard you all right. $20 million. That's quite a bit, isn't it?
Oh, it'll do in a pinch.
Yes, indeed. I wonder why he left all that money to me. I don't need it.
I give up.
I wish you'd tell me about lunch if the gentlemen are going to stay.
Sure, they'll stay. Mrs. Meredith's got some fresh orange layer cake.
Some more coffee, Mr. Cedar?
No thanks. You see, Mr. Deeds, Cobb here is an ex-newspaper man. Been associated with your uncle for years as a sort of buffer.
Buffer?
Yeah, glorified doormat.
You see, rich men need someone to keep cranks away.
Cedar, and Buddington. It's funny, I can't think of a rhyme for Buddington.
Why should you?
Oh, whenever I run across a funny name, I always like to poke around for a rhyme. I've got one for Cobb.
Huh?
There once was a man named Cobb who kept Semple away from the mob. Came the turn of the tide, and Semple, he died. Now, poor Cobb is out of a job.
Sounds like 2 weeks' notice to me.
Huh?
I've gotten a sackaroo in many ways, but never in rhyme.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I'm sure I'm going to need your help.
Are you married, Mr. Deeds?
Who, me? No.
He's too fussy. That's what's the matter with him. There are a lot of nice girls in Mandrake Falls who are just dying to...
Don't pay any attention to her.
Oh, he's got a lot of fool notions about saving a lady in distress.
Saving a lady in distress, huh? Well, we all have those dreams when we're young. Well, we'd better get started. You'll have to pack, Mr. Deeds.
What for?
You're coming to New York with us.
When?
Tonight, at 6 o'clock train.
Well, that's rather sudden, isn't it?
My dear Mr. Deeds, there are a great many important things to take care of.
I'm kind of nervous. We've never been away from Mandrake Falls. But I'd like to see Grant's tomb at that.
Fine. We'll walk around town now, Mr. Deeds, and we'll meet you at the train at 6 o'clock.
Once more now, boys, a farewell song to Longfellow Deeds, the pride of Mandrake Falls.
Come on, Deeds. You can stand on the observation platform.
So long, Charlie. So long, Ed. So long, Mrs. Meredith. So long. So long. So long. Gosh. I got a lot of friends.
Cedar in Buddington. One moment, please.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cedar.
Mrs. Buddington in?
He's waiting for you in your office, Mr. Cedar.
Thank you.
Cedar in Buddington. Hello. Office, Mr. Cedar.
Cedar, you're back? Morning, Buddington.
Well, what happened? What's this fellow Deeds like?
We've got nothing to worry about. He's as naive as a child.
Did you get the power of attorney?
No, not yet.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Well, give me a chance. We only arrived this morning.
John, if you don't mind my saying so, we can't afford to have...
Yes, I know, Buddington. We can't afford to have the books investigated right now.
But $500,000. Goodness me, where are we going to get it?
Will you stop worrying? Just relax and leave it to me. Those books will never leave this office.
Well, I hope not. If they ever do, we'll all land in jail.
Listen, I'm going to see Deeds this afternoon.
I'll have that power of attorney the first thing in the morning. Leave it to me. I tell you, Buddington, the boy's a simpleton.
I'll take that deed. Hello? No. I said no. We ain't got any statements to make. Mr. Deeds has taken over his uncle's Fifth Avenue mansion, that's all. That was the press.
Oh, where were we, Mr. Cedar? Oh, yes. We were talking about the power of attorney. It's just a suggestion, Mr. Deeds. But if you'd give it to us, we could take care of everything for you. It would save you a lot of annoyances. Every shark in town is going to try to sell you something.
Yes, there have been a lot of them around already. Strangest kind of people. Salesmen, politicians, and moochers, all wanting something. I haven't had a minute to myself. Haven't seen Grant's tomb yet. By the way, where's all the money? In a bank?
No. There's approximately $1.5 million in cash. The accountants are working on the books now. Be ready in several weeks.
It sounds complicated.
Oh, yes. That's why I suggested your letting us take care of it. A rich man should unburden himself.
You mean besides wanting to be my lawyer, you also want to handle my investments?
Why, yes.
Well, outside of your regular fee, how much extra would it cost?
Oh, nothing. No extra charge.
No charge. But there'd be a lot of extra work, wouldn't there?
Oh, it's an added service a firm like Cedar and Buddington usually donates.
Only thing, I haven't been able to think of a rhyme for Buddington yet.
Neither have I.
Mr. Dees,
Listen. A fire engine. Hey, I gotta see it.
There goes, boy. Look at his suit. Mr. Dees, please.
Let him alone, Peter. If he likes to watch fire engines, that's his business.
Gee, that was a pip. We expect to have one in Mandrake Falls pretty soon, with a siren, too.
Mr. Dees, I wish you'd give that matter some thought.
Huh?
This matter of the power of attorney.
Oh, yes, I will. I'll give it a lot of thought. A fellow by the name of Winslow is in here and wanted to handle my affairs for nothing, too. It kind of puzzles me why people want to do a lot of work for nothing. It isn't natural. So I guess I'll have to think about it some more.
Quite right. You have a good business head, Mr. Dees. Being an attorney for you is going to be a very simple affair.
You're not my attorney yet, Mr. Cedar. Not till I find out what's on your mind. Suppose you get the book straightened out right away so I can look into everything.
Are you suggesting that?
No, sir, but I'd just like to look the books over. After that, I'll let you know if you're going to be my attorney or not.
I see. Good day, Mr. Dees.
Good day. You know, Cobb, I think there's something fishy about him.
There once was a cedar, so tall and so green, chopped down by a hick to the size of a bean.
New York Evening Mail? Hello? New York Evening Mail? Mr. McGowan? One moment. I'll connect you. Hello? New York Evening Mail?
Hello, McGowan speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Hines. Yeah? Yeah, sure, Mr. Hines. I'll get something on him right away. Well, that was the boss again, babe. He's yelling murder. He says this guy Deeds is news and big news.
Sure, but how do you expect me to get at him? Cobb keeps him under lock and key. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Well, you won't be a reporter long if you don't get some dope on this guy, and I won't be an editor. Hines is yelling for human interest stuff. What this guy Deeds thinks about the big town. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Is he going to get married? Is he smart? Is he dumb? That's the angle. And we've got to get it for him. Well, how about it, babe?
I'll do my best, Mac, but it'll take time.
Listen, babe, you get the story and you can have anything you want.
How about a month's vacation?
With pay.
With pay. Keep 4 columns open on page 1 tomorrow.
Now you're talking, babe. I'll keep the whole front page open. How are you going to do it?
I don't know yet, but I'll get to him if I have to pull a phony feint right on his doorstep.
Hey, what's the matter here? Are you hurt, miss?
Oh.
Here, let me help you up.
I must have fainted on the steps. I sat down for a moment and... I'm sorry.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Well, this is my house. I'd like
Oh,
to...
no, really, I'm all right.
What happened?
Well, I guess I walked too much. Been looking for a job all day. I found one, too. I start tomorrow. Oh, you've been very kind. Goodbye.
Please, you must let me help you.
I'm sorry.
Have you had your dinner?
Dinner? Why, isn't that funny? I forgot to eat.
Forgot?
Oh, yes, I do that lots of times. I just get to thinking about something and I forget.
Well, look. I'm going to a place called Tulio's, and I think you better come along, too. Feel better now, Miss Dawson?
Oh, does this taste good? I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Deeds.
I wish you'd let me help you some.
Please. I asked you not to talk about it.
I'm sorry. You know, you're the first person I've met in New York who didn't want something. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I've told you everything. My folks live in a small town near Hartford. I'm here alone trying to make a living. I'm really a nobody.
You were a lady in distress, weren't you?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Anything else, sir?
No, thanks. Oh, waiter.
Yeah?
Anybody come in yet? Writers, I mean?
Huh? Oh, no. Nobody important.
You'll be sure to point them out, won't you?
Uh-huh.
I'm a writer myself, you know.
That's so?
I write poetry.
That's so. Well, I'll let you know.
Thanks. He's a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes. Well, you've had quite an exciting time since you've been here, haven't you? All those meetings and business deals and society people. Aren't you having fun, Mr. Deeds?
No, at least I didn't. Not till now. I like talking to you. It's funny, my finding you right on my doorstep.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Yes?
Brookfield just came in.
The poet?
Where? Right over there.
Look, Miss Dawson, there's Brookfield, the poet.
Really?
Who's that with him, waiter?
Anna Berry and Morrow.
Anna Berry and Morrow. Why, they're famous authors. Great liberals.
Not with their tips, they ain't.
Gee, that's marvelous. Right here in the same room with me. Gosh, I wish I could meet them.
Well, I might be able to fix it for you.
Could you?
Sure. I'll be right back.
You hear that, Miss Dawson? I'm going to meet them. Talk to them. Gosh, what a night.
Mr. Deeds, wake up, sir. It's late.
Shut it off. Shut that alarm off.
Yes, sir. It's very late, sir. 11 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
You're my butler, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure.
If you permit me to say so, sir, you were out on quite a party last night.
Was I? Oh, my head feels like it. Has Miss Dawson phoned?
No, sir.
She was a lady in distress, Walter, but she wouldn't let me help her. She's got pride. I like that.
Deeds.
Oh, hello, Cobb.
I got to speak to you right away.
Get some coffee, will you please, Walter?
Very good, sir.
Now listen. Where were you last night?
Why, I met a young lady, Miss Dawson. Went to Tulio's.
Did you sock somebody there? A poet?
Yes, a fellow named Brookfield.
Why? Why?
Oh, I thought I'd better teach him some manners. You see, he invited me over to his table, but after I got there, I found out he only wanted to make fun of me.
So you up and socked him?
Not very hard. He said some things in front of Miss Dawson that I didn't like.
Go on. After you socked him, what happened then?
Well, another writer there, he was in the same party. He congratulated me. Said Brookfield should have been socked long ago. Well, this other writer, he invited me out to see the town, so we went.
Yeah. And then what happened?
Well, it's a little hazy after that.
Well, take a look at the newspapers. They ought to refresh your memory. Look, Cinderella Man on spree. Punches literary light at Tulio's. Shows big city how to cut up. Holds up traffic at 3 a.m. feeding donuts to horses.
Cinderella Man. What do they want to call me that for?
They'd call you anything if you give them half a chance. They got you down for a sop.
I think I'll go down and punch the editor on the nose.
No, you don't. Listen, get this clear. Punching people is not the solution to anything.
Sometimes it's the only solution.
Not editors. Take my word for it. Not editors.
But what about this Cinderella Man?
That's my job. I'll keep that stuff out of the papers if you'll help me. But I can't do anything if you go around talking to people. Please, will you promise me to be careful from now on?
Yes. I guess I'll have to.
Thanks. If you feel the building rock, it'll be me blasting into this editor.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cobb. Your coffee, Mr. Dean.
Thanks. You know, Cobb's right, Walter. I mustn't talk to anybody.
Miss Dawson just called, sir.
Who? Miss Dawson?
She's on the phone now, sir.
Fine, I'll talk to her. Hand me the phone, quick. And remember, Walter, I've got to play safe. She's the only one I'm going to talk to from now on.
Now let's tune in for a moment on a typical Lux home. Mrs. Ellison and her 16-year-old daughter have been listening to our play.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Mother, if someone left us a lot of money like they did to Mr. Deeds?
What would you do with it, Betty?
He'd buy heaps of new clothes, for one thing, and dozens of new undies. Those lovely French handmade ones with lace. And,
now, child, you have plenty of pretty clothes. And nice undies as it is.
Oh, but, Mums, I haven't. Why, even those new slips I got for Christmas look sort of run down now.
That, my dear, is your own fault. How often have I told you to take care of your underthings? Wash them every night with Lux Flakes. Mine stay new looking for months, even years, thanks to Lux.
Mrs. Ellison is right. Gentle Lux Flakes do keep your silk things new looking far longer. They make your lingerie really clean without hurting colors or fabrics. Things not only wear longer when luxed regularly, but you'll be delighted at how sweet and fresh they are. So why not play safe and be thrifty too? Get the habit of dipping your underthings into Lux Flakes Gentle Suds after each wearing. Start tonight. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Unaware that his newly discovered friend, Miss Dawson, is really a newspaper reporter, Longfellow Deeds has taken her completely into his confidence. She is the source of all the Cinderella Man stories that are now making front-page headlines. But she's beginning to feel the pangs of conscience. We find them now, sitting on a bench in Central Park.
This is getting to be sort of a habit with us, isn't it?
What?
Well, I mean taking walks and going places.
Yes.
Here you are, people. Read all about it. Cinderella Man plays the tuba. To give reception to society. Read all about it. Cinderella Man.
Well, there you go again. Cinderella Man.
Does it hurt you so very much?
I don't know. I've tried not to worry about it. They'll write those articles till they get tired. Only, I don't understand. Why do people have to go around hurting each other? Why don't they try liking each other for a change?
You know, you said something when you met me, something I've thought about a great deal.
What's that?
You said I was a lady in distress.
Oh, that.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
You said it as though it had some significance.
Well, you see, I always had an idea that someday, have you got are you engaged or anything?
Why, no. Are you?
No.
You don't go out with girls much, do you?
I haven't.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you must have met some swell society girls since you've been here. Don't you like them?
I haven't met anybody here I like particularly. Except you, of course. Last night after I left you, I was walking along and looking at the tall buildings and got to thinking. They created a lot of grand palaces here. But they didn't create any noblemen to put in them. I'd rather have Mandrake Falls.
I'm from a small town, too, you know.
Really?
Probably as small as Mandrake Falls.
Gosh, what do you know about that?
Oh, it's a beautiful little town, too. Row of poplar trees right along Main Street. Always smelled as if it just had a bath. I've often thought about going back.
Have you?
Oh, yes. I used to have a lot of fun there. When I was a little girl, I used to love to go fishing with my father. He was something like you, my father was. He played in the town band, too.
He did? What did he play?
The drums. Taught me to play some.
He did?
I can accompany myself to Swanee River. Would you like to hear me?
Sure.
Well, wait till I find a couple of sticks.
Well, here's one.
All right, this bench will have to do as a drum. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
See, that's swell. Now, you do it again, and I'll sing humoresque.
All right. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
Hey, there's a fire. Here comes the engine. Hey. Well, you're just going to stare. Safe. you do me a favor?
Sure, what?
Wait here for me. I want to check that engine and see how they do it. I'll be right back.
Cinderella man proves himself fire-eating demon, jumps on board engine, volunteers to help firemen. Did you do that?
Sure. But I didn't know they'd make another story out of it.
I tell you, they'll make a story out of everything. But what gets me is who's on the inside. Where are they getting that dope?
I don't know.
I pleaded with you not to talk to anybody. You promised me you wouldn't. But no, you've been blabbing your head off to the whole town. What have you been doing every night?
Going out?
So I noticed. You're not going out tonight, I hope.
Yes? Why?
Have you forgotten you've got a reception here? All the society people in town are coming.
Gosh, that's right. I forgot.
Well?
I had an appointment. I was going to meet somebody for dinner.
You can't dodge your own reception. It ain't etiquette.
No, I suppose not. Only...
Only what?
Well, let me think it over. I'll let you know.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Dees.
Hello. Can I come in?
Of course. Oh, I didn't expect to see you this evening. I didn't think you could get away with your reception and everything.
Oh, I wouldn't let them stop me from seeing you. I threw them out of the house.
You threw them out? You mean bodily?
Yes. They got on my nerves, so I threw them out. Well, I guess that'll be in the paper tomorrow. Something else for them to laugh at.
Yes, I suppose it'll have to be in the paper.
I don't mind, though. I had too much fun doing it.
Sit down.
Thanks. I can't stay long, though. It's pretty late.
It's all right.
Is there anything wrong?
No, why?
Well, you just look sort of funny. I mean, sad.
I get that way sometimes. How's everything going?
Not so good. I'm finding things out. A lot of things.
What?
Well, first of all, it's not so much fun being a millionaire. I wouldn't mind if they'd let me alone, but you know how it is.
Yes.
Well, I once had an idea I could do something with the money. Some good, I mean. But they keep me so busy here, I didn't get to figure anything out. I guess I'll think of something when I get home.
Oh, you're going home?
Well, a man ought to know where he fits in. I just don't seem to fit in around here. Mary?
Yes?
I was thinking of... Well, I wish you could come to Mandrake Falls sometime.
Me?
Yes. You know, within a couple of miles of my house, you can find nearly every kind of tree and bush and flower in the world. I used to spend hours in the woods just hiking around. It was wonderful. I generally take a girl with me.
A girl?
No, not a real one. I'd make one up, just to have somebody to talk to. She was beautiful, too. I always knew that someday I'd meet her. Mary.
Wait a minute. You said you found things out. Well, so have I. This town gets you somehow. It makes you coarse, unfeeling. It's done it to me.
You?
Listen, dear. Don't let anybody hurt you anymore. They can't. You're too real. And you go back to Mandrake Falls. You belong there. These stories about you will stop. They'll stop right now.
Mary.
Yes.
Remember that poem I told you about? The one I was writing about you? Well, it's finished. Would you like to read it?
Of course.
It's to you. But you don't have to say anything after you read it. You can tell me tomorrow what you think.
I tramped the earth with hopeless feet, searching in vain for a glimpse of you. Then heaven thrust you at my very feet, a lovely angel, too lovely to woo. My dream has been answered, but my life's just as bleak. I'm handcuffed and speechless in your presence divine. For my heart longs to cry out, if it only could speak. I love you, my angel. Be mine. Be mine.
You don't have to say anything now, Mary. I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow.
Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, stop it, babe. Stop it. Well, what do you mean you're quitting?
Too, Mac. I'm walking out on you. I'm through.
What's bothering you, babe?
Last night he proposed to me.
Proposed to you? You mean he asked you to marry him?
Yes.
Why, babe, that's terrific. Cinderella man woos mystery girl. Who is the mysterious
Drink
girl?
one word of that and I'll blow your place up.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe. Say, you haven't gone and fallen for that mug, have you? Well, I'll be a... Oh, that's tough, babe. I'm awfully sorry. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm telling the truth.
Well, tell him you're Babe Bennett. Tell him you're making a stooge out of him.
I've got a lunch date with him. Expect an answer. It's going to be pretty.
Oh, don't be a sucker, babe. You can disappear, can't you?
Oh, I thought of that, too.
You need never see him again.
That's the rub.
Oh, it's as bad as that, huh?
Telling him's a long shot. I'm going to take it. Hand me the phone, will you, Matt?
Now, listen, babe, listen. Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Right thing. It'll be a novelty for me.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Miss Dawson. No, Mr. Deeds is not here just now. Yes? I'll tell him. Not at all.
Good morning, Walter.
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Has Miss Dawson called yet, Walter?
Yes, sir. She was just on the phone, sir.
Is she coming for lunch?
She didn't say, sir. She'll call later.
Oh, here you are.
Hello, Cobb.
I want to speak to you.
Sure.
I don't mind you making a sucker out of yourself, but you made one out of me, too.
Huh?
I finally had sense enough to have you followed last night. Who's that girl you've been running around with?
Why, she's Mary Dawson.
Mary Dawson, huh? Mary Dawson, my eye. She's Babe Bennett.
Babe Bennett?
Yeah. She's the star reporter on the Mail. And every time you opened your kisser, you were giving her another story. That's the dame that slapped the moniker on you, Cinderella Man. You've been making love to a double dose of cyanide.
Shut up. Get me the newspaper on the phone.
Sure. Hello? Give me Wall, 70689. Yeah. Now you'll see. Hello? Evening Mail? I want to speak to Babe Bennett. Yeah. Hello? Miss Bennett? Hold on a minute. Here, take it.
Hello? Is that you, Mary? Well, this is Longfellow Deeds. Mary, I want you to tell me something. Are you the one who's been writing those articles about me? I see. No bother. There's nothing to explain. Goodbye.
Well, was I right or wrong?
She said she was going to tell me today. It's too late now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Home? But what about the estate? You can't just walk off and leave everything like that. What's going to happen?
I don't care what happens. I never wanted the money. You can give it away. For all I care. Give it to the people that need it. It never did me any good. Just a lot of trouble and pain. I don't want it. I'm going back home where I belong.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
In a few moments, we'll resume Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper in the title role and Gene Arthur as the reporter. We hear now from another lady of the press, Fay Gillis. Miss Gillis fell rather than rose to fame. One of the best-known ladybirds in America, she became the first woman member of the Caterpillar Club, whose ranks are composed solely of those who have saved their lives by parachute jumps from aeroplanes. When Wiley Post made his record-breaking flight around the world, it was Miss Gillis who met him in Siberia with food and fuel. The place occupied by Will Rogers on his tragic flight with Wiley Post was relinquished to Mr. Rogers at the last moment by Miss Gillis. She is now in Hollywood, reporting for the New York Herald Tribune, and expects to leave shortly for the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, Fay Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Becoming a member of the Caterpillar Club, Miss Gillis, must have been a very exalting experience.
On the contrary, it was decidedly a come-down. I still think flying is the safest means of transportation and use commercial planes whenever I can. But I've had to give up private flying temporarily because it's too much of a luxury.
Oh. Which do you consider the most important syllable of luxury?
Lux, of course. And I'll never give that up. In fact, I carry it with me wherever I go, though it's hardly necessary anymore, for I find it everywhere, from Vladivostok to Pamanoke and Java. By the way, here's another use for Lux Flakes, washing leopards. I've had my pet leopard Snooks ever since she was a little bundle of fur caught in the African jungle, and she's with me now in Hollywood. Snooks has the most beautiful coat you ever saw. There's a reason. Since babyhood, she's had a bath twice a month with Lux Flakes and loves it.
Trying to put Lux on the spot, huh? Say, you must find Hollywood rather dull after reporting wars, coronations, and other exciting events.
Why, no. When my feet start itching, I can take a trip around the world by touring the studios. I can visit Tibet on the Columbia lot, where Harry Cohen has erected spectacular Shangri-La for Lost Horizon, the magnificent new film directed by Frank Capra, who also directed the screen version of tonight's play, Mr. Deeds. I can visit Naples on the set of Dodsworth, India and Afghanistan and Shirley Temple's new film, Wee Willie Winkie, Berlin in The Road Back, Westminster Abbey in The Prince and the Pauper, Dublin in The Plough and the Stars, and China in The Good Earth. And now, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. I'll be seeing you at Paramount before long, slinking through the bayous of Louisiana with Lafitte, the buccaneer.
Good night, Globetrotter. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur with Lionel Stander. Completely disillusioned, Longfellow Deeds started giving his money away to needy farmers. But Mr. Feeder, acting for some distant relative of Old Simple's, immediately entered a charge of insanity. Deeds, confined to the county hospital for observation, refused to speak or enter any defense. And now, on the opening day of the insanity hearing, with the little courtroom jammed, Feeder is just finishing his address to the bench.
The innocence of my client, the only other living relatives of the late Martin W. Semple, we cannot permit a fortune so huge to be dissipated by a person whose incompetency and abnormality we shall prove beyond any reasonable doubt. We present our first witness, Your Honor, Miss Louise Bay Bennett.
Quiet.
Miss Bennett, you're employed by the Evening Mail.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
You will please answer the question.
The whole hearing's ridiculous. That man's no more insane than you are. They're trying to railroad this man for the money they can get out of him.
No.
Young lady, another outburst like this, and I shall hold you in contempt. Proceed.
Are you employed by the Evening Mail?
No. I resigned last week.
Prior to that time, were you employed by the Evening Mail?
Yes.
Were you given an assignment to follow the activities of Mr. Longfellow Deeds?
Yes.
Did you subsequently write a series of articles about him?
Yes.
Are these the articles?
Yes.
You were present when all these things took place?
Yes.
Are they true?
No.
But they did take place.
They're colored just to make him look silly.
But you saw them happen.
Yes, but I...
That's all.
It isn't all. I'd like to explain
That's all, Miss Bennett.
Your Honor, what kind of a hearing is this? What are you trying to do? Persecute the man? He's not defending himself. Somebody's got to do it.
Miss Bennett, please. I'm willing to listen to anything that anyone has to say. But I insist to be done in an orderly fashion. When you learn to show some respect for the court, you can return. Until then, you'd better go back to your seat and calm down. Mr. Deeds, do you wish to say anything in defense of these articles? Oh, very well. Go on, Mr. Feeder.
Our next witnesses will testify together, Your Honor. Take the stand, please.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Jane Faulkner. This is my sister, Amy. Yes, Amy.
I'll direct all my questions to you, Miss Jane. You can answer for both. Do you know the defendant, Longfellow Deeds?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course we know him.
How long have you known him?
Since he was born. Yes, he was a 7-month baby.
Yes, that's fine, thank you. Do you see him very often?
Most every day. Sometimes twice.
Must we have the echo?
Suppose you just answer, Miss Jane. Now tell me, what does everybody back home think of Longfellow Deeds?
They think he's pixelated. Oh, yes, pixelated.
He's what?
What did you say he was?
Pixelated. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps I can explain, Your Honor. The word pixelated is an early American expression, derived from the word pixies, meaning elves. They would say the pixies have got him, as we nowadays would say a man is balmy. Is that correct, Miss Jane?
Mm-hmm.
Why does everyone think he's pixelated? Does he do peculiar things?
He walks in the rain without his hat and talks to himself. Sometimes he whistles and sings. We always run in the house when we see him coming. He sure is pixelated. Oh, yes, he's pixelated all right.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. That'll be all. You see, Your Honor, the man's actions speak for themselves. I have one more witness whom I'd like to present at this point. Dr. Emil Fraser, the eminent Austrian psychiatrist. Dr. Fraser, will you give us your opinion, please, in simple terminology, if possible?
Certainly. It is my opinion that Longfellow Deeds is a manic depressive. In cases of this kind, patients sometimes go on for years before they are detected.
Why is that, Dr. Fraser?
That is because their moods change so quickly and so often. First, they are extremely depressed, melancholy. Then the mood changes again in the other direction until they reach a state of high exaltation. Here, everything is fine. Here, the world is beautiful.
How would you say, Dr. Fraser, that this applies to Mr. Deeds?
The symptoms are obvious. When he is on top of the wave, he plays his tuba, writes his childish poems, chases fire engines in his desire to help humanity. This is contrasted with his present mood, which is so low that even the instinct for self-preservation is lacking. Another significant point was his desire to give away every bit of his fortune. Oh, yes, there's no doubt. He is an obvious case of manic depressive.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser, thank you. That is all, Your Honor.
Deeds, you're not going to let him get away with this, are you? At least let me ask for a postponement. Cedar will settle out of court for $2 million. He told me that.
Mr. Deeds, before I arrive at a decision, isn't there anything you want to say?
Come on, don't be a sucker.
Oh, very well, if you won't speak. Mr. Deeds, in view of the testimony, I think it advisable for your own safety that you be sent to a state hospital. You need medical attention, Mr. Deeds. Perhaps in a little while...
No, wait a minute. You can't do it. Please, you've got to make him talk. Let me try. Darling, please. I know everything I've done. I know how horrible I've been. If you never see me again, no matter what happens, do this for me.
Miss Bennett, please.
You said I could speak. You said I could have my say if I were rational. I'm rational. I'll take the witness chair.
Your Honor, what she's saying has no bearing on the case.
Let her speak.
I know why he won't defend himself. That has a bearing on the case, hasn't it? He's been hurt. He's been hurt by everybody he's met since he came here. Principally by me. He's been the victim of every conniving crook in town. The newspapers pounced on him, made him a target for their feeble humor. I was smarter than the rest of them. I got closer to him so I could laugh louder. Why shouldn't he keep quiet? Every time he said anything, it was twisted around to sound imbecilic. He can thank me for it.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Certainly I wrote those articles, but I stopped writing them when I found out what he was all about. When I realized how real he was. When I found out he could never fit in with our distorted viewpoint, because his was honest and sincere and good. If that man's crazy, Your Honor, the rest of us belong in straitjackets.
This is absurd, Your Honor. The woman is obviously in love with him.
What's that got to do with it?
But you are in love with him, aren't you?
Yes.
Quiet, please. In the interest of the defendant, I've tolerated a great deal of informality. If there's one more outburst, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
Your Honor, I'd like to put in my 2 cents. I've known this man well.
Sit down.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Deeds?
I'd like to put in my 2 cents worth.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Well, I don't know where to begin. There's been so many things said about me. Of course, Mr. Cedar has a right to think I'm loony. I once considered paying him $100,000 a year for his services. About my playing the tuba. Seems like a lot of fuss has been made about that. If a man's crazy just because he plays the tuba, somebody better look into it because there are a lot of tuba players running around loose. Of course, I don't see any harm in it. I play mine whenever I want to concentrate. That may sound funny to some people, but most everybody does something silly when they're thinking. For instance, the judge here is an O filler.
What?
An O filler. You fill in all the spaces in the O's with your pencil. I was watching you.
Proceed, Mr. Deeds.
Yes, sir. Well, that may make you look a little crazy, Your Honor, just sitting around and filling in O's, but I don't see anything wrong because that helps you think. Other people are doodlers.
Doodlers?
Well, that's a name we made up back home for people who make foolish designs on paper when they're thinking.
Oh.
Called doodling. Almost everybody's a doodler. Did you ever see a scratch pad in a telephone booth? People draw the most idiotic pictures when they're thinking. Dr. Fraser here could probably think up a long name for it because he doodles all the time. I picked up this paper he was scribbling on. I can't figure out what it is. One minute it looks like a chimpanzee, and the next it looks like a picture of Mr. Cedar.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Looks kind of stupid, doesn't it, Judge? But I guess it's all right. If Dr. Fraser has to doodle to help him think, that's his business. Everybody does something different. Some people are ear pullers, some are nail biters. Mr. Cedar is a nose twitcher. See him? So you see, Your Honor, everybody does funny things to help them think. Well, I play the tuba.
Your Honor, this is becoming farcical. I suggest Mr. Deeds dispense with his side remarks. Let him stick to facts.
Be quiet, please. Go on, Mr. Deeds.
Now, about the Faulkner sisters. That's funny. I mean, about Mr. Cedar going all the way to Mandrake Falls to bring them here. Do you mind if I talk to them?
Not at all.
Jane, who owns the house you live in?
Why, you do, Longfellow. Yes, you own it.
Do you pay any rent?
No, we don't pay any rent. Good heavens, no. We never pay rent.
Are you happy there?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Now, a little while ago, you said I was pixelated. You still think so?
Oh, yes. You've always been pixelated, Longfellow. Always.
No, that's fine. I guess maybe I am. Now tell me something, Jane. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated? Come on. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated?
Why, everybody in Mandrake Falls is pixelated. Except us. All except us.
There's just one more question. Do you see the judge here? He's a nice man, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's pixelated?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's all, ladies.
You haven't touched on the most important thing, Mr. Deeds. This rather fantastic plan of yours to want to give away your entire fortune is, to say the least, most uncommon.
Well, I was getting to that, Your Honor, of course. I don't know why all this hullabaloo has been raised about my giving the money away. The plain fact is I don't want it. I never earned it, and so far it's brought me nothing but hard luck. Now, my idea was very simple. I was going to give each farmer who needed help 10 acres of land, a horse, a cow, and some seed. And if they work the farm for 3 years, it's theirs. Now, if that's crazy, maybe I ought to be sent to an institution, but I don't think it is. And what's more, Mr. Cedar doesn't either. Right before the hearing started, he offered to call the whole thing off if I made a settlement with him for $2 million. So you see, he wouldn't think I was crazy if he got paid off.
Lie. Deeds is drawing on his warped imagination.
You will please permit Mr. Deeds to finish? Anything else, Mr. Deeds?
No. Yes. There's one thing more I'd like to get off my chest before I finish.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Thank you. Mr. Cedar, I've tried to teach a few people some manners here lately. You're next.
Don't sock him, Deeds. Don't!
Order. Mr. Deeds, the court has come to a decision. There's been a great deal of damaging testimony against you. Your behavior, to say the least, has been most
strange. But in my opinion, you are not only sane, but you are the sanest man that ever walked into this courtroom.
Thanks.
And you're free to go now. Have best of luck.
Gosh, thanks. That's swell. Wait a minute. Where's Mary? Hey, Mary! Mary!
I've got her. Here she is.
Oh, no, please let me go.
Mary!
You don't want to speak to me.
Yes, I do. I can leave now, Mary. Look, the judge said so, and I'd like you to come with me back to Mandrake Falls.
Mandrake Falls?
Will you, Mary?
Mandrake Falls?
Don't get hysterical, kid. It ain't as bad as that.
It's a beautiful place. I know it is. And I'd love it.
Oh, gosh, Mary.
Well, I guess that's settled. I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Gosh, you're wonderful, Mary.
I said I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Huh? Oh, thanks. And Cobb.
Yeah?
Don't forget my tuba, will you?
Mr. Deeds has gone to town, but there'll be a word or two a little later from Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur. We in Hollywood respect Sidney Skolsky for a wit as sharp as his pencil, for his persistence in turning up news and turning down the merely sensational, and for his willingness to hold back a story if printing it would hold back someone's career. Sid and I have flung many a scorching syllable at each other, but this Broadway bantam who keeps his finger on the Hollywood pulse for the New York Daily News is always ahead of the headlines. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Skolsky goes to town. Walter Mill, here I am again. I watched you work the last time you were here, and I'd like to ask you a question. What is a columnist? That's a little difficult. Columnists are born, not made. You're the perfect size for a columnist. You're just tall enough to reach the keyhole. I like that line even when I used it. You columnists know everything, don't you? I know enough to know that while peeping through keyholes, I have observed the wardrobe departments in all leading Hollywood studios using Lux Flakes to wash the silk stockings of the movie actresses. Very nice, Skolsky. If you'll answer my question, what is a columnist, I'll let you get on with your specialty. All right. A columnist is the only person who is minding his own business when he is minding your business. Good enough, Mr. Skolsky. Now, go to town. I hope I don't have any detours. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard doesn't close her dressing room door, where Myrna Loy, while waiting on the set to play a sophisticated lady, knits. It's a town where a producer, advised to take a trip around the world, said, "No, there are plenty of other places I'd rather see first." It's a town where a sign on the road to Gene Harlow's house reads, "Danger, curves ahead." Where Harpo Marx declared that he wanted to keep his marriage a secret until after the divorce. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where the billboards read, "Garbo loves Taylor." But Greta would like you to know that they should read, "Taylor loves Garbo." It's a town where Grace Moore stands in an evening gown and cooks. Where a person whispering a secret says, "I'll tell you this if you promise to let it go further." Where Simone likes the gags about her name and gave her boyfriend, John Swope, a watch inscribed to Swope Swope. Where James K. McGinnis, when invited to dinner by an actor he didn't like, answered, "I'd like to go, but I have a previous engagement, which I will arrange as soon as possible." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, after dancing all day with Fred Astaire, goes dancing at the Trocadero with James Stewart for fun. It's a town where Jack McGowan sits on the permanent New York street at Metro and wishes he were in California. It's a town where Joseph von Sternberg presses a button in his house and creates the effect of rain beating on the roof. Where a Hollywood biggie complains to his wife saying, "I work for you, I slave for you, and what do I get? Nothing but thanks, thanks, thanks." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Joan Crawford always has a favorite dish for every guest at dinner. Where William Powell, the thin man, hates detective stories. It's a town where a bank on Hollywood Boulevard advertised picture night and gave away a 7-reel film with every deposit. It's a town where Billy Rose, on his way to stage the Texas Centennial, declared, "Boys, I'm going to make Texas the biggest state in the Union."
where Ernst Lubitsch said to a group of writers, "Now what this scenario needs is a scene with a typical Lubitsch touch. Got any suggestions? But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Mary Astor sat in the brown derby gaping at a tourist, where the Earl of Warwick was suggested for the role of an earl in Parnell, but was turned down because he wasn't the type. It's a town where you can wear a Palm Beach suit with woolen underwear, where Robert Taylor's landlady reduced his rent because she wanted Robert Taylor in the house, where Groucho Marx, on meeting an actress, said, "I'll never forget a face, but I'm going to make an exception in your case. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Thanks. Good night." Good night, Mr. Chesterton. Once more outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur.
This has been great, and I've had a swell time. Not at all, Gary. The pleasure's been mine.
In case you don't know, it's after the 9.
Maybe that's just what this interview needs. It must be the spirit of Longfellow Deeds.
Excuse me for breaking the meeting, Mr. DeMille, but this program doesn't need a thing, not even that elegant portrait. As one of your most loyal Monday nighters, I think the Lux Radio Theater is one of the finest contributions to Chesterton Hollywood.
Mr. DeMille, this is the first time the three of us have been together since we made the Kingsman. The 3 days. What have you been doing?
Well, I'm preparing to film the second air. The story is John Wilkes. How about playing that pirate for me, Gary, if you're free?
There's nothing I'd like better. I've been getting my sea legs now, playing in souls at sea, but I see Mr. York is working for an extra chance for me to get along. Thanks for this opportunity to refer again on what I think is the air's #1 program. Good night.
Good night, Margot. Good night, Calamity Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Road. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars, may I say that Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeMille appears through courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Mr. Sanders, Columbia Pictures, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he is in charge of music for the new film, On the Avenue. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you a story of love behind the throne. A story that starts in New York through the chance meeting of a young American with a strange and beautiful girl, then crosses the Atlantic to a tottering kingdom, torn with revolt. Graustark, a tense drama of romance and royalty, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten with James Gleason. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gene Raymond and Anna Sten in Graustark with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.